The main character dedicated himself to building houses and tending vegetable beds. His hands were used to creating and constructing, turning emptiness into cozy corners. Every day was filled with hard work and care for the land. But fate gave him a second life, not in his usual form, but dressed in the shining armor of a knight. Now he is not just a builder, but a warrior of the new world, ready for great trials. The main character's clothes have changed because he has entered another world where the laws and traditions are different. Every detail of the new attire speaks of the power and responsibility placed on him. Only after completing his current affairs, the hero received a new task, a new test of fate. His life turns into a series of challenges and opportunities, not giving a minute to rest. Now he works in a home center in the countryside, where life flows calmly and quietly. But even here, unexpected tasks and new acquaintances await him. Every day brings something new and interesting. It is located next to a retail store filled with the aromas of fresh produce and delicious treats. In addition to his main job, the hero delivers goods throughout the rural district. He knows every route and every house where his parcels are awaited with hope and patience. This job makes him a part of the village life. In addition to deliveries, he's obliged to carry out all orders, as if becoming an indispensable assistant for the residents. He can always be called for help, and he does not refuse responsibility. The hero also repairs equipment and takes care of the garden, keeping the farm in order. His hands skillfully handle tools, returning life to broken things. Due to such a busy schedule, the hero barely has time to catch his breath. The whole day is filled with things to do. It seems that there is a catastrophic lack of time, but he does not complain. His heart is filled with joy from useful work. Happy faces greet and see off the hero, expressing gratitude and appreciation. Their smiles become the best reward for him and an incentive to move on. This is how he feels needed and important. Despite his fatigue, he feels that life is not as bad as it might seem. In every day, he finds joy and bright moments that warm his soul. One day, the hero left work, having not slept all night, tired and exhausted by his work. His eyes were sticking together, and his thoughts were confused in a whirlwind of experiences. The body demanded rest, but the mind was still on guard. Everything swam before his eyes, and the world around him seemed to lose its clarity. It seemed that he was about to fall, but his inner strength kept him on his feet. A moment of change and uncertainty was coming. Suddenly, he began to be teleported, carried away into the unknown, where the boundaries of reality dissolved. It was as if he was sliding along the strings of space and time, not understanding where this road led. The protagonist did not understand what had happened. Everything seemed like a dream or a fantasy. The inner world struggled with the incomprehensible, trying to comprehend the new situation. His clothes now hung too loosely on him, like a memory of a past world. He was being congratulated on his selection for a new world where great deeds and exploits awaited. The pants didn't hold up at all, and the hero tried to cope with the new reality with a smile. This awkwardness became a symbol of the transition from the ordinary to the unusual, from the familiar to the unknown. He is ready to accept his fate. The floating girl, like an angel, floated in the air, radiating light and warmth. Her presence inspired confidence and gave peace in a moment of change. She was a guide to a new world. The goddess Victinias introduced him to the amazing world of Alstacia, opening doors to new horizons. Her words were like a key to understanding his new role and purpose. It was the beginning of a new epic. The protagonist was surprised to realize his rebirth, feeling his consciousness and body changing. He stood on the threshold of great achievements, ready to accept the challenges of fate. It all seemed like a dream to him, and someone was gently waking him from this state. He felt reality slowly returning, as if through a fog. Everything around was blurry and unreal. His gaze fell on the unusual rabbit ears sticking out from under the hair. They were alive, mobile, and seemed to be part of a new body. The hero could not believe his eyes. Suddenly, he jumped up, finding himself in the middle of a dense forest, full of strength and animation. The air was filled with the light breath of nature, and the branches rustled overhead. He felt like a stranger in this world. He ran his hand gently over his new ears, trying to see if they were real. Their soft texture and gentle touch told him that this was not a dream. This new reality was accepting him. Not far away, he saw a girl with the same bunny ears, a representative of the rabbit race. Her eyes sparkled with friendliness and incomprehension at the same time. The protagonist realized that he had been reborn, leaving his past life behind. His consciousness was changing along with his body, opening the doors to a new life. The realization of this change caused mixed feelings. Now he found himself in a completely different world, Alstacia, full of wonders and dangers. Slowly, the full realization of his new situation dawned on him. He realized that everything that had gone before was in the past, and that new trials lay ahead. His heart was filled with anxiety and anticipation. The protagonist was shocked by the thought of having to start his life over again, without memories or experience. It seemed like a heavy burden, but there was no choice. He had to gather his strength. It was time for the rabbit girl to leave. She had her own road ahead of her. She looked at him with a slight sadness and understanding. The time to say goodbye was approaching. The young man did not want to be alone and insistently offered to go with her. His voice was full of hope and fear of loneliness. It was an impulse of the heart seeking support. The girl warned him that everyone would go crazy if they knew he was a human in this world. It was a serious warning that he was an outsider here. He had to be careful. The hero learned the cruel rule of the new world. All people were considered scoundrels and enemies. This discovery made him think about his own nature and place. It turned out that people are the masters of other races, ruling and sometimes cruel. This created tension and conflicts in society. The hero found himself in the center of complex relationships. The protagonist asked the girl to put in a good word for him when he heard a rustling in the bushes. His body tensed. No one was supposed to be here. The air was filled with menace. A goblin suddenly emerged from the bushes, an evil and dangerous creature. The girl was frightened and recoiled. This was the first obvious threat in the new world. The girl shouted at the hero to run and save himself from the goblin. The tone of her voice was filled with fear and anxiety. There was no time to think. The hero was going to distract the goblin's attention, to give the girl a chance to escape. His heart was pounding with fear and determination. Ahead was a fight for life. Realizing that he was dangerous for the goblin, the hero led him away from the village and the girl's family. A struggle raged inside between fear and the desire to protect. He himself did not know what he was doing, but he acted instinctively. The girl managed to escape, leaving him alone with the danger. Fate was challenging him. The goblin suddenly strikes hard, causing the hero to feel a sharp pain. At this moment, time seems to slow down, and everything around becomes tense. The hero prepares to fight for survival. In response, the protagonist throws bottles at the enemy, using improvised objects as weapons. Each throw is a chance to defend his life and protect himself. The fight becomes desperate and uncompromising. It seemed that the hero's strength was leaving him, and he was about to say goodbye to life. Darkness was slowly approaching his consciousness, but the inner fire had not yet gone out. The hope for salvation was not exhausted. At the most unexpected moment, the goblin slips on one of the bottles, losing his balance. Fate gives the hero a chance to save himself at the most critical moment. The goblin falls, hits his head on the rocks, and dies, unable to continue the fight. Silence suddenly reigns around, interrupting the chaos of the fight. The hero feels relief and fatigue at the same time. At this point, the hero suddenly receives a light slap on the back of the head, an unexpected and irritating gesture. He turns around, surprised by such a reaction. Turning around, he sees a majestic figure in front of him, Lady Victinius. Her gaze is filled with power and mystery, which makes him feel her special significance. The lady says that she has given the hero special skills for his further journey and trials. It was like a calling and the beginning of a new chapter in the hero's life. He feels changes in himself. Together, they are instantly transported to the goddess's room, a bright and calm space for important conversations. The hero is ready to hear explanations and instructions. Victinius expresses a desire to explain everything in detail so that the hero understands his role and purpose. Her voice sounds confident and authoritative, as if revealing secrets. She reveals that the hero's new personality is 20 years old, the age of strength and new possibilities. The hero tries to figure out whether this is a dream or reality, feeling uncertainty and anxiety. He strives to find a point of support in his feelings. The goddess gives him a blessing, protection, and support from higher powers. This is a sign that he is not alone and will be helped on his way. The hero also receives 3 tickets to gain new skills, important keys to development and survival. This is a valuable gift and responsibility. Victinius expresses confidence that the hero will soon understand what skills he needs. This is a sign of faith in his abilities and wisdom. In a moment of tension, another girl grabs the goddess by the shoulder and tells her that 8 tickets are actually needed. This causes unexpected confusion. Mrs. Hera catches the girl in a lie, and a tense dialogue ensues between them. The truth comes out, changing the course of events. Both goddesses withdraw to talk, leaving the hero in thought and anticipation. The situation becomes increasingly complicated. Hera asks for forgiveness for Victinius, trying to resolve the conflict and restore balance. This is an act of wisdom and generosity. The hero listens attentively, feeling that his destiny is now connected with divine deeds and secrets. New horizons of understanding open up before him. He learns about the goddess Hera from Greek mythology. She tells him about an ancient pact between the gods that regulates destinies and the balance of power in the world. This knowledge opens up new horizons of perception for him. She goes on to tell the story of the adventure of the goddess Victinius. The story is full of drama and confrontation, and shows how she went against the established rules. It turns out that the goddess simply wanted to keep the skill tickets for herself, which caused a major conflict between the gods. The desire to maintain power became the cause of discord. Victinius cries, her tears expressing bitterness and regret. She sincerely regrets her actions. This moment reveals her human side. Suddenly, a skill machine appears in front of them, a mysterious mechanism that unlocks new abilities. For the inconvenience, the hero is given additional tickets. Now there are 10 of them. This is compensation and a sign of trust from the gods. The chance for development and strengthening is significantly expanded. Victinius begins to be sarcastic and express her displeasure. Her words are sharp and filled with resentment. She does not hide her irritation with what is happening. The hero spins the wheel of the skill machine with interest and hope. Each turn promises new skills and opportunities. It is a moment of anticipation and excitement. The protagonist gains the skill of evaluation, which helps to see the true value of objects and situations. He opens up new horizons of understanding the world around him. He also learns the skills of stoneworking and dismantling, essential to being a craftsman and a survivor, which strengthens his position in the new world. Behind him, the deities whisper and discuss the situation. They express doubts and criticisms about his skill set. Their conversations reveal the complexity of hierarchy in the divine world. They are ashamed of the hero's low skill rank. They think that the hero does not live up to expectations. However, the hero has potential to grow. The hero has already collected a set of skills for a carpenter. This gives him a solid foundation for future work. He can start building and creating on his own. The gods are ready to send the hero to the lower world for trials. This is an important stage in his formation and development, where he will face new challenges and opportunities. Mrs. Victinius asks the hero not to die, saying that she is sorry to lose the tickets. Her request sounds both serious and with a slight dose of humor, showing concern for the fate of the hero. The hero explains that he had no choice but to fight for his life. He explains his determination and the necessity of fighting, which justifies his actions before the gods. He is given instructions and advice that will help him pass all the tests. These words fill him with wisdom and strength. Now he is better prepared for future tests. The hero kills a goblin, his first enemy in the new world. This is a significant victory and a step towards self-affirmation. He feels a surge of confidence and power. The protagonist opens the status window, a tool for monitoring skills and status. This gives him the opportunity to better manage his abilities, and he can now track his progress and development. Narumi decides to wait for the girl, his new companion and support. This shows his desire to establish a connection and find an ally. He feels in her support in this new world. The hero explains that the girl is not human, but a representative of the Radic race. This expands his understanding of the world and its inhabitants, and he begins to accept the diversity of his new surroundings. Behind Lady Victinius stands the goddess Hera, a symbol of power and wisdom. Her presence inspires respect and seriousness. She watches and directs events. The hero is told that he can now live as he wishes, without the previous restrictions and obligations. This is the gift of freedom and responsibility for his own destiny. His life now depends only on himself. The rabbit girl and the archers come to the hero, expressing support and gratitude. This is the symbol of new friendship and acceptance. He is no longer alone in this world. She hugs the hero in tears, a manifestation of sincere gratitude and warmth. This moment touches the protagonist's heart. The connection between them becomes stronger. The archers are shocked by the goblin's murder. Their emotions are strong and conflicting. This disruption of peace and order is alarming. Their reaction shows the seriousness of what is happening. Narumi explains how it all happened. He shares details and explains his actions. His words help to better understand the situation. The protagonist asks to live in the village, wanting to find a home and peace. This is an important step to adapt to the new world. He wants to become part of the community. The archers offered to discuss details along the way, showing friendliness and willingness to help. This conversation strengthens their bond. They agree to take him to the village chief, a sign of recognition and respect. The hero feels support and trust. The rabbits lead him to the head, to the center of power and wisdom. This moment marks a new stage in the hero's life. He has to win trust. The hero thanks the girl for her help and support. He sincerely expresses his gratitude. Their relationship becomes stronger. Mei says her name, opening the door to greater communication and understanding. The name becomes a symbol of a new beginning. The name evokes familiar memories in the hero. This awakens interest and curiosity. It seems to him that it means something. The hero introduces himself to establish contact. This is a gesture of trust and openness, and a new friendship begins. They shake hands as a sign of friendship and agreement to move forward together. This is a promise of support and mutual assistance. Narumi Masaru is preparing to start a new life. He is full of hope and determination. A path of adventure and trials opens before him. The hero spoke about his life before his rebirth, filled with memories and regrets. Bright moments from the past that now seemed distant and unreal emerged in his memory. He remembered how he had once been called by a lady whose voice sounded like the call of destiny. That moment had changed his path forever, giving him a new chance and a new life. The call had been the beginning of a great adventure and trials. The lady sent him to the mysterious world of Alsticia, full of unknown secrets and possibilities. The hero felt how the surrounding atmosphere filled him with energy and anxiety at the same time. The protagonist complained that he could not find an offensive skill that would help him in the fight. He felt vulnerable and insecure without the necessary skills. This caused him internal anxiety and doubt. The image of a goblin with whom the hero had special memories came to mind. This creature evoked mixed feelings, from fear to curiosity. The hero tried to comprehend the role of the goblin in his fate. However, he found himself in a rabbit village, surrounded by simplicity and kindness. This place became his new home, where he could start over. Here he was accepted, although he remained an outsider. Masaru felt joy and relief at being rescued and given shelter. His heart was filled with gratitude and hope for the best. This feeling gave him the strength to move forward. The village seemed large and multifaceted to him, full of life and diversity. He was surprised by its simplicity and, at the same time, complexity. Each building, each corner kept a special history. The other residents watched the hero closely, as if assessing his intentions. Their gazes were full of caution and interest at the same time. The hero felt their expectations and doubts. Mei said that there are about 100 people living in the village, albeit from different backgrounds. It is a small community, but connected by close ties and care for each other. Now the hero had to help the residents, to become a part of their lives and concerns. He realized that support and action were expected from him. This new role gave him a sense of purpose and responsibility. The hero compared the buildings and structures of the village with the history of the earth, noting the similarities and differences. He tried to find a reflection of his past in this and understand the new world. These reflections helped him navigate. He decided to meet with the elder first, to establish contact with the community leader. This was an important step in establishing trust and understanding. The hero sought dialogue and cooperation. A young hare, the village elder, was already waiting for him in the tent, listening attentively to the guest. The atmosphere was calm, but filled with the importance of the moment. This was the first personal contact with the local authorities. Masaru was surprised by the headman's age, and he, in turn, was amazed that the hero was truly human. This mutual surprise relieved the tension and brought them closer. At that moment, their mutual understanding began. They exchanged thanks, showing respect and appreciation for each other. This exchange became a symbol of the beginning of their cooperation and friendship. Politeness created a solid foundation for further relations. The headman allowed the hero to live in the village, opening the doors of a new house to him. This was a sign of trust and acceptance into society. Now the hero felt like a part of something bigger. He also asked the hero to live in a tent with Mei to help her and her mother. The family lost their father and needed help more than ever. The hero took this as an opportunity to be useful. The protagonist was embarrassed, thinking that Mei might not approve of such closeness. He wondered about her feelings and possible inconvenience. His concern for her opinion showed kindness of heart. However, Mei did not object, showing openness and understanding of the situation. Her consent brought relief and joy to the hero. Mutual support between them grew stronger. The hero sincerely thanked Mei for her trust and support. He appreciated her kind attitude and willingness to help. It strengthened their bond and made him feel more confident. The elder suggested ending the conversation for today, leaving plans for the future. The meeting came to an end, and it was time to act. The hero was ready for new challenges. The protagonist was tasked with doing what he could to help the village. They trusted him and hoped for his abilities. This became a challenge for him and a chance to prove himself. The hero tried to understand what abilities he could use in this world. He explored his capabilities and boundaries. This process was important for self-determination. He realized his power and potential that was inside him. This realization gave him confidence and determination. Now he knew that he could help. With his abilities, he could significantly improve the life of the village. His skills became a tool for development and protection. The hero was filled with determination to act. Masaru asked for permission to implement his plans for the benefit of the village. He showed respect for local traditions and the opinion of the village chief. It was a step towards new opportunities. His plans included improving the village and improving living conditions. The hero dreamed of prosperity and comfort for all residents. His zeal inspired those around him. The hares were surprised by his enthusiasm and energy for the changes. They did not expect such passion and determination from a newcomer. This inspired respect and hope for a better future. The elder is suspicious of these actions because any changes in the village can cause unpredictable consequences. He carefully watches the hero and his initiatives, not rushing to conclusions. The headman believes that too abrupt or unjustified actions could lead to panic among the rabbits. He fears that fear and disorder will disrupt the normal course of life and relationships in the community. The protagonist also senses a tense atmosphere in the village, as if there is a hidden anxiety in the air. He notices how the villagers react cautiously to any innovations and try not to attract unnecessary attention. But Masaru wants to do what he didn't have time to do in his previous life, to ensure the safety and well-being of the village. He is determined to change the fate of the inhabitants for the better, overcoming fears and doubts. The hero promises that he will do everything in his power to help and protect the village. He sincerely believes in his abilities and is ready to devote himself to this cause. His words sound convincing and inspire those around him. Masaru asks for official permission to participate in improving the village life. He wants to act not against local traditions, but in harmony with them. The village elder is interested in the hero's plans to improve the village because changes can bring both benefits and problems. He listens carefully to the proposals, considering each point from a practical point of view. Eventually, the elder gives Masaru permission to proceed, albeit cautiously. He understands that this new approach can help the community if implemented correctly. This decision opens the door to change. The hero already has specific thoughts and ideas on how to start work and what exactly to improve. He analyzes the village's resources and his abilities, planning his first steps. His mind is busy preparing for the task. The hero goes into the forest to figure out what his abilities are and how to best use them. The forest becomes a place of solitude and introspection for him. Here he can experiment and learn. The hero looks at his talents in the talent window. Taking a knife in his hands, he studies the characteristics of his skills, trying to understand how they are managed. This helps to assess the possibilities and determine the directions for development. Now Masaru doesn't need training and skills from his past life to start working. The abilities manifest themselves on their own. This makes it easier to start, allowing you to get down to business right away. The hero tries to cut wood without using tools to test his abilities in practice. He concentrates and feels how energy penetrates his hands. This experience gives the first results. The tree received a smooth cut, so neat that it is almost invisible to the naked eye. This proves a high level of control over abilities. The hero rejoices in his success. Suddenly, a large tree falls at his feet, as if reacting to Masaru's new abilities. This unexpected moment makes him shudder. but also inspires him. It's as if nature emphasizes the importance of what is happening. The protagonist wants to level up this ability to use it more effectively and on a larger scale. He sets goals for himself to develop and improve. Determination inspires him to continue. The hero also plans to try out construction skills that can help develop the village. He understands that the production and repair of buildings is the key to improving life. New directions expand horizons. Taking a stone in his hands, he tries to turn it into a cube without tools to test his control and precision skills. This experiment is important for understanding the limits of his powers. The hero carefully observes the result. An ordinary stone actually turned into a neat cube, which became a confirmation of the successful acquisition of new skills. This opens up opportunities for the creation of building materials. Next, the hero is engaged in drying wood, trying to apply his abilities in another direction. He experiments, studying different techniques and possibilities of his gift. This is the next stage of training. Since the skill level is the same, the hero combines abilities to achieve maximum effect. He learns to use energy in a complex and control each process. The protagonist goes through various options for drying wood, evaluating the efficiency and safety of each method. He strives to choose the best method with minimal resource costs. Among the options is the drying method that construction companies use in their technologies. The hero carefully studies this approach in order to apply it or adapt it to his abilities. Masaru is particularly interested in the possibility of instant drying of wood, which would significantly speed up the work process. He dreams of mastering this skill and making life in the village easier. The hero is going to learn how to do instant drying by exploring his abilities and trying new techniques. He will face many trials and errors, but he is not afraid of difficulties. He is determined to achieve the result. Mei came to Masaru in the forest and invited him to lunch, reminding him of the need for rest and communication. Her appearance became a support in tense moments. The hero feels care and attention from her. She saw the hero unconscious and got scared, quickly ran to him and tried to bring him to his senses. This moment filled her with anxiety and compassion. Her care turned out to be very important. The protagonist is happy that he is now saved and can continue his business despite the difficulties. He feels a surge of strength and readiness to move on. This is a new beginning for him. Masaru experienced magical exhaustion himself, as his powers required a lot of energy. It was a difficult test, but he did not give up. His will and tenacity helped him overcome his weakness. Nevertheless, he managed to dry the wood, which became an important proof of the effectiveness of his abilities. This success inspired the hero and gave him confidence in his abilities. A small victory inspires. The drying is successful, and now he and Mei walk home, feeling relieved and satisfied. The journey is filled with quiet conversations and plans for the future. Returning home brings warmth and peace. They are met by Mama Mei, who watches the new guest with interest and cares about his well-being. Her kindness and friendliness create an atmosphere of comfort. The acquaintance was soft and friendly. They met, exchanged names and a few words about life in the village. This acquaintance was the first step towards a closer relationship. Communication set them up for trust. Mei told her mother about the hero's rescue and the help he had already given. This earned Lulu respect and gratitude. The story strengthened her faith in the hero. Lulu was willing to offer everything they had to support their new family friend. Her generosity expressed a desire to help and share their worries. It was a sign of acceptance and friendship. They all sat down at the table, where the atmosphere was filled with warmth and mutual understanding. During the meal, conversations about the future and plans unfolded. This became the beginning of a new chapter in the hero's life. The hero imagined himself starting a new life in this world, full of possibilities and hopes. His thoughts were focused on being useful and making the world a better place. This inspired him to move forward. He looked for ways to help residents by understanding their needs and capabilities to make the most impact. His focus was on practical solutions and community support, so he decides to start improving the village, investing his energy and knowledge into its development. His plans are already being made, and he is determined to implement them. This has become his new mission and goal. The next day, the rabbits gathered at the fence, discussing the upcoming fortification. There was excitement in the air, as everyone understood the importance of protecting the village. The hero stood before them, ready to begin the task. Masaru planned to strengthen the fence to protect the settlement from possible attacks. He carefully thought about how to make the wall strong and reliable. His determination inspired the others. The guards were excited about the main character's plans. They didn't know what to expect. Innovations always cause mixed feelings, especially when it comes to security. Their wariness was quite natural. The hares wondered why the hero decided to start with the fence. Masaru replied that strengthening the fence was a priority to protect all residents. This explanation convinced many. So he built a stone defense using natural materials and his abilities. The stones were supposed to be a powerful barrier for enemies. Masaru paid special attention to the strength of the structure. The stones could be taken from the cliff. There were plenty of them there. The hero studied the area in advance and planned how to get the necessary materials. This helped speed up the work. But some rabbits were afraid of not being able to cope with such a difficult task. They doubted their strength and capabilities. Masaru understood their concerns and tried to support them. Despite his fears, the protagonist managed to take some stones to begin construction. His actions set an example and inspired others to work. Each step brought them closer to their goal. Masaru pulled out a pile of stones from his inventory. The supply was larger than expected. This surprised the villagers and inspired confidence. The hero was well prepared. The hares began preparing to build the wall, distributing responsibilities and gathering tools. The atmosphere was filled with energy and a desire to help. Everyone understood the importance of working together. Everyone quickly got to work, performing their assigned tasks in a coordinated manner. The sounds of construction filled the village, creating a sense of renewal. Masaru led the process with confidence. Masaru was afraid that the stones might fall and damage the wall he had built. He carefully checked each stone, trying to make the structure as stable as possible. His caution served as an example. Then the hero came up with a new way of laying stones, which provided additional stability. This idea aroused interest and support among the residents. The innovation strengthened their faith in success. Now the wall seemed resistant to attacks and did not fear winds or enemies. The stone protection promised long service to the village. Masaru was pleased with the result. He explained to everyone the reason why the stones were placed that way, to create a strong structure that could withstand impacts. The explanations helped the residents understand the meaning of the work. This built trust. The hero had new thoughts about the fence, how to further improve and expand it. He dreamed of making the protection not only durable, but also aesthetic. His imagination drew big plans. A conversation ensued about the importance of using pebbles in construction to fill gaps in the wall. Residents listened attentively and offered their ideas. The discussion became fruitful. It was time for Masaru's fiery speech, inspiring the rabbits to work together. His words filled their hearts with faith and determination. He called on them not to be afraid of change and to act together. The protagonist assured that he was ready to help every citizen, as he had promised earlier. His willingness to serve the common good was sincere. This strengthened the collective spirit. He also reminded that he was not such a good teacher and asked for patience for everyone. This confession brought him closer to people. They appreciated his honesty and modesty. Mei's mother was interested in how many thoughts and ideas were sitting in Masaru's head. She smiled, seeing his irrepressible energy. The question was more of a joke, but it reflected her interest in the hero. The hero also expressed a desire to help with cooking. He wanted to build a stove to make the residents' lives easier and more comfortable. This became a new task. His plan was to build a stove that would last a long time and be convenient for everyone. He had already studied the necessary materials and technologies. Considering the details was an important step. The women seemed to give him an order to build the oven as quickly as possible. Their support and enthusiasm inspired Masaru to work. He felt responsible for the task entrusted to him. The young man readily accepted this order and declared that he would definitely carry it out. His determination left no doubt. This strengthened trust and respect for him. The women were happy to see that their request had not gone unnoticed. There was a grateful sparkle in their eyes. They believed in success. In the field, Masaru began work on building the stove, carefully following each step. His movements were confident and precise. The work proceeded quickly. He asked for help from women to speed up the process and do everything well. Joint efforts brought results. This brought the residents closer together. The female rabbits were ready to help him. The hero began listing the necessary materials for construction. He explained their importance for creating a strong mixture. Compliance with technology was a priority. Clay, grass, and sand are the main components for a strong and durable oven. The hero carefully explained why each part was important. This helped the women understand the process. Everything was done to create a strong mixture that would ensure the stability and reliability of the stove. He was attentive to detail, controlling the quality. The results were not long in coming. May took it upon herself to organize a group to find the necessary materials. She gathered several people and directed them to the necessary places. This made logistics easier. The hero was in demand among women, who regularly approached him with questions and requests. His advice was valuable and useful. This strengthened his status in the community. One of the women asked Masaru for forks and spoons to make everyday life easier. Such little things seemed important for comfort. The hero thought about how to quickly fulfill the request. The protagonist began to calculate how much mana would be needed to create the necessary items. He understood that energy was a limited resource. Therefore, he planned his actions carefully. The character asked for a few days to implement all the planned work in order to do everything well. He wanted to take his time and avoid mistakes. Patience was an important factor. Everyone was curious to know about his past work, the skills and experience he brought to the village. The questions sounded genuine. Masaru was willing to tell, but did not exaggerate. He described his past life as completely ordinary, hiding his true abilities. This made him more down-to-earth in the eyes of the villagers. They saw him as a simple man. Returning to his daily routine, Masaru motivated the men to work hard for the common good. He supported them in their work, encouraged them, and helped them with advice. The community grew stronger. Hard work was in full swing, but the residents did not complain. They felt that they were doing the right thing. They put their strength and soul into every minute. There was a sense of a common goal in this. The construction of buildings and the manufacture of dishes were in full swing, transforming the village and improving everyday life. Everything gradually became more convenient and comfortable. This inspired everyone to further achievements. The hero was the only one who ate with chopsticks, which interested the girl from the village. She watched him with curiosity and tried to figure out how to use them. This became a reason for friendly communication. The next day, construction resumed with new energy and inspiration. The residents continued to work with even greater zeal. The village was gradually transformed. The elder watched the motivated villagers with a sly smile on his face, assessing their efforts. His gaze was full of thoughtfulness and hidden thoughts. He was weighing his next steps. The elder's face was cunning, as if he was plotting or planning something. His thoughts were complex and multifaceted. This added intrigue to what was happening. The protagonist finished the fence, feeling satisfied with the result achieved. He looked at his creation, proud of the task accomplished. New challenges lay ahead. Everyone was happy that the improved fence was finally finished and the village became safer. A festive mood filled the hearts of the residents. This was the first tangible success. To celebrate this event, the village held a celebration where all the residents gathered. Fun and joy filled the air, strengthening the community spirit. This was the beginning of a new era. The women thanked the hero for the stoves he built, which significantly improved their lives. Their sincere gratitude warmed Masaru's soul. He felt that he had become a part of this life. Masaru noticed how many of the villagers were now using chopsticks, which he was pleased about. It symbolized the innovations and improvements he had brought. Small changes made a big difference. The head man came to the celebration to personally congratulate everyone on their successes. His appearance added formality and solemnity to the event. He appreciated the work done. The heir expressed respect to the hero for his help and contribution to the development of the village. His words were sincere and heartfelt. This became an important recognition. The chief thanked Masaru for his efforts and support, emphasizing the importance of his role. He spoke of trust and hope for the future. These words inspired the hero. May ran to hug the hero. The entire village rejoiced and thanked the hero, seeing him as a true protector and friend. Their unity increased their confidence in the future. It was a common victory. All the actions were observed by goddesses, hidden from human eyes. Their looks were full of interest and approval. They followed the course of events, influencing destinies. Victinia stated that she was never wrong, and that her judgment was always accurate in matters of skill. Her voice was confident and authoritative. She was sure of her decisions. Hera objected that a person who had acquired many skills at once should not exist. It was against the laws of the world. Her words were filled with doubt and anxiety. The dispute between the goddesses was tense. They said that in the beginning, a person should acquire only 1 or 2 skills, so that development would be natural and balanced. This rule served as the basis for the harmony of the world. Violations of it could lead to chaos. Victinias created all of this to give some development to the world and help it move forward. Her actions had a deep meaning and plan. She was striving for progress. For the world to develop, they need Masaru, a key player in this story who can change the course of events. His role was significant and fateful. The goddesses saw hope in him. In the village, the hero and the village elder are again talking, discussing plans and development prospects. Their dialogue was constructive and trusting. This strengthened cooperation. They exchanged compliments, recognizing each other's merits and building a partnership. Mutual respect created a solid foundation for future affairs. The atmosphere was friendly. Masaru tells the village chief about his plans to improve the village, sharing his ideas and suggestions. He tries to be open and honest. The chief listens attentively. The protagonist is curious about the world here, wanting to learn more about the local features and inhabitants. His curiosity helps him to better understand the environment. This contributes to adaptation. He is particularly interested in slugs, strange creatures he has heard about in conversations. He wants to understand their role and impact on the ecosystem. Questions remain open. They tell him that slugs do exist, but they live behind a cliff in hard-to-reach places. This adds mystery and intrigue. The hero takes this information into account. Masaru wants to educate the residents about hygiene and the importance of cleanliness for health. He is thinking about how to convey this knowledge to the rabbits. This will be a new step in the development of the community. He also thinks about possible innovations and improvements that can make life easier for the village. His ideas are aimed at the long-term good. Masaru is full of plans. The protagonist wonders if there is an ocean in this world to understand the scale and climate of the region. This knowledge will help him make further plans. The question is important for general understanding. Suddenly, there was silence as the villagers considered his question. This was the moment when the answer could change a lot. May replied that there was an ocean here. It was a sad story that made the villagers cautious. The ocean remains deserted and no one dares to return there, creating a sense of abandonment and mystery. This becomes another mystery for the hero to solve. The elder told the hero about the ocean, sharing old legends and important information about what was hidden beyond the horizon. His voice was filled with respect and mystery, as if he was passing on sacred knowledge. Previously, rabbits lived near the ocean, enjoying the fresh sea air, the richness of nature, and the tranquility that reigned in these lands. But then came people, strong and determined, who took over these lands, drove out the rabbit community, and deprived them of their familiar home. This expulsion left deep wounds in the soul of the community. The hero understood how tense and resentful the relationship between rabbits and humans was. He felt the full weight of this conflict and the injustice that his new friends were subjected to. Despite past grievances, the people still allowed the protagonist to remain in the village, perhaps appreciating his strength, wisdom, or sincere intention to help. Masaru decided that his mission was to help his new neighbors regain peace, security, and confidence in the future. He was determined to act independently, not wanting to burden anyone with his plans or ask for help. Having decided to go to the ocean alone, the hero wanted to go this way alone, so as not to endanger others and to preserve the opportunity to come up with new solutions. The next morning, he was fully prepared for the journey. He collected the necessary things, checked his equipment, and prepared himself for a long and possibly difficult journey. But May, not wanting to leave her friend alone, decided to go with him, showing concern and willingness to support him in difficult times. The hero tried to dissuade her, worrying about her safety and realizing how dangerous this journey could be for a young girl. However, Masaru was not very successful in dissuading May. She turned out to be stubborn and persistent, not wanting to leave her friend alone on such an important and dangerous journey. At this point, the headman joined them and brought the necessary things for the upcoming journey, showing care and support. He considered it his duty to give the hero a bag of important equipment, realizing that it could save his life in difficult conditions. The bag contained strong armor, reliable protection that could withstand blows and help survive the upcoming trials. The protagonist said his farewell words, sincerely thanking everyone for their support, kindness, and faith in him. With a heavy heart but a firm resolve, he set out, leaving his native village behind and heading towards the unknown. The young man took a map out of his bag so as not to lose his way and to accurately navigate the unknown paths. Thanks to the map and Masaru's attentiveness, He successfully reached the ocean, despite all the difficulties and obstacles encountered on the road. On the way, the hero was attacked by monsters, fierce and dangerous creatures that threatened his life and required all his skill in battle. He also had to deal with bandits who tried to take advantage of the moment and attack him when he was weakened. The bandits asked for help in lifting the cart in order to distract Masaru and set up an ambush, hoping for easy prey. But thanks to his skills, quick reactions, and composure, the hero defeated the attackers, neutralizing everyone and continuing on his way. After the battle, Masaru used healing magic, helping the defeated bandits recover and showing mercy despite their intentions. He couldn't just kill another person. He believed that everyone has the right to a second chance, even enemies. However, he took some of the bandits' property, loot that could be useful to him on his further journey. For Masaru, it was an equal exchange, life for the resources needed to survive and advance towards his goal. Suddenly, a signal appeared on his map, a pointer to an important place that required his attention. Upon arriving at the lake, Masaru found the town of Mei looking abandoned and deserted, causing him to feel uneasy. The observation tower was empty, which was alarming and gave rise to a sense of danger. It later turned out that the city was now inhabited by goblins who had taken over the territory and were unwilling to coexist peacefully. The hero was attacked by these goblins, fiercely defending their new possessions and not wanting to let a stranger onto their land. Masaru's first powerful blow landed on the nearest goblin, knocking him to the ground and causing the others to become wary. During the battle, the level of his fencing increased noticeably. His honed skills became more and more clear and confident. His fighting style was reminiscent of kendo, the sword art he had practiced as a child, and which now helped him in real combat. He was soon attacked by a goblin rider, a more serious and dangerous opponent, possessing speed and strength that far exceeded that of ordinary enemies. Masaru thought about how to deal with this boss, carefully choosing tactics and planning each next move in order to achieve victory. Masaru concentrated and began to select a suitable attack, carefully studying the enemy's movements in order to find a weak point and gain victory. The hero figured out how to stop the boar, a powerful combat element of the goblin rider, which represented the greatest threat in the battle. He quickly pulled out a heavy log from his inventory, deciding to use it as an improvised weapon to deliver a powerful blow. With the help of the log, Masaru was able to deliver the decisive blow, knocking the enemy down and then cutting down the goblin, which became the turning point of the battle. Now his task was to stop the remaining goblins and clear the city of their invaders. However, at the most tense moment, the captain of the goblin army suddenly appeared behind him, a formidable and experienced warrior ready to enter the battle. Before the hero stood knights dressed in shining armor, watching him attentively with serious and wary faces. General Cook arrived in the area with orders to exterminate all goblins, leaving them no chance for mercy. The protagonist explained in detail to the knights and the general why he was there and what events led to the clash with the goblins. Hearing Masaru's story, the knights were shocked. Much of what they heard seemed incredible and beyond their understanding. General Cook began discussing the chief goblin, trying to understand what kind of threat he posed and how to combat him. Then the main character was questioned, where he answered questions explaining his actions and motives. After the conversation, the hero was invited to join the knights' ranks, offering to receive support and official recognition. However, Masaru refused the offer, deciding to go his own way and not get involved in formalities. Despite the refusal, the general was not upset and showed respect for the hero's decision, understanding his individuality. Masaru's main request was for help in burying the corpses of the defeated goblins to secure the area. Since the smell of decomposing corpses could attract wild animals, Masaru felt it was necessary to get rid of the goblin bodies as quickly as possible. The hero looked carefully for an open and convenient place where he could safely bury the corpses so as not to harm those around him. At that moment, the protagonist felt strange changes around him, as if space and time began to distort a little. At the same time, the goddesses discussed the possibility of rewinding time to correct the disrupted course of events. Based on the available evidence, the hero should not have defeated the goblins. His success seemed impossible according to logic and probability. The girls noticed that Masaru's body had changed, which may have been the reason for his strength and the unusual outcome of the battle. Hera understood the full catastrophe of events. If nothing was changed, the consequences could be extremely destructive. She realized that if she left things as they were, things would go badly. The world is under threat of destruction due to the changes that have occurred and the events that are unfolding. In the change times, the knights thanked the hero for saving them, guessing his merits. General Cook confirmed that it was the hero who saved everyone, becoming a key figure in the current situation. Instead of concluding a formal agreement, they simply offered to pay for the assistance provided. However, it turned out that the knights had absolutely no money to pay for the young man's services. Despite this, Masaru was ready to accept any help from them and support the residents. For further action, he needed bottles and boxes, the necessary materials. He explained why exactly he needed these items and how they would help in his work. The question of the provision of resources was addressed to the head of the village, Gavar, who had to give his consent. He agreed to provide everything necessary, but noted that the bottles were also needed by the residents themselves. The hero did not fall for the elder's trick, carefully watching his behavior and words. After all, in their village, there was a well, a source of water, which they hid from others. The headman is taken into custody for deception and concealing important information from residents and guests. The villagers were unhappy with the hero because of everything that had happened and his interference in their affairs. The locals attacked the protagonist, expressing distrust and irritation. The hero deftly tied up all the attackers. Masaru explained to the general that it was the villagers who attacked him because of the tension in the village. The general understood the motives of the residents and perceived the situation with understanding and patience. The interrogation of the headman began, during which they clarified the details of his actions and the concealment of the well. The village elder was accused of concealing the well and misleading his community. The outcome of the interrogation was unpleasant for the headman and the residents. The truth came out and caused a conflict. The headman and the residents begged for mercy, realizing that the consequences could be grave. The hero offered to make a deal, trying to find a compromise to preserve peace. He expressed a desire to know the truth about the fate of the rabbits and what happened to them. The headman tried to hide the truth and avoided answering uncomfortable questions. However, the head of the village of Gavre decided not to hide and told everything honestly and openly. The knights became curious as to why Le Havre was showing such a keen interest in the fate of the rabbits. Rabbits were very dear to Masaru, and he sincerely cared about their fate. People hid their feelings of shame about mistakes and events that had happened, not wanting to talk about it openly. One of the knights complimented Masaru, noting his courage and incorruptibility. Gavre told a story from 5 years ago, when the village was captured by enemies. Then the rabbits were forced to flee, escaping from invaders and persecution. The protagonist felt anger upon learning of the suffering of innocent beings. Masaru tried to figure out what happened to the rabbits that they managed to catch. He ordered the release of the captured rabbits, demanding justice. The general replied that it was impossible to let them go, since it was contrary to military regulations. The hero expressed his desire to become a leader of soldiers in order to influence decisions and change the situation. Masaru shouted at the knights in rage, expressing his indignation and demanding respect. He asked not to consider himself a fool and to take him seriously. After this, the hero left, asking everyone to think carefully about his words and actions. He was teleported to the goddesses for explanations and instructions on further actions. There he was, scolded and even hit in the face for inappropriate behavior and disobedience. The goddess asked Masaru about the reason for the conflict with the people and his insolent behavior. The protagonist reminded her that he was taken without his consent and that he did not give permission for it. Masaru doubted that he could handle the army alone, which greatly worried the goddess. Victinias hid some important information from the hero so as not to frighten him ahead of time, but she still revealed one secret to him that could change everything. The secret was that the hero could defeat an entire army single-handedly if he used his powers correctly. The hero was slightly shocked by these words. He froze in place. His gaze stopped on the girl with genuine surprise, as if trying to comprehend and accept what he heard. Collecting his thoughts, he carefully asked her what exactly she was talking about, and the girl began to explain in detail, revealing the hidden aspects of his power. She admitted that they had mistakenly given him something more than he was supposed to have, the ability to restore the spirit class, which is extremely rare and an unusual gift. The man rubbed his head in confusion and honestly admitted that he had never heard of such a phenomenon before and could not imagine that such a thing was even possible. The girl continued to explain that, thanks to this ability, his body and magic are in such a balance that his physical strength goes far beyond normal human capabilities. Masaru listened attentively and replied that during his adventures, he had never noticed anything so unusual or superhuman in himself. He was silent for a long time, thinking about what was said, and the girl continued that now he was still at a low level, but with the growth of experience and strength his abilities would only increase. The man rubbed his head again, his face showing deep bewilderment mixed with slight concern. It all seemed too complicated and incomprehensible. The girl apologized to him for the harshness and suddenness of her words, realizing that this could have caused him confusion and bewilderment. She looked at him with calm and kind eyes, as if trying to convey confidence and support to help Masaru accept this new information. The hero was shocked and stunned by what he heard. He was still trying to understand the meaning of what was happening when the girl suddenly disappeared, leaving him alone with new thoughts. At that moment, Captain Cook called him. The commander's voice cut through the silence, bringing Masaru back to reality and reminding him of current affairs. The captain began to explain the circumstances and the new threats, outlining the tasks they would have to complete together. The hero interrupted the story and said that it was better to put aside talk about big cities and focus on more immediate problems. He asked about the situation with the beastmen. The captain reported that they had information about the beastmen that inhabited various cities, while noting that Masaru seemed quite relaxed and collected. He smiled and expressed joy that the negotiations were successful and the situation was still under control. He added that he expected the sentences to drag on and that he might have to intervene directly, but his words were interrupted by knights appearing nearby. The captain explained that the meeting was arranged precisely to avoid unnecessary fights, and invited the hero to get into the cart to go further. He said that their goal was the City of Knights, where they could discuss further plans and gain support. Masaru and his companions got into the cart and they set off along the broken road leading to the city. The City of the Knights was called Paterium, massive and majestic, with high walls and defensive towers. During the trip, the hero could not help but admire the architecture of the city. The fortress walls, built of dark stone, inspired respect and, at the same time, fear with their inaccessibility. While driving, the hero thoughtfully looked at the passing landscapes and understood that, despite all the beauty and power of Paterium, he did not want to stay here and planned to continue on his way. The hero came up with a cunning plan to use the current situation to his advantage. Captain Cook said that it was necessary to check Masaru's identity at the entrance, asking him to show his guild card. They were already standing at the checkpoint when it turned out that the hero did not have a guild card with him. The document was missing. Despite this, the situation turned out to be not as serious as it seemed at first. The knights offered to put the hero's hand to the magical instrument for identification. Masaru obediently placed his hand on the device, and it instantly created his own guild card, unique and personal. He was told that the card would display his name, guild affiliation, and whether or not he had a criminal record. All information was for identification and security purposes only. After this, the hero admitted that this was unusual for him, but when he was given the card, he was very happy and felt relieved. He looked closely at his new card, running his fingers over its surface, studying all the details and possibilities. He thought about how he had recently leveled up, and it was reflected on the map and his abilities, causing quite a shock to the other heroes who looked at it. They asked in surprise how it was possible to have as many skills as he did. Masaru hadn't expected such a question. In his haste, he forgot to close the skills section on the map and admitted that he had made a slight mistake, but they did not believe him. The heroes began to talk among themselves, expressing doubts and surprise at the hero's excessive number of skills. They stood silently looking at the map for a while, and then were called to a meeting with the promise to continue the discussion later. Meanwhile, employees were already waiting in the meeting room, ready to talk and resolve issues. The heroes felt depressed and tense. The upcoming meeting inspired serious excitement. Entering the room, they saw a large table at which several people were sitting with serious and slightly sad faces. The man sitting in the middle introduced himself as Lancelot, the head of this city and the leader of the meeting. The protagonist looked at him carefully and thought that Lancelot's aura was different from the auras of the others present. It was stronger and deeper. The young man tried to start the conversation with gratitude for the opportunity to discuss important issues. But the knight immediately interrupted him. He said that there was no point in beating around the bush, and immediately said that he knew about the hero's intention to negotiate the release of the beastmen. He said that the young man had come to offer something in exchange for the release of the beastmen, but he had nothing of value on him. The mayor expressed interest in finding out what exactly the young man could offer in return. The hero thought and did not want to deceive Lancelot, trying to understand what he could offer. Suddenly, he shouted out that he could offer knowledge. He explained that he could reduce mortality and help solve other problems with his knowledge. People didn't understand him right away, so he started giving examples, like improving horse-drawn carriages. He explained in detail the mechanism by which he was going to improve the carts. The character thought as he listened to these explanations. He said he understood the young man's thoughts and approved of them, but noted the lack of evidence. The mayor noted that the offer was very convincing and asked the young man to stay until a decision was made. The young man asked if the hero wanted him to join the knights. Lancelot reminded that the young man had previously refused, but they did not want to lose such a fighter. Therefore, he suggested that the beastmen be kept under guard until the results of the youth's work could be seen. These words shocked the hero. Lancelot said that the boy could offer not only his knowledge, but also his destiny, which made the young man think. He agreed, and this shocked everyone present. The knight said that when he saw the results, he would hand over the beastmen to the responsibility of the young man. The hero suggested discussing everything with the secretary, noticing the confusion of the young man, who admitted that the conditions were very good. Lancelot noted that he was not happy about the invasion, that's why it was called war. The young man concluded that the leader of the knights was not so bad. The man warned that the preparations for the release of the beastmen could be hindered by people who hated the beastmen. Masaru was very surprised. The hero proposed an original solution to resolve the conflict with a duel. He said that he would fight those who were against the liberation of the beastmen, and whoever won would be right. Lancelot approved of the idea, calling it a great move and a great show. He added that if the opponent was the strongest man in the city, no one would object. Then the hero took out his sword from its sheath and offered Masaru a fight. The young man noticed how the man's eyes lit up. Apparently, he was obsessed with fighting. He began to dissuade the hero from the duel, trying to warn him of undesirable consequences. The hero asked the young man if he doubted his victory and asked him to check the training ground schedule, hinting that he was ready for any challenge. The hero then announced that he wanted to give a lecture on personal hygiene. Before the topic of training came up, he decided to give this lecture to those present. He said that those who were running to training now would receive personal lectures from him later. The commander-in-chief tried to leave, but Masaru asked him to stay. The hero continued to tell and explain to the knights the basics of personal hygiene, paying attention to details and the importance of the topic. He gave them a brief outline of the formal curriculum of compulsory education in Japan, which turned out to be very difficult material for the knights. The commander-in-chief was amazed by the young man's deep knowledge, and Masaru explained that this knowledge was very important and useful. He asked the question, "Who is Masaru and why does he have so much valuable knowledge?" The commander-in-chief noted that such information is very valuable, but they do not have the ability to pay for it. Lancelot declared that he had no right to remain indebted to the hero, and Masaru realized that now was not the time for formalities. He announced that they were done for the day and asked to use the forge. The hero explained that he wanted to improve the carts and received consent. He would be given a forge. Lancelot added that good craftsmen usually leave for big cities, so there are not enough skilled blacksmiths here. The young man was taken to the forge and was amazed by what he saw. The hero noted that they had many different materials, and the hero looked around with surprised eyes. Masaru ordered all the workers to be gathered. He loudly declared that a full inventory of materials needed to be carried out today. In addition, he added that a general cleaning of the forge would be required. One of the knights asked why they needed such a careful accounting of the materials, which made the young man very angry. Masaru put on his gloves and said that he was going to show him the perfect storage system to keep everything in its place. The hero began to restore order in the forge. He organized materials, put tools in order, and removed trash, creating a comfortable workspace. He was genuinely happy when everything was tidied up and the room became bright and tidy, and the organized space looked much more beautiful and tidy. Masaru then started a conversation with a worker who said that before they simply stored the excess ore without any systematization. The man also reported that a long-term contract for ore supplies had been concluded with the city, which would be in effect for at least another year, ensuring a constant flow of material. Masaru suggested making small ingots from the ore because they were easier to work with, and perhaps even a new alloy could be created. The worker became interested and asked what an alloy was. The hero began to explain the principle of the alloy. He said that to create a strong metal, you need to mix iron and chromium correctly. However, the man did not immediately understand these technical details. Masaru then decided to explain it more simply, using more accessible and understandable language to convey the essence of the technology. Having examined his workplace, which was now completely ready for work, the hero decided to test his blacksmithing skills and began to practice. He was very surprised when he realized that he could not just create a sword with just a desire. It required precise work and patience. Masaru began to work carefully, recreating in detail the intended image of the sword, paying attention to every nuance. He worked with the iron ingots, using magic and skill to give them the desired shape and structure. Gradually, the hero realized that he was doing well and began to create more and more new objects. After several hours of intense work, he stopped and saw a carefully forged knife in front of him. The hero placed the carefully forged knife on the workbench and began to perform some complex manipulations and machinations with tools and materials. He reminded himself and those around him that with his blacksmithing skill, he could create and improve items entirely on his own. Masaru began to try different working techniques, experimenting with metal and shape to achieve the best result. In his own feelings, he was really forging something. The process was underway, and he was confident in his actions. He worked diligently and with concentration, and those passing by the forge stopped and watched his work with interest. At that moment, Lancelot entered the forge and was surprised to see that the hero had forged a huge sword. He asked if Masaru had really created the sword with his own hands. The hero confirmed that he had, but added that he was going to improve the weapon he already had first. Then Lancelot asked to reforge his own sword, relying on the skill of the young blacksmith. The man then expressed concern about what was happening on the workbench. There were many unassembled parts and components lying on the table. Masaru explained that these were just spare parts, and that with their help they would be able to transform and improve the city. He explained how exactly these materials could be used to create new mechanisms and improvements, but Lancelot did not immediately understand how to use all of this. The hero said that tomorrow he would present his ideas and developments to the residents and authorities, so let Lancelot be strict and ready to meet everyone who wants to discuss innovations. The commander was very curious to see what exactly Masaru was going to do and how he would perform. Masaru worked tirelessly until late at night, perfecting his products and planning the presentation. He overdid it a little, perhaps spent too much time and effort on the work, but he really enjoyed it. The process brought him joy. His imagination painted a scene of how he would show his achievements to people, telling them about the benefits and possibilities of his inventions. He also remembered that in the future, he would need to give a lecture on personal hygiene in order to continue helping the knights and townspeople. The next morning, the main character was visited by a girl. She approached him quietly and confidently, as if carrying an important message that could change the course of events. He turned to her as a liaison, and she informed him that all the knights were busy training. There was weariness in her voice, but also determination, reflecting the tense atmosphere of preparation. The girl said that in 3 days there would be a duel with Lancelot. These words hung in the air, like a foreshadowing of the coming trial that would shake up destinies. She read him the official announcement. Its content was strict and official, leaving no room for doubt as to the seriousness of the upcoming event. The girl said that she could sympathize with the young man. Her gaze flashed with sincere concern and understanding because the test was difficult and dangerous. He replied that there would definitely be no serious injuries. He would be careful. His words sounded firm and confident, reflecting inner strength and determination. After some time, Lancelot arrived. His appearance filled the forge with energy and respect, for he was a man of legend, a symbol of strength and honor. The hero asked where Masaru was, and then saw the young man. His eyes sparkled with attention when he recognized the one with whom he would have a fateful meeting. The young man began to address the audience, presenting his inventions. His voice was filled with pride and hope. because he wanted to prove his worth and capabilities. The hero called the commoner and asked her to try out his invention. Her eyes reflected curiosity and slight doubt, but she agreed to try out the new thing. The girl tried the invention. Her hands carefully touched the device, and soon she felt its effectiveness, which caused surprise. People were very surprised by the water that gushed out of the device. They thought it was magic, because such miracles are rare in their world. The hero began to improve the carts. His thoughts were focused on how to make the carts faster and more reliable to make life easier for the residents. He looked at what the problem was with this device. Carefully studying every detail, he looked for weak points and ways to eliminate them. He began to explain to people what to do, and he himself began to work hard. His energy was infectious to his listeners, and they rushed to help in the implementation of plans. He decided to try his invention with Lancelot, and the cart rolled very quickly. This was proof that the idea worked and had potential. The heroes agreed that this was wonderful. Their glances met in approval, strengthening trust and mutual understanding. The crowd of knights also decided they really wanted to ride on this carriage. Their excitement and joy filled the space with joy and hope. Lancelot followed the young man after he had ridden in the cart. He was interested not only in the inventions but also in the young man's plans. They began to talk about how the young man would change the daily life of this city. The conversation was full of inspiration and ambition. My young man began to demand a non-aggression pact between humans and beastmen. His words sounded firm. He saw this as a path to peace and harmony. They looked at each other, and the commander asked with surprise if that was all. The hero answered that yes, that was all. Sincerity and determination shone through in this dialogue. They agreed on a deal. It was the beginning of a new phase that could change the balance of power and relationships. The commander said that he would vouch for his city with his head, but not for the whole country, so he told the young man to be careful. His words carried responsibility and a warning. And then the commanders called out. This sudden call interrupted the conversation, introducing new events into the fabric of everyday life. The hero thanked him. There was sincere gratitude in his voice for his support and understanding. Lancelot told the young man to give his all in the duel. This was a parting word for the upcoming test. The hero thought that he was still grateful to Lancelot. The guy was very tired today. Fatigue and gratitude were mixed in his thoughts. The young man stopped the man and said that the hero still had to give a lecture on hygiene. It was a reminder of duty and responsibility to others. Masaru realized that he had no strength. He had run out of strength after the lecture. His body needed rest, and he felt the weight of fatigue. He felt tired on his bed. The silence of the room enveloped him and gave him the opportunity to forget. Suddenly he saw Victinias at the window. Her appearance was unexpected and filled with mystery. He began to talk to her. Their conversation became deep and understanding. Suddenly, the conversation turned to the love of the young man's life. The girl questioned him, showing lively interest and gentleness. He started telling her, going up to the roof, that the girl was petite and pretty, and it was love at first sight. His words were full of warmth and nostalgia. He realized that the rabbit girl had the same name as May. He was very surprised by this. He said that he remembered his love only because of this coincidence, and the goddess apologized to him. This unexpectedness filled him with wonder. He thought that the goddess was so affected by the conversation before parting, because she usually twisted everyone around her. This thought made him understand the depth of her character. He sat down next to her and began to tell her that he wanted to do everything possible for the rabbit people. That was what he lived for. His words sounded sincere and determined. Therefore, he is grateful to the goddess. The goddess turned to these words and felt respect. She said that she didn't need to worry about such things. Her tone was light and calm. She straightened her hair and smiled, a gesture that conveyed warmth and friendliness. She asked what was wrong. He said she was a lousy god. His words were said with a hint of irony. She got angry. He said that he had expressed gratitude to her before. A playful quarrel arose between them. She laughed, and he smiled. Their mutual understanding became obvious. They said goodbye, and the hero went to the forge. Time to get back to business and continue building the future. The goddess stood on the roof and looked into the distance. Her gaze was thoughtful and full of mystery, as if foreshadowing future events. 3 days have passed since Victinias appeared. The hero had to visit many places, generously sharing his knowledge with those who needed help and support. In his free time, he trained hard in preparation for the upcoming fight, honing every move and strengthening his will. At last, the day of the duel arrived, a moment which the hero had been awaiting with intense impatience and determination. The hero ran into the waiting room with complaints. Lancelot turned to Masaru with fury in his voice, not understanding where his sword, so necessary for the upcoming fight, had gone. The protagonist calmly replied that he would finish the sword later, not allowing his opponent's anger to throw him off balance. The character drew his sword, and they began exchanging barbs, like a light game before a serious test. They chatted, joking, trying to ease the tension and stay calm before the fight. The young man asked how many defeats the man had, to which he proudly replied, none. The man challenged the young man to show all his strength, and they headed to the arena, ready to fight. The crowd cheered, and the young man looked at what was happening in surprise, noticing a messenger among the spectators. She gave him a welcoming gesture that gave Masaru confidence and strength. The host announced that the battle would soon begin, raising excitement among the audience. The heroes prepared themselves and entered the battle. The messenger, who was sitting nearby, heard herself being addressed as Milady, but she did not like it, causing hidden irritation. She watched the battle closely, wondering how quickly and decisively it would end. Masaru moved to close combat, wanting to better study his opponent and understand his tactics. At one point, Lancelot threw the young man back. It seemed that the force was on his side. The hero began to dodge the blows, trying to avoid direct collisions and wait for the right moment. The knight called him strange, because he didn't even know how to hold a stance according to the rules of combat. The sword fight continued, and each of them gave it their all. It was a difficult test. The young man remembered the goddess's words that he could single-handedly stand up to an entire army, and decided to test it in practice. He activated the inventory skill, and logs rained down from the sky, creating chaos around his opponent. Lancelot deftly dodged the falling logs, confident of his victory. The young man consistently activated new skills, increasing the pressure. Soon logs appeared from all sides and surrounded Lancelot like siege weapons. He realized that he was facing a real siege and began to look for a way out. He thought he had to dodge these weapons by concentrating on every movement. At that moment, the girl watched everything that was happening with bated breath. The messenger jumped up and started shouting at Lancelot, causing him to be surprised and turn around. The young man used a variety of siege weapons, including a huge ballista, in an attempt to turn the tide of battle. The knight tried to dodge even such a powerful weapon, trying to fight everything off with his sword. The audience was amazed by the scale and novelty of the techniques, opening their eyes wide. At the decisive moment, the protagonist raised his sword to the sky, preparing to deliver the final blow. He rushed at the enemy with audacity and confidence. The man tried to dodge and at the same time thought about further tactics, trying to maintain an advantage. Suddenly, he struck with his sword and couldn't believe his eyes. His weapon split into two pieces, which astonished everyone present. This unexpected turn of events caused excitement and delight among the public. Masaru defeated the knight, becoming a symbol of strength and skill in this great battle. Lancelot looked at the young man carefully and said with a slight smile that he understood his plan. He appreciated the ingenuity and audacity of the plan, admitting that despite all the tricks, there is always room for surprises in battle. The hero said that at first he believed in the success of his strategy, because the blade of the sword really looked as if it was about to break. He then reminded him that Lancelot himself had lent him the sword and had cut it down before the test to see how the boy would handle the weapon in his condition. This added extra risk and tension. Masaru clarified that the sword he received was made of a different material than the one currently used in combat. Therefore, from the young man's point of view, this whole plan looked more like an adventure, a game with fate and skill. The knight listened to this with obvious disappointment, as if admitting that he had overestimated the situation and had not expected such ingenuity from his opponent. He understood that the battle had not gone according to his scenario. The young man explained that the giant bow he was using was known as a ballista, a siege weapon designed to destroy fortifications. However, he did not expect Lancelot to be able to cut the arrow. This fact was important to him, because it was the arrow strike that caused the damage to the opponent's sword. The young man noted that this was enough for the blade to crack and become vulnerable. After this, he showed his own sword closer, wanting to demonstrate how well made it was and how different it was from his opponent's damaged weapon. Masaru offered Lancelot to take this sword as a token of gratitude for an honest and honorable fight, expressing respect for his opponent. The man swung the new sword with interest, clearly enjoying the feeling of weight and balance in his hand. It was a pleasure to hold such a high-quality weapon in his hands. Lancelot admitted that he loves to fight, and it doesn't matter to him what kind of weapon is used. The main thing for him is the process of fighting itself and the opportunity to improve his skills. He said that fighting for him means growing and becoming stronger, gaining experience and new knowledge with each fight. The knight shared a memory of how he always had comrades around him, fighting alongside him, but one day he turned around and saw no one who could approach him. He noted that the stronger he became, the tougher and more difficult the battles became, and each of them required more and more effort from him. Later, he realized that he was responsible for organizing his power and position, and this was the result of his weak will, which did not allow him to rely on others. With a smile in his eyes, he admitted that today's fight had been particularly interesting and instructive for him, giving him new food for thought. Lancelot added that fighting is a path to self-improvement, and Masaru, hearing this, smiled and refused to continue the fight, realizing that he had reached his limit. The knight declared his opponent the winner, and the audience burst into thunderous applause, welcoming the young hero. The messenger watching the scene smiled, feeling pride and hope, and the character promised that the beastman would finally have freedom and justice. At this time, lively conversations flared up in the tavern, filled with talk about recent events and discussions of the future. A stranger approached the two men, whose sudden arrival attracted their attention and made them wary. Turning around, they saw Lancelot, whose presence inspired a mixture of fear and respect. The men began to become nervous and timid, but the knight urged them to calm down and not be afraid, demonstrating confidence and power. They explained that Lancelot was not an enemy, but had come to talk about Masaru, asking him to reveal all the secrets they were hiding. He took the information he had collected about the young hero and began to study it carefully, noticing a significant deviation from the norm that could tell a lot about the fate of the young man. The man thought that something didn't add up here. The boy's level was much lower than the hero's, but his behavior and achievements seemed unusual. The man asked who among those present was willing to take on the responsibility of looking after the young man within the framework of the accepted rules of cooperation. At that moment, a girl smoothly entered the tavern, cheerfully and carefree calling Lancelot grandfather, which caused surprise and smiles among the visitors. A few days later, several people gathered at the main entrance of the hall, waiting for important events or news. The young hero said that if all the conditions were met, then perhaps he could set out on his journey, feeling that the time had come. The hero noticed blue spots on the man's face and asked what had happened to him, but he began to evade the answer, not wanting to reveal the details. He told with a smile that he was hit by a wild horse, and at that very moment he got a kick in the back. At that moment, the hero saw the girl and was surprised. It turned out to be a messenger, Lancelot's niece named Adelina. She introduced herself and thanked the young man for his performance, saying that she had enjoyed it very much and that from that day on she would be under his care. The young man was somewhat taken aback by these words and asked the hero to explain. He explained that Adelina wanted to expand her horizons and gain new experience. The young man began to think that he really needed help and the girl could become a reliable support in his future endeavors. Adelina came closer to the young man and said that he looked like a very interesting person, inspiring trust and respect. The hero smiled and remarked that he saw some similarities between her and Lancelot, perhaps in character and determination. He added that if she was going to go with him to help, then he would not object and was ready to accept her support. The girl was sincerely happy with this answer and felt that she had found an ally and a friend. The young man took his things on his back and said that he dreamed of turning the village into a city so that the beastmen could live in safety and peace. Lancelot sternly warned the girl not to try to stop Masaru, otherwise there would be a breakdown in the ties and relationship between them. He smiled, accepting kind words and gratitude for hospitality, feeling the support and respect of those around him. The protagonist and Adelina began to leave, saying goodbye to everyone who was nearby and feeling excited about the new stage of the journey. The young man realized that his journey would take longer than he expected, but he was ready to accept the challenge. Along the way, he managed to solve several problems of the beastmen and collect a lot of useful materials for further plans. Returning to the rabbits, he was greeted with joy and warmth, feeling the support of his people. He began to explain the situation and introduced Adelina as his assistant and ally, ready to discuss important issues. A rabbit girl ran up to him, crying from excitement and happiness, causing the hero to feel deep sympathy. He realized that he wanted to enjoy this moment to the fullest, appreciating every moment while the goddesses watched him from afar. Hugging the bunny girl, he felt real happiness and understood that his efforts were not in vain. The girl says that he thought the hero was only going to gather resources, but had no idea that so much had happened, adding that Masaru surprised everyone again. The girl replies that her uncle could learn from him. The man says that he now understands the intentions of the Pontarium, and if they intend to take a position different from that of their country and instead cooperate with them, they will put aside their resentment and accept their help. However, he still has some concerns, especially regarding the technology Masaru taught them, and whether they will develop faster and start fighting again. The guy replies that there is no need to worry, because he has already spoken directly with their commander and concluded a peace treaty, which is why the heroes need to focus on something else at the moment. Namely, to prepare to accept the beastmen who were freed, and for this, it is necessary to expand the village. He proposes to create a city of beastmen. The next day, the girls wake Masaru up. One of them says that he himself said that they should gather everyone for a talk. The rabbit agrees with her. The girls leave first, and the hero opens his status to see what skills he has that could be useful to him. He sees that an owl message has arrived, and is surprised by this, but still clicks on it. Bictiana's younger sister, the goddess of magic, Saphira, writes that after receiving the message about the development, the gods of Listeria agree that, as a reward, Masaru will improve his skills and offers to talk. The guy is surprised that he received an award from God and understands that there is not only one God in this world. He rejoices at the goddess's younger sister, Saphira, saying that she is a goddess with common sense. Masaru thinks that if he receives a reward for developing, then if he continues to do so, he might be contacted again. Looking at the skills, he thinks that if the development of the village does not increase his skills, then there will be no problem with getting motivation. The scene girls loudly call Masaru. The hero comes to the residence and asks for forgiveness for the wait and says that he gathered everyone for one reason, to talk about the future of the village. He adds that many of the residents may have already heard about this from the chief, and that the beastmen that the humans had subdued were successfully freed. However, they have a problem ahead. There are about 200 liberated people, and if they all come to the village, the population will increase. For this, they need to improve food and defense capabilities. For this reason, Masaru suggests building a city in a separate place. He will talk to the boss about the fact that there is a district nearby, but the residents interrupt him. They ask if a city is really something that can be built and what kind of city the hero plans to create. The guy replies that he will do everything possible to support everyone. And regarding the city, he replies that this place will be safe, all-encompassing, and filled with smiles from the beastmen. The residents are happy to hear this and say that they will try to do this and that Masaru is a reliable person. He is glad that the beastmen trust him. The hero adds that he hasn't really told everyone who trusted him up until now about himself yet, and he feels that it's quite sincere on his part, which is why he would like to talk about it now. One of the villagers says that he doesn't really know anything about Masaru, other than he came there after getting lost on the side of the road, and because of his problems, they never questioned the guy. Masaru tells the whole truth that he was transported by the gods from another world, which surprises everyone. Silence falls, and the hero thinks that no one will believe his words. However, everyone gathered admiringly asks him what he means about another world, that all of Masaru's knowledge is from another civilization, which God brought him, and whether he has met them. The hero's partner begins to understand why he always felt uncomfortable. Narayumi is very surprised that the residents immediately believed him. The village chief asks if the gods did this, and the girl adds that if the creators of their world did this, that explains a lot. Masaru realizes that he has entered a world where the existence of God is taken for granted, and his grandfather says that it is a little late for the boy, that he wants to earn their trust now. Adding that whoever protects them as a comrade, lives and works with them, is pretty much family, and there is no one there who would be suspicious of someone like that. The hero rejoices at these words, and suddenly, the children begin to ask about the people where Masaru comes from, about technology and what the gods looked like. In a panic, Narayumi says that he will tell more about himself at dinner, and make a bronze statue like a god and show it next time. The rabbit says that the most important thing is that they need to start developing plans for the expansion of the village, and the hero replies that they should follow the chief's instructions and will talk about wood later. The guy turns to his partners to offer them some work, and after a long silence says that they will help him prepare slaked lime. The rabbit doesn't understand what it is. Masaru replies that they will use it when they build the city and it is their secret weapon, so he entrusts this task to the girls. The girl asks if it is difficult, and the guy replies that it is quite tiring and says to follow him. He takes them to the kiln to make slaked lime. The guy explains that first they have to put the shells in the pot, then they have to add wood or fuel from the bottom and light the stove, and the next part is very important. The box he placed next to him is called a mezi by pressing and pulling. The handle he blows air out of the hole, they must use it to blow continuously on the burning fire. The rabbit asks what will happen after this. Masaru replies that the air will pass through a pipe and go straight into the oven, which allows temperatures to reach over 1,000 degrees. His partner asks how exactly he measures all this. Masaru replies that he doesn't know himself and adds that when it comes to knowledge, understanding, and being able to explain the theory, all that is good, but what is important is safety and proper use. The girl says she knows about safety and asks what he means by proper use. He replies that by correct, it means the ability to reproduce in real life everything as they imagine it in theory, adding that the proper way to use things varies greatly depending on the technology. The hero says that the situation and circumstances depending on how technology is used, it can bring great good fortune and great misfortune, so technology comes with responsibility. Addressing Adeline and May, he tells them to think about how they see technology and when it succeeds and when it fails. The rabbit asks if it is okay to fail. Masaru places his hands on their heads and says that instead of learning by never failing, they allow the girls to reflect more on the right way to do things and reminisce about the past. The girls smile at him, and he suggests that they start by heating up the oven. The hero thinks that everything will be fine with his partners from now on. He also has his own work to do. The boss told him about a good place to start creating a city, and he will need to start gradually leveling the area. However, when he comes there and sees a clean plane of the earth, he feels awkward and says that the skills of the slot machine are so cheat level that it is scary. Even if he had increased his level and skills a bit since the last time he was there, this appearance was too much, and said that it was as if a large battle had taken place there that had leveled the area to the ground. The area the chief recommended was relatively flat and at a high altitude. It would have been a good place, but the ground was rocky. Masaru can't ask the rabbit people for help in processing such complex material, and judging by the length of time, it can only be done using his processing skills. He is not sure if he will succeed, but until he tries, he will not know, so he begins to use magic. In the end, he created a 100-meter square area, and based on his experience in Putarium, it would take him about 6 hours to fully restore his magic, even if he planned to do it gradually. Looking at it now, the task of clearing the necessary land is being solved. Narayumi can handle it in a few days. However, he does not understand what to do, because at this rate he could work for 2 whole days, and the project would still not be ready. He wonders what to do with the rest. The hero begins to understand that there is something behind the rocks next to him in the north, and remembers past adventures. He is running towards something he has wanted and needed since he came into this world. Finding it was his top priority, and he runs to the edge of the cliff and finds it. There are many slugs under the rock. The village chief tells Masaru that they are very grateful to him for helping them on a daily basis and also improving the village. However, the chief's face gradually changes to awkwardness and adds that even now the hero is helping to build the city, he has no choice but to trust him. And looking at the slug in the box, he asks what it is, and Naomi replies that it is a slug. He adds that he raised him in the village for some time, so he hopes that they will get along, and carries him around the village, causing panic among the villagers. The chief scolds Masaru, saying that he knows that slugs are magical beasts, to which he receives a positive response. The hero says that in the future he plans to use them for garbage removal and collection, because if you think about it, all this time his slug was quiet and did not attack anyone, and he wants to do more research about it. Narayumi says that when he was in the Putarium, he read a lot that there are magical beasts that are not hostile to people and coexist with people. That is, they can be used as resources, such as wood or stone. The chief asks if the hero wants to check it out and gets a positive answer, while Masaru thinks that he wants to make a toilet. Grandpa says he never thought that magical beasts could be used as resources. He adds that the hero had previously mentioned that he wanted to try something and asks if he meant an experiment with a slug to use it for waste disposal. Masaru gives a positive answer and that he wants to know what kind of food the slug can digest, as well as find out their weaknesses so he can control them in the future. The hero adds that he wants to catch and raise monitor lizards that live in this area, and if they have a farm, the food situation will also work out. He says that this is the first step towards the goal of breeding slugs, and asks what the village chief thinks about it. The chief replies that he will go and notify all the villagers, and Narumi thanks him. In Masaru's journal of studying the slug, he built a stone barricade around it and describes the size of the beast as being 60 centimeters, shaped like a manju, translucent and greenish in color. A slug is unable to climb higher than its own height if the support it uses to climb is less than 2/3 of the area of the ground it is climbing from, and it rolls down. As a test, the hero gave him trash, such as leaves or wood. As a result, the slug absorbed everything with its body, slowly digested the food, and then absorbed the remains. It seems that the animal does not particularly like leaves and wood, but in a couple of days it will be able to completely digest everything. Masaru thinks that it seems like there won't be any problems with waste recycling, and so with the hope that appeared, several days passed, but an incident occurred, as a resident said something to the hero. The guy ran to the slug, but it was already dead. He takes the animal in his hands, and does not understand how this happened and why it has become so small. The hero feels that the slug has dried out, and guesses that it needed water. He realizes that the slime's weakness is dehydration, and through further experiments with the new slime, Masaru finds out that their weaknesses are fire and water. Keeping slugs under control has become much easier thanks to volunteers who have volunteered to help raise them. Based on the unique properties of slugs, the guy came up with a hypothesis. It consists in the fact that slugs can be one of the parts of the self-cleaning mechanism of this world. His hypothesis arose from the fact that if you place a slug in polluted water, it will absorb all the dirt, leaving clean water. This world is full of unknown things. Masaru came to this pleasant realization after his experiments. And, of course, it's great that the villagers don't mind the slugs anymore. Mei asks the hero if they can make pets out of slugs. Magical beasts are becoming popular, and more people are now starting to raise them, and it would be really painful to remind residents that slugs are still dangerous. He gives the rabbit a negative answer, saying that slugs are monsters, not pets. Masaru asks the class leader what's wrong with his question that makes him sigh so heavily, to which the grandfather replies that the hero is only talking about it now when everyone is already busy, and he was just surprised. However, the chief asks why the hero leaves the village again just to collect materials. Adelina tells the village chief that what Narumi is doing may seem strange, but she is sure he has his reasons, which they will find out later. Masaru says that they don't have nearly enough materials, and when thinking about the future management of the city, he would like to preserve as much of the area surrounding the city as possible. The headman says that he didn't even think about it and shifted all the work onto the hero's shoulders. He adds that residents will do everything possible to help the boy. Narumi says that he now needs a collection team and would like them to help him collect tree seeds and saplings. Adelina asks what he will do with them, and the hero replies that he will put them in jail. He says they take months or years to grow, but only minutes to cut down, so planting seedlings early will help prepare for the future. Thus, by greening the mountains and forests, they will be able to collect the required amount of wood while preserving the abundant vegetation. Masaru also gained this knowledge while working at the home center, but it's not like he specialized in growing seedlings, fertilizers, or anything like that. On the first day of searching for Narumi, Mei, and Adelina climbed to a high point in the forest. Adelina clarifies that they will simply collect wood, and the hero replies that they also need to collect boulders. He had been discussing landscaping with the village chief, so they could collect seeds and seedlings of edible and medicinal plants while they were there. Mei clarifies that the trees will grow big and gets a positive answer. The guy says that now they are in the forest and they need to be careful with wild plants and animals because symbiosis is important. Adelina doesn't understand what it's about because it's a difficult word for her. Masaru says that in the world he lived in, human civilization was very advanced, and as a result, many species became extinct, and it is likely that humanity's power had a detrimental effect on the entire world. Therefore, he wants the inhabitants of the new world to live in harmony, because all the creatures living there are beloved children of the gods. Adelina says that if a guy who met God says so, then it must be true. The girls tell them to start collecting already, and hope that many interesting things await them. The hero rejoices and suggests starting with the surrounding area. Adelina has collected many large logs and asks if she did a good job. She asks May where Masaru is because it's time to count all the collected materials. The rabbit says that the guy left quite a long time ago and that she also collected a lot of plants and will look for the hero. She hears the sounds of swords from afar, and Adelina is surprised that the ears of the rabbit people are quite useful and suddenly realizes that Narami might be fighting someone. They walk towards the sounds, and the girl wants to ask if Masaru is okay. However, the girls see that he is using a sword to cut someone down, and one piece flies towards Adelina, and the guy asks her to grab it. The beast's head falls into her hands, causing the girl to become very scared and screaming that he forced her to catch it. Narumi apologizes and says that he thought she would be able to dodge it, and the girl replies that next time he won't get off so easily. He says that there were dangerous-looking magical beasts there, and he tried to drive them away, but they attacked, and at that time, May notices something. She sees the body of a huge worm in front of her. The rabbit says that these animals live underground and eat insects and other things, and the hero understands why plants grow well there. The guy explains that something similar happened in his world, and that worms enrich the soil, which helps plants grow more abundantly. However, May does not see the holes that the worm has dug, and does not see any openings from which it could come out and enter the ground. Adelina says she remembers that worms are good at using earth magic, and they shift the earth so they can move through it, so they don't leave any holes. May says she heard that worms can be used to make a bow from archery. She adds that worms can be sold for good money in the Patarium, and that most high-quality bows require worm material to craft. Masaru asks how the worm is used. Adelina replies that the worm's muscle is elastic and strong, and is used to make bowstrings and leather armor, among other things. The hero says that this is an unexpectedly useful material and understands that there are people who hunt these animals. The partner says that there are not many people who can defeat the worm. May praises Masaru for defeating the beast, and he says that it would be nice to hunt magical creatures that are valued as useful materials. The rabbit says that they usually hunt monitor lizards and guinea fowl for food. The hero says that the bird sounds delicious, and May takes the initiative to find a pair. She pricks up her ears and says that these animals make special sounds, so she can find them right now. However, the rabbit hears a very eerie sound and becomes very frightened. Grabbing onto the sushi, her comrades begin to worry about her condition. She trembles and cries in fear, and Narumi, looking at this, remembers that the expression on her face is just like when they first met. The hero becomes wary that this time the goblin is somewhere nearby. May asks him not to leave, even knowing that the guy is strong. She cries loudly and screams that Masaru will die because he can't fight this time. The guy is surprised, but leans towards her and promises that he won't do it. However, he adds that being in the same place as that monster is dangerous, and first, they need to find out what they are dealing with. The rabbit asks if he will return immediately, and Masaru gives a positive answer and asks where the monster is. May points into the depths of the forest. The hero runs there and hides behind a tree. He sees a bear aggressively biting into the neck of another animal. Narumi is very scared of the big animal. The hero, frightened by the bear's fury, hides behind a tree. The animal leaves, and Masaru is relieved that he is saved. He reflects that he has never seen such bears before, and at one glance it is clear that the animal is about 4 meters tall and has 4 limbs. He thinks that the bear and the horse were fighting over territory and sees that the horse is also gigantic in size and has 6 legs. The hero wants to find out if he can find out anything using the skill. He sees the animal's status, that he is a savanna-storming horse, a mutated species that appears when there is an abnormal amount of magic in the body, has horns stronger than copper and iron for striking. Masaru does not understand that in this world there are particles that serve as a source of magical energy. The more important question, however, is the huge bear-like creature that killed and ate the huge horse. And why did this animal suddenly leave? And at that moment, a drop falls on the guy's nose. It started to rain, and Narayumi realized that he needed to finish his search and return to May and Adelina and report to the headman about what happened. In the village, the hero talks about what happened, and the chief says that the animal was a demon bear. He adds that the giant horse is also mutated by magic. Grandfather says that when they lived in a coastal town, such animals appeared once every few years, and they could not do anything against them, and magical beasts are capable of causing a natural disaster. Masaru says that he did the right thing after listening to May, and the class president adds that they were lucky this time. The hero asks why, and the chief replies that the beast's hunger should already be satisfied, and, besides, the demon bear retreats when it senses the approach of rain. Grandfather says that this time the partners are very lucky, and the current rain opens the coming rainy season. He explains that around this time of year, it rains for 2 weeks, and on the plains the water level can reach from ankle to knee-high. The forests and fields turn into a huge lake, adding that even a demon bear cannot move freely in such conditions, and if the residents prepare enough during this time, then there should be no problem. Masaru understands that the village chief was calm because he knew about it, and if they have so much time, they will be able to strengthen the defense and set up tents. However, he again repeats the words of the chief that the forests and fields are turning into a huge lake. He turns to the headman and clarifies that the habitat of the animals is also different, and the grandfather says yes, and adds that especially aquatic animals will be everywhere, but Masaru is already leaving somewhere. The hero apologizes and says that he knows the bear topic is important, but he can't stand it anymore. The elder is worried and asks if the boy is really going to fight the beast alone. Narayumi replies that the village only has meat and he wants to eat something else, explaining that it is simply torture for the Japanese taste buds. He asks to give him one day, and Adelina says that she is already used to this kind of behavior from the guy, and the headman notes his speed. The hero sees large puddles and is glad that the water of this world is at his disposal. He wants to catch someone but suddenly loses his balance, and looking at the puddle does not understand why. He felt as if something grabbed his leg. Suddenly, a huge crab emerges from the water to attack Masaru, but the hero quickly grabs it by the claw. The guy takes a rope out of his inventory and turns the crab around, tying it up. He is happy about the caught animal and looks at its status, which says that it is a forest one with green eyes. It can grow up to 1 meter, and in water it changes color to a sparkling emerald green. The hero realizes that the place he came to is full of treasures, and is going to catch everything that looks edible. It catches the jewel cutter crab, which uses scissor-like pincers that shine like jewels to grab and drag away prey and can grow up to 1.5 meters. Next up is the green moss shrimp, which has moss on its shell and can grow up to 60 meters in length but is hard to find. Further on, he encounters poisonous Harlan toads, which contain poison that can kill in tiny doses, and the signs of poisoning are individual, so it is difficult to find an antidote. Then he meets a stealth python that camouflages itself into its surroundings. And in the end, he catches a super long eel, the average length of which is about 5 meters, thickness 5 centimeters. Having caught a huge amount of prey, he rejoices, saying that he can say goodbye to an unbalanced diet. Victinas appears from the portal and asks what the hero is muttering under his breath, which greatly frightens him. However, she does not understand why he still reacts like this, and Masaru replies that he will never get used to it. He asks why she appeared when it was raining heavily, but the goddess replies that with the help of the divine veil, she will not get wet. She also blushes and says that she just showed up and that she wasn't curious about what Narumi was doing in the rain or what he would do with the crabs and the rest of the loot. The hero muses that it is possible that she has never tasted human food because she is a goddess. He says that anyone would be interested to see so much loot. The goddess realizes that this is all food and asks if it tastes bad. Masaru takes her hand and leads her along, and they run in the rain. Narumi builds a temporary shelter. The goddess notes that the structure is quite sturdy, considering that the guy fastened the materials together. The hero Victinias tasted the crab out of her curiosity. She asks with displeasure that they are really going to eat it raw, and Masaru replies that they just need to boil the crab. He suggests sitting at a wooden table and waiting for the food to be cooked. The hero begins to cook the crab, and the goddess sees that his hair is wet and gives him a towel that was lying on the table. She wipes his hair, which surprises the guy, but the girl tells him not to move. The guy says he understands that she wants to dry his hair, but wonders if she has always had this character. The goddess tells him to be silent and watch the window, and she does this for herself, adding that her actions were simply a way to pay him back for all his hard work, for helping the village and the coastal town and everything else. After a while, Masaru places the finished crab on the table. Victinia says that the dish looks better than she imagined, and the hero thinks that because of what the goddess did, she now feels awkward. The goddess takes a crab leg and tries to bite it off, but says that the hard shell is in the way, and the guy replies that there is a special way to do this. He pulls out a piece of the shell, takes out the meat, and gives it to her. The girl tries the food with apprehension. She happily says that the food is very tasty. The goddess asks how this is possible, that there is a delicate balance of bright umami and sweetness, and praises Masaru. He jokes that they need to eat quickly before Victinius eats everything, to which the goddess tells him to be quiet and give her more meat. After eating, the girl thanks him for the food, saying that it was the first time she had tried something like this. The guy says that there is still some left. The goddess asks if she can take this for her little sister Ire. Narumi says that he remembers her sister, and that she was the one who sent the message and is more sensible than some of his friends. The girl curses that telling him that was unnecessary. As for the food, he doesn't mind her taking it, but he asks how she'll give it to her sister, since it won't taste as good when it gets cold and everything will be fine if he uses the inventory. The goddess notes that the guy really knows how to do many different things. She says that she can cook food, invent useful tools, make swords, and watching him never gets boring. Masaru doesn't understand what she's talking about, since the gods gave him these skills, to which she says that this isn't quite what she means. Victinius says that these are just skills, and they don't work if the owner doesn't have the knowledge or imagination to use them, because they are the foundation. The guy begins to understand her words, and says that of course he knows how to use them, because he worked in a home center, adding that he coped with everything perfectly, since the center was outside the city. A rural home center is a huge building on a huge site, open from early morning until late at night, a retail store where you can buy all kinds of flowers and plants. During the planting season, the hero worked with local farmers and opened the store earlier than usual to make it more convenient for them. He studied how to care for various flowers, trees, vegetable seeds, and seedlings, which they prepared and maintained at different times of the year. Masaru learned to build and dismantle chicken coops and barns, lay bricks and pave sidewalks, work with wood, electronics, feed animals, provide first aid, and so on. The hero says that it's all because he's had to deal with so many things, so he has so much knowledge, and that it's useless unless he can tell others how to use it. He starts screaming that he memorized everything so quickly that there was nothing he needed help with, and his manager didn't try to fix it somehow and said that the guy should be able to do even more. But Narumi quickly calms down from the awkwardness, and the goddess says that all this helped him, and she is sure that people can live well thanks to his help. She adds that she heard about a statue made of bronze in her honor, and as a goddess, she is very proud of it. Masaru feels awkward about this. However, he says that they need to deal with the demon bear. Otherwise, it won't be a very pleasant welcome for the beastman who just arrived in the new city. Seeing the living face of Victinius, he understands that he came to the forest for hunting, but adds that he is simply running away from the topic of the bear. The goddess scolds him, saying that she does not accept something like running away. She says that the hero came to this world able to do so many amazing things, and will not believe that he is weak. The hero smiles at her answer, and says that it is unfair to mention it and what the goddess plans to do if he does run away. Victinius says that she will never forgive him this way. Masaru laughs and says that she's acting like a child, which makes the goddess angry. He adds that if Victinius says so, then he cannot sit and do nothing. The residents are busy building. Someone shouts to make part of the wall thicker. Someone asks if they need to mix lime with seawater and mud. Someone orders more stakes to be brought. Masaru is hauling boards, but a villager calls him away. He says that they are almost finished with the wall near the entrance and asks the hero to look at it. The guy says the wall looks good. He sees that the villagers have also built a lookout post, and the beastman replies that now they no longer need to worry if someone wants to attack. The residents also want to complete the construction of a platform at the post from where the shooters can shoot, and Masaru supports them and asks how the work is progressing with other areas. The beastman says the traps are still being set outside the city and asks Narumi to give them more stone materials. The hero agrees and says that he has a lot left after clearing the land, and he must create them for the city. With the respite that the rainy season brings them, the demon takes countermeasures, which go smoothly. Masaru would like to spend some time leveling up, but since he doesn't strengthen the village's defense, this is enough for him. At night, the hero eats and sees that he has received a new skill, but it is still not related to battles. He says he needs firepower, and Mei asks if he means fire magic. The guy praises her for her good work and says that he wanted something different from fire magic. He wonders if it could be that one of the rabbits can use fire magic. The rabbit replies that it is unlikely, but says that foxes may have something similar. The hero says that he will ask Lancelot to send the foxes there. Adelina doubts that there are other magical animals nearby, and she heard that the beast people have strong physical abilities, but weak magic. Masaru had never seen rabbits use magic, and had never seen anything magical since he arrived in this world. He turns to Adelina and asks how many mages there were in the city they were in. She replies that there were 2 who could create water. The hero is furious that the goddess deceived him when she said that Alestia was a magnificent world of swords and magic. Mei asks what's wrong with him, and he replies that he was just thinking about what he would do when he met the goddess again. Suddenly, the comrades hear some sound. Masaru sees that he has received a new message from the goddess Erisifera, who wrote that she will tell him how to use magic. The rabbit is interested in this and says that she has never seen anything like it. Adelina replies that there are words written there. Narumi is surprised and says that he told the girls about the goddess, and this appears when he receives a message from the goddess. And the content is about the current state of science and magic in this world. Right now, this world is creating its fundamental knowledge and principles. Although there are magical animals, magic is their specialty. However, intelligent races, including humans, elves, animal races, and demons, stopped at the observation stage without conducting further research into magic. Therefore, the gods would like Masaru to pave the way for everyone to use magic, and they look forward to his advancement of civilization in this world. Adelina asks him if he can do magic because of the message. He replies that he might be able to use healing magic. The hero says that instead of talking about technology, the message spoke of knowledge. That would be the basis for magic and muses that the gods want him to force the people of this world to learn. Mei asks if he knows the principles of magic, to which Masaru replies that he doesn't know a single one. But as for teaching magic, he can build a couple of institutions so that as many people as possible will learn about magic. In other words, he is going to build a school. The rabbit asks if this place is from his world, and the hero explains that this is where they gain knowledge starting from the age of 6. Almost everyone spends 9 years learning different things. Adelina admires this and understands that this is how technology spreads in his world, and the guy says that their world also has its own technology. The girl asks how different his world and theirs are, but the hero finds it difficult to explain it in words, and remembers that he has something suitable for this. Masaru takes out a smartphone and places it on the table. Mei thinks it's a box because of its small size, and the guy says it's a device that represents the technology of his world, and Adelina thinks it's a joke. He tries to turn it on but realizes he forgot to charge it, and the girls are surprised that it can turn on. The hero thinks that perhaps it is because he put it in the things box. He knew that food and living beings do not spoil there, but he understands the time really does stop there. Mei asks what a smartphone can do, and Narumi explains that it is a thing that allows you to talk to a person who is far away. He adds that the smartphone can take photos, shoot videos, play thousands of songs, connect to the internet, and play games. With all the information, it is very difficult for girls to imagine this. The hero understands that the girls most likely didn't understand much, so he's going to just show them what they're happy about. He takes pictures of girls, plays them music, shows them games, a calculator, and other things. Late at night, Masaru realizes that he has relaxed too much and has simply started having fun. He needs to think about magic. Like Mei said, the problem isn't education, and he can't teach when no one has even basic knowledge. He doesn't understand what Erisifera was thinking at all, but he realizes that there is a goddess and asks Victinius what he can do at all if he only has healing magic. The goddess appears and replies that everything is simple since Masaru knows how to use magic. She realizes that Narayumi tricked her into showing up and answering his questions, to which he replies that he asked the question because he thought she was likely watching him. The guy says that he already knew this, but he can only use healing magic, to which the goddess replies that he is wrong. She says that he already used magic during the fight with Lancelot, adding that Masaru most likely did it unconsciously. That time he strengthened his sword with magic. The guy clarifies if it was only once, and what about the fight against bandits in the mountains? Victinius replies that he used his skills. The skills provided by the realm of the gods take the form of a box, and in Narayumi's case it was a home center in which he worked and played. He asks what healing magic is in this world then, and the goddess replies that he needs medical knowledge to heal, and that even after activation, it will take time to heal. Masaru says that he always thought his skills were weird because they were very simple and only useful to him. He understood what the goddess was trying to say, and asked how he could use magic again like in that duel. She asks if he knows the feeling of magical energy flowing through his body when he activates a skill. The hero gives a positive answer and says that once he even emptied his magic. Victinius says to imagine magic as fuel or energy and feel it flowing within, as understanding its flow is the foundation of magic. Masaru replies that he will try and that he can do it if he tries. He asks if it's okay that she told him everything and if it doesn't count as interference. The goddess is worried, but still says that everything is fine and it's not that she's afraid that Hera will scold her. The hero laughs and asks if Victinius really cares about him or just wants to get out of it, which makes the goddess very angry. She tells him not to get cocky and she has her own reasons for that. The goddess asks him to let her help, because after all, it is because of her younger sister, Erisifera, the goddess of magic, and the most that Victinius can do is take responsibility as an older sister. Masaru says that he has no complaints about magic and praises her for caring so much about her little sister. After Narami learned about this side of Victinius, he began his daily research into magic. The residents also completed the defense against the demon bears. The village returned to normal life, and they began to enjoy peaceful days again. However, Masaru is not happy that the bear didn't even show up. Adelina says that it is good that the beast did not come, and the guy replies that they should not relax and the animal may come next year. May asks if the village isn't safe at the moment, and the village chief takes note of her words and adds that even the arrows the hero prepared can be used for hunting. Adelina is surprised that he even made arrows, and Masaru says that he added a reverse point to them, as this will make them harder to pull out once they reach their target. He says that if poison is added to the tips, the arrows will become much more effective, and they cannot be removed until the poison has fully spread. The girl says that the hero really made a merciless weapon, and the guy angrily says that such a thing is necessary when you fight to the death. The elder suggests putting it off for now, and that their hunting party really appreciated his bow and arrows. Masaru sees the archers practicing on targets and says that he made a weapon from treants and offers a worm bow, saying that it is a level higher than the treant bow. One of the shooters says the bowstring is too heavy, adding that even the strongest guy can barely hold a weapon, and he's ashamed to say that none of them have used one yet. The hero understands that his status is not very high, and another shooter asks him to show him how to shoot again. Narumi takes the bow and arrow from him and says that the technique is exactly the same as what he taught them and aims at the target. The arrow, due to its high speed, pierces both the target and the tree behind it, and the residents are very surprised by this. The hero realizes that because he had previously practiced magic, he had strengthened the arrow without realizing it. However, he is sure that a tree or something else will stop the arrow. A loud roar is suddenly heard from the forest, frightening everyone in the village. The lookout warns that near the northern cliff, demon bears are approaching them. He shouts for everyone to evacuate immediately. The rest of the residents are in a panic and don't understand what to do. The shooters look at Masaru as if accusing him, to which he replies that it is a coincidence and it is not his fault. However, he notes that such a roar sounds as if the animal is wounded. The headman says that, in principle, they were preparing for this, and if the bear lives near the northern cliff, then sooner or later he would have come to their village. In fact, the sooner they deal with him, the better. He asks Narumi if he can do it and receives a positive answer. The hero tells the chief to contact May and Adelina and start the evacuation. to tell everyone who knows how to fight to stand near the defensive wall. He orders a group of hunters to go with him, and he will take command as planned, and they need to hurry to the place where the bear is now. Adelina and May call him back. Masaru pats them on the head and says that he leaves the village to them and leaves. Adelina tells May that everything will be fine and that Masaru will do everything well. The team of hunters has already approached the angry demon bear. Narayumi's guess was correct, and the arrow stuck in the beast's eye. He sees the hunters standing on the edge of the cliff. They need to lure the demon bear into a trap. It is necessary to support shooting from a cliff with a bow and arrow, provided in advance by the hunting team, and Masaru will act as bait. Failure leads directly to the death of the hero and the destruction of the village. The guy gives the signal for the first shot. A huge number of arrows are aimed at the bear. The hero also swings his sword at him, but does not wound him as deeply and attracts the attention of the beast so that it runs after him. However, suddenly, the bear approaches the guy and begins rapid attacks with its paws with long claws. The beast misses and grabs its head, and Narumi realizes that this is how the poison works, because some of the arrows that were given to the hunting team were coated with frog poison. Poison Grand Points. Toad affects each person differently, although the hero thought that it was said for consolation, but he is glad that the poison actually works. He gives the signal for a second shot and starts running again. Another large number of arrows fall on the bear, and the beast falls to the ground. The villagers are happy that they were able to do this, but Masaru doubts it and, to be sure, checks the status to see if the amount of experience points is increased. He sees the score increase and confirms that they were able to defeat the demon bear. The archers shout from the cliff that they will soon join him and that after returning to the village, there will be a banquet in honor of the victory, and Masaru thinks that now he will be able to rest. The hero looks at the bear, but notices that there is a different pattern on its head, different from the beast that Narumi met earlier, and begins to shout with arrows to come back. He tries to warn that this is not the bear he saw, and that same beast appears behind him. Masaru tries to defend himself from the monster's sudden attack. However, he doesn't make it in time and flies back, breaking one tree and crashing into the next. The guy can't believe that there were two demonic bears and feels some pain in his side. He sees that his armor is torn and he is wounded. The beast continues its multiple attacks, and the shooters try to target the bear and ask Masaru to move away. However, the bear grabs the arrow with its paw, which frightens the hunters. The beast begins to growl at the shooters and goes towards them. One of the shooters sees this and commands the others to line up again. At that moment, the arrow that Masaru shot hit the bear's paw. The resident shouts what the hero is doing with such wounds, because he could be killed, and asks to run away quickly. The beast approaches Narayumi and he plans to use the rest of the traps. He hopes that even with his wounds, he will be able to reach that place. However, the bear catches up with him and hits him on the back. Masaru sits exhausted by the tree and thinks that there are still 100 meters left. He had been using the healing ability for too long, the amount of recovery at one time was too small, and he hopes that he could concentrate for at least 1 minute. The hero sees a bear in front of him and thinks that this is his end. He thinks that with such difficulty he has found those whom he would like to save, those for whom he is very worried, and begins to apologize to them. However, the guy hears someone's voice and how this person attacks the bear. Adelina attacks with her weapon strongly and says that the one who defeated that man is unconvincing, adding that if this is simply interference in the process of collecting information, then in that case there is no need to be shy. Masaru is surprised by his partner's appearance and asks how this happened, to which the girl replies that he should thank her first. The girl says that although she came to save him, she will still take the victory for herself and for the hero to thank May, because if it weren't for her, Adelina wouldn't have made it in time. After Masaru chased after the demonic bear, the girl sees the rabbit getting very worried. Adelina turns to her friend and says that she will listen to her. She says that despite the fact that Narumi is not taken seriously and says whatever comes to mind, she believes that they are not at his beck and call, adding that it might just be the rabbit's imagination, and if that's the case, then it's okay. Adelina reminds May that Masaru himself said that it's okay to make mistakes. The rabbit admits that she heard two voices. That inside one voice, another sounded, even knowing that it was impossible. She was afraid to think about what would happen to the hero. May cries and asks Adelina to help him. Narumi says that upon his return, it won't be enough to just pat her on the head, since she just saved him. The girl in front of him says that she would like to return safe and sound, but she has little faith in it and gets into a fighting stance. She says her blow was good, but the bear is still ready to fight further. Masaru shouts at his friend to run because covering him could kill her. She says that he really thought that as a young girl she would go on a dangerous mission alone. Adelina gives the sign to the villagers to attack the beast with spears. Narumi is surprised by this, and the girl says that everyone trusted Mei and came to help. The residents lure the bear into a trap located under a rock. However, the beast breaks everyone's spears, and Adelina says that she didn't expect this. But Masaru appears in front of the bear and stops the attack with his sword. He thanks everyone and says that he will do the rest himself. Thanks to the time he gained, he was able to recover, and he is glad that he is not fighting alone and that he met everyone in the new world. Narumi and the demon bear begins. The beast wants to eat the hero, but he hits the monster in the jaw with a sawn-off tree trunk. Immediately after this, Masaru swings his weapon at the enemy. However, the beast reacts faster and hits the guy on the back, causing him to fall off the cliff. The hero doesn't get lost in the air and throws the weapon into a large crossbow to activate it. The arrow pierces the rock, causing the bear to fall into the trap along with Masaru, and he says that he feels sorry for the animal, but adds that they also want to live in this area. Adelina, frightened, goes down and screams Masaru's name, looking into the depths of the trap. Narumi, lying near the trap, says that he can hear her and jokes that she panicked as if he actually died. The girl first runs happily towards him, but suddenly hits him. He asks why she did it, to which Adelina replies that everyone is worried about him. A resident next to them says that in any case, it's great that everything worked out, but Masaru interrupts him and tells him to look somewhere. He points to a tree trunk and says that when he fell, he was able to grab onto the edge of the cliff using it. Adelina realizes that the forest prevented the bear from attacking the village and saved Masaru. The hero says that there is nothing more reliable that could save their lives than this. The hunters, having checked the demonic bear, say that it is no longer breathing and rejoice in its victory over it. Narumi is also happy about this, but suddenly switches off, which greatly frightens the others. However, they see that the guy just fell asleep. The residents praise him and get ready to go home. At the entrance to the village, Mei meets Masaru, who was lying on the shoulders of one of the beastmen. During the god's break, Hera looks at Narumi and tells Victinias that this is beautiful. Adding that the guy did a great job, the goddess says that it is natural and asks if the hero has realized that he was chosen by the goddess. Hera says that Victinias is not limited in her actions and reminds that when the demonic bear wanted to kill Masaru, it did not seem like a god was trying to get rid of her shackles and come to her aid. It also reminds us that before the decisive battle, the goddess went to the lower world to encourage him. The goddess replies that she did not do it directly and that Masaru is her apostle and she must take care of him. Hera agrees that this is within the rules of the gods, but says that the reason is a little different and whether Victinias is aware of this, to which she asks what the reason is. Hera replies that everything is going as usual, and thus, after the bear was pacified, peace and quiet have come, and urban development is in full swing. She raises her cup and offers to share the boy's victory, and Victinias agrees. They celebrate the development of a new world. A few days later, Masaru says that they managed to get rid of the demonic bear and now suggests that they quickly begin city planning. However, he sees uninspired residents. One of them tries to say that the area is quite huge and that he was very surprised and asks what the fence and the white line mean. Narumi agrees that we need to start talking about this. He says that, firstly, the living space has already been determined. The white line highlights this area, and the fence located inside is the foundation of the house. A resident asks whether it is impossible to build a house wherever one wants, and he would like to understand the reason. The hero replies that where he came from is called land planning, and when building houses, workshops, shops, many nuances must be taken into account, such as the flow of people, sound, insulation. It also reminds of natural disasters. The passion next to them understands that the correct location makes the work of the guard easier, and this, in turn, reduces the risk of any problems. The hero continues that, secondly, since the safety of the slime has been confirmed, it is necessary to arrange underground passages and begin construction of a sewage system, and it will be in all houses. Adelina clarifies that this is from Masaru's lecture on hygiene in a coastal town, and that this is the path through which rainwater and sewage flows. The guy praises her for remembering everything well and says that the sewerage system is also taken into account for the safety and cleanliness of the city. The resident asks if it is possible to walk around the small house, and he would like to see something similar in the village, to which the hero shouts that under no circumstances is it possible. Naomi explains that the city is becoming unsanitary due to human waste, and that an epidemic of infectious diseases could lead to the deaths of many people. He wants to prevent such a problem from arising in the city they will build. Starosty notes that this is not a very pleasant conversation, and the hero agrees with him. Finally, thirdly, a plot of one house is allocated on the ground, only what is highlighted with a white line. However, two residents stop him, and one of them asks if the boundaries can be increased, and the second says that his family consists of 6 people, and can he have a larger plot. Masaru reassures them and says that all the houses in the city will be 2-story buildings, adding that it will be more comfortable than ever. All the residents are surprised that they will live in 2-story stone buildings. Some are asking the builders to make them as soon as possible. Some don't believe that this is not a dream. Some are shouting that they will soon live in luxurious houses. Naomi asks Adelina what's so special about the 2-story buildings, since they saw something similar in the coastal and port cities. She replies that it is a hotel or a high-rise building in a shopping district, and not everyone can afford to live in a 2-story stone building. In the royal capital, the construction of a house is determined by status. She says that a house made of wood and canvas is for ordinary people. A large brick house is for merchants and the rich, and stone houses are for aristocrats. The hero understands why the residents are so happy. He says the overall morale is high and everyone is motivated to build new homes. Masaru suggests moving on to architecture and tells them to first look at the column he and the other guys built. One of the residents understands that the fence was the foundation of the house. The hero is going to tell about the technology later and offers to finish building it together today. The resident says he has seen a similar structure before and asks if it is stable. Narami replies that it is and says that it is called a wood frame and that it is made of wooden beams. He asks to listen to him and to the person who helped him and to remember the order of actions, and the men think that they can handle it. The village chief understands that by stone, the hero means that there are stones between the columns, to which Masaru says that everything is correct and they collect the already formed blocks. However, he says that they need to remember to put a certain thing on top, and May realizes that they did it together with Adelina. He agrees with her and says that by boiling slaked lime with seaweed and mixing it with hemp, they obtained a mass called lime solution, adding that if you apply this to a stone wall, it will become stronger and shows how it will look. In addition, clay was used to produce the necessary raw materials, which will be useful in road construction because slaked lime is a secret weapon. Adelina notes that Masaru has extensive knowledge and asks about his main occupation. He answers that he was engaged in the selection of materials for production, but in the village he feels at home, delivering materials to the craftsmen. He simultaneously helped and learned himself. That is why he cannot do it on a professional level, but nevertheless he can make various things, as his experience and skills compensate for a lot. However, he feels that some of the projects he was involved in were illegal. Because of this, May decides that Masaru is a bad person. He justifies that perhaps he went too far, but now the most important thing for him is that it benefits others. May apologizes for her words, and then Narumi says that the residents have someone to learn from, so he suggests that they start work quickly and he will leave the necessary materials at each site. Residents begin their work. May motivates him by saying that they will build a cool city. Everyone in the village is building columns, bringing large stones, and has already built several houses. A month later, Masaru admires the view of the city, and May says that she told everyone that the installation will begin soon, and he says that they have also already finished the trial work. She asks him how he uses the toilet, and he sits on it and says he doesn't have to say anything else. The rabbit feels awkward and moves away from him, which surprises the hero. He says that if there are any problems, after mass production and installation, the work will be completely finished. May happily says that the city has actually become very big. Masaru says that this is not enough, because the housing is fine, but he would like to have fields too, adding that the industry of this place also needs to be improved. The rabbit yells at him and asks if he understood what she said. He strokes her head, telling her that they will do everything and that she should not panic. Suddenly, one of the villagers calls out to Masaru saying that they have problems. The hero does not understand why there is such a rush, and the man says that something fell at the entrance to the city. Narumi asks that they fell while transporting materials, but the resident says that the reason is different. He says that the human race has fallen, and they see people lying on the ground. The villagers discuss that the human race has fallen, and that it was defeated just like Masaru, but one of them denies their words. He says that he is familiar with their armor because they drove them out of the port city. Without a doubt, these are the knights of the Grey Kingdom. The head knight thanks the headman and introduces himself as Fried, the royal shield knight, and the guy standing behind him is Dista, and on the bed is Cordo. Adelina and Masaru are surprised that the royal knights who are above the coastal knights have come to them. Fried is especially grateful to the hero and says that he is surprised that he can use restoration magic and asks his name. Masaru introduces himself and says that he is a traveler. Adelina reminds him that there is a great rank called Divine Message, and Narami is afraid that it might be spread. Fried wants to ask her name, but she apologizes and introduces herself, adding that she is the niece of Lancelot of the coastal city, surprising the knight. He says that it is an honor for him, and the whole kingdom knows about Lancelot's heroism. The girl says that she is currently in this city as an ambassador of the Allies, and Fried says that means the leader has good connections. The headman agrees with an evil face and says that under the guise of these connections, the knights have again come to attack the built city, just like it happened with Ikamani. Fried and the other knight are surprised by his words, and the chief tries to justify himself, but the chief interrupts him by saying that Kemonohito will help them. In addition, he learned from Masaru that people are also different, but he clarifies that if this happens, what are the consequences? The chief knight says that it is directly related to the king's life, and they were chasing a demonic beast. Masaru and Adelina look at each other and think that it has something to do with that bear. Fried adds that this is a demonic horse, called the One-Horned Devil, describing it with a dark body and 6 legs, and the hero realizes who he is talking about. The hero says that it is difficult for him to mention this, but the horse was eaten by another animal. The knight asks if it is a bear, and Masaru realizes that Fried knows about it, and the man says that during their research they were attacked by a demonic bear, and because of it the other troops left. He warns them that staying in the city is also dangerous, and offers to go with them to the kingdom. However, Naruyumi interrupts him and says that they got rid of the bear and that the area is now safe, much to the knight's surprise. Fried asks how this could happen and finds it hard to believe. The hero suggests looking at the corpse of the animal and the horse, because they put them in the refrigerator. The man is very surprised that they have a dead horse. He apologizes for interrupting, and Masaru in his mind does not understand where he got such an interest, and isn't the king's life the extermination of demonic beasts? Judging by the current reaction, is the horse's corpse really worth nothing to them? Fried asks if they could give them this horse. Naruyumi says that in theory he should refuse him. He says that it was mauled by a bear, but everything was intact except the neck, and he kept it because he thought it would make good raw material. Adding that all 6 legs are in excellent condition, the coat is smooth and looks great, and he says that despite its small size, there was a horn on its head, and Fried reacts happily, which pleases Masaru. The hero says that if a man is a royal knight, then he will be able to afford to buy a horse. The young knight tries to quarrel, but the man stops his partner, saying that the hero is understandable. He mentions Narumi's words, that the raw materials could become quite expensive if they hit the market, and of course, he didn't mean to take it for free, and luckily there is even a reward for killing the horse. Fried offers a deal, and if the price he names doesn't suit Masaru, he will give as much as he can, including a reward. The hero realizes that the main part of the horse is the horn, and the king needs it, and the knight is simply trying to fulfill his mission, not paying attention to the gold. Thus, honor and status are not important in themselves, because there are things that cannot be obtained with money. He decides what to do, because depending on the course of the negotiations, he can fleece them to the last coin. However, he is worried about the reward for the horse. That is, no matter how much he negotiates, the knights will most likely be given money. Masaru gets an idea and says that he will go with them to the kingdom. He mentions that the men were hunting with the others, and he will conduct their negotiations. adding that they would do well to share the cotton material, as if it were sold, something more valuable could be found in the kingdom. The young knight doubts this and tells Fry that he interviewed some major merchants and they do business with them. The chief knight replies that this is fine for them, but Masaru cannot guarantee that the negotiations will be successful. However, the hero says that they both can do it. Fried agrees with his proposal. Narumi explained everything to Mei and said that once freed and the others fully recover, they will have the city back in their hands. The rabbit starts to get angry, and the hero suggests that they talk without fighting this time, saying that it is not dangerous on the eastern street anyway. Adelina says that he has to try hard and asks what he does. The guy replies that he was working on the facade of his house and had a few things left to do before he left town and decided to see what could be done. He asks if they have finished delivering the beds and stuff. The girl replies that yes, but not for the houses that are currently being built. She says there is a place in the city on the side of a mountain and asks if this space should now disappear. Masaru replies that, after all, if there is a sewer system, then you will never have to wash with stale water again. The girl says that baths in two-story houses were found only in a few houses upstream, and they are large. If they used firewood every day, there would be no forest left around the city. The hero replies that this is why they have hot springs. Adelina doesn't understand what he's talking about. The guy explains that the water is heated by the geothermal energy of the volcano. When the earth recedes, the water from the hot spring comes out through it, making a path, and is then used for baths. Mei asks what this means, and if the ground needs to be shaken to get it out. Adelina understands that if it can be specially dug up, it will be like a house on the street. Masaru thinks that's why water brings trouble. They can look at the springs later, because he used his map skill to map out their area, and he found a vein of underground water. He hadn't thought that this was possible yet, and hoped that with the others' skills they could handle it. The girl says that the most important thing is that she will cook something for him. She believes that she has space to solve one problem. Masaru doesn't understand what she's talking about, because they were discussing something serious, to which Adelina reminds him of the matter, about the goddess and her temple. His partner asks if he has forgotten and notices that the hero doesn't look happy. Narumi says without interest that they should pay tribute to the statue, and Adelina says that they can use the temple to receive blessings when the goddess comes. Mei supports her friend by saying that they must prepare a house for the goddess. The hero replies that he is sure that everything will be fine with her, because the goddess will not work with them. He says that if Adelina is going to do it alone, then she should leave it for last, because it is better to choose the right wood. And, if she can, then she will definitely receive a blessing, and he will ask the goddess what she wants. A goddess suddenly emerges from the portal and asks if they would mind starting now. She greets Masaru and offers to help him with his work. The hero awkwardly says that she is on time as always and thanks her. Adelina cannot believe that there is a real goddess in front of her and says in surprise that this is impossible. Vitinius reassures her that everything is fine and that he will tolerate this attitude from Narumi because she really came to help. Girls admire her generosity and her appearance. Masaru asks the goddess what's wrong with her this time, and she replies that her schedule finally cleared up, and she thought it would be nice to introduce herself and chat a little. However, another goddess emerges from the portal and introduces herself as the sorceress Isla Sephira, and that she is glad to finally meet the hero. He realizes that this is Victor's sister. She says she is grateful for his work, and she and her sisters enjoy watching him. Masaru is surprised that such a beautiful goddess decided to open up, showing not only her beauty, but also her pure mind. And what amazes him most is that she is a real goddess. He says that he is also glad to meet you and wants to ask a question. The hero wants to talk about the magic that they talked about with her, and he has an idea. Victinius suggests starting with something easier and putting off the difficult tasks for later. Isla teleports a table with cups and a teapot and invites her friends to sit down. Narumi is surprised by the storage skills, and the goddess replies that there is a place for everyone, and she took this service especially for them in the morning. So, the storage skill only helps, but it acts for someone. She says that there is absolutely no such thing in the world as taken for granted, that skills should help to diversify life and help. The hero agrees, but asks whether it is necessary to find a special use for each skill. After all, then they won't be able to change their purpose, and Isla says that he's not thinking about that. She says that he will master his skills, and that is why she suggested developing magic. Victinias says it's a difficult question and suggests talking about the image. Masaru says he would like one for himself and asks if she has one. The goddesses are surprised by his request and give it to him if he really needs it. Victinias tells him to return before the rainy season. Isla says she is happy about it. Isla will help him with everything when she gets home. Until then, she decides to part ways on good terms. Victinias says that she has one image, and if Narumi likes it, she will send it to him. However, the image only shows the external sides. Masaru sees an image of Victinias in a revealing bunny costume and sends the data to himself. The goddess screams at him to remove them, and the hero runs away, saying that he cannot miss such an image. He says if they could give him actual numbers, he wouldn't need the image. Victinias offers 3 surprises, but the hero says that it would be nice to have a life-size statue. The goddess replies that she doesn't care. However, he says that the people who help him make the statue cannot see his true feelings. Victinias scolds Ilsa for using such a cowardly trick to reveal a girl's secret, to which the latter replies that she will not forgive and thinks it is wrong, and Victinias says that she thought the goddesses were decent. They don't want to talk to each other anymore. Isla summons a huge amount of magic. Masaru admires her strength. A huge flow of magic is visible in the city, which frightens the residents. After what she saw, Adelina wants Isla to take her on as an apprentice, and May is surprised by everything that is happening. A large hole is left in the ground, and Isla says that she succeeded, and her partners tell Narumi that he can't just touch the goddess and it's all his fault. He does not understand what he is guilty of, and that it was the goddess who had an overreaction. The residents run to the source of the magic and wonder what it was. Adelina says that the goddesses Victinias and Isla Sephira have arrived to visit them, and he tells them that Masaru was rude to the goddesses, which angers all the people. The inhabitants all bow down and greet the goddesses. Victinias says she's not very good at handling it, and Isla is not used to it at all. Narumi asks if the goddesses don't still have a few things to discuss about magic, and Victinias replies that she came because something happened. She wanted to talk about crabs. The hero is surprised by her words, and she adds that Ira already ate them, and they were very tasty, and when Masaru spoke about the statue, the goddesses used it as an excuse to appear. He resigns himself to this and turns to the residents. The guy says that Victinias supposedly suggested that since they have nothing to sell to other cities, why not try to cook a dish that no one has ever tried? Victinias wants to talk to Masaru alone, but he reassures her that he will not harm anyone. He tells the villagers that the first thing they should do is expand their crops, and that way they will make a farming town. By doing this within the city, they will be able to obtain food safely. First, they must dismantle half of the buildings, then carefully examine the local plants. They will determine the most edible and those that can be used, and if they do not understand something, come to him. All the residents, including Adelina and May, ran away to complete these tasks. Victinias asks if Masaru is sure about this, to which he replies that she wanted something tasty. Besides, it is a step towards self-sufficiency, and he assumes that they will be able to make their own farm. The goddess asks if it is not difficult. The hero replies that, even so, there is another advantage, because if you make a field between the houses, you won't hear the neighbors, and there will be a pleasant view from the window. However, there still needs to be a place for recreation in the city, and he thinks that gazebos would be suitable. He says he has done gardening before and will study more to understand. Masaru adds that the statue and temple are beautiful, so the city should be made the same, because the goddess might come to play. Victinias asks if it's okay to eat crabs every time she comes to play, and Isla agrees. The hero understands what it is like to lose power, because he tried to be careful. The goddesses beg him almost with tears in their eyes. He finally gives in and says that he will treat them every time they meet, which pleases the goddesses. However, he has a request for each of them. Victinias tells him to stop making them work, and Isla agrees with her. He mentions that they were talking about magic, and it was not time for answers. Isla suggests they talk after the meal, and Victinias asks what she should do. Masaru asks if she will contact him when the time comes, to which the goddess replies that it is not a fact, since ultimately they cannot interfere too much. He says that everything is fine, and all that is needed is to come at the appointed time. The guy says he'll head to King's Landing when Freed and the others come to their senses, and that business negotiations could be useful. He just needs the goddess's blessing to win. A few days later, in the royal capital of Grytus, a knight in the castle says that the king's messenger has arrived, and he is ready to inform him of what has happened. Adding that the rest of their detachment will return the next day, the king asks for a report on the matter. All he needs is the horn of the demonic beast. After 2 weeks, Masaru is surprised that a carriage was brought to him, and Freed, at the entrance to the capital, asks him if he enjoyed the ride. The hero shouts that they have been on the road for 7 days, and he is very tired. The knight replies that the boy was in the cart, and it wasn't that hard for him. Naruyumi complains that his hips hurt a lot, and Freed says that they have already arrived. They are in the kingdom of Greatsend. The knight says that it is the largest country in the continent. After talking with the goddesses, Masaru came to the royal capital with the recovered Freed to sell the demonic beast. There were many knights in the city. That is, they were ruled by the one who drove Gain out of the port city. And this time he thought about his impressions and Sam. The elder told the hero to try because he could do anything he wanted. Narumi replied that if Long said so, but Hibiki was the one who surprised everyone and made him his subordinate. Grandfather was surprised that he knew that too. He said that he told Freed that the shop owner was like Masaru. In his heart he may have wanted it, but he was forced to leave because of the rage of his successor and the people. Adding that time and envy destroy everyone, and he does not want to blame the children and the city for these feelings, he still does not care a little. The boss wants everyone to be happy, so if there is an order for a deal, he finishes his thought. However, Masaru realizes that he also wants to help the rabbit family. Fried says that you can find things from the entire continent there, but they are here first for the king's audience, and he needs to go to Dista and asks the hero to wait for him. Naruyumi approaches one of the stalls and is surprised by the fruits he has never seen before. He asks to be taken to the king. The knight says that he needs to know everything. Fried brings the hero to the Adventurers Guild and asks him to wait there. Masaru replies that he has something he wants to know before meeting the king. The hero entered the kingdom's guild and noticed a large number of people. He approaches the girl behind the counter, and she greets him and asks if he would like to take an order or make a request. Masaru replies that he would like to take up the work of an adventurer and wants to ask her about something. He quietly asks her if they buy monsters, because he heard that you can get coins for this and would like to know the purchase price of some monsters. The girl directs him to the next window, and the guy at the counter asks if the hero has the material on hand, or if he was just asking around. He shows Masaru the animal cards and says that the normal material costs 100 copper and 1 silver. The magic one costs 100 silver and 1 gold, and the dragon one costs 100 gold coins. Since the price varies from merchant to merchant to merchant, adventurers always need to sell more profitably, and the hero understands that this is the only money that exists in this world. The guy at the counter says that even ordinary monsters can be highly valued. It all depends on the size. You can even get a couple of gold. And he adds that the demonic beast is the most expensive. He says that the power of the demonic beast is different from the power of demons, because it contains the power of a beast and a demon. And even 200 knights can hardly cope with it. Its cost is so high that it can provoke a war. Usually such materials can be found at commercial auctions that just one tooth of the beast can cost 200 gold. Masaru begins to count the coins, comparing with yen. He comes up with 100 million yen and is surprised that the material is so expensive. On the way to the castle, Freed asks what Masaru was doing at the guild. The hero replies that he was simply gathering information and that he is looking forward to meeting the king. At the entrance to the king, the knights order everyone to identify themselves. Fried introduces himself and says that they have returned to the king. The guards say they'll let them through. Masaru is surprised that there really is a king there. The boy understands that he must be calm. At this time, the king orders him to kneel. However, he continues to stand and introduce himself, and the king also says his name, Axion. He says that he will forgive Masaru for the first time because he is in a good mood. However, he warns that the mood can be quickly spoiled, and grievances do not go away for a long time. Fried says that the beastmen were building a city in the mountains, and he brought Masaru, who defeated the beast. The hero takes out a horse's head from the portal. The king is pleased with this, and is going to give the two of them a reward. Masaru refuses to give up his head. He says he came for negotiations. The king starts shouting and asking what the guy has in mind. Masaru is scared of this, but this time he uses his position as a power against the king. The hero apologizes for his words and praises the king. The man says that the king is appointed by the gods, and Masaru replies that he has heard about it. He starts looking at the king with disdain, which makes him angry. He approaches the guy and orders him to stop. When the king came close, the hero distracts him a little with conversation, and the portal begins to open. Victinia's comes out of it. Everyone in the room is shocked by this, and she says that she kept her promise, but hoped that they would manage without her. The king was shocked. He wondered what was going on here. When he was 30, he saw the goddess with his own eyes. At this time, Mrs. Hera praised him. She said that his world was developing quickly. Victinia said that it could have been her merit, but it was she who threw him into this world, so it was not surprising. Victinia told the main character not to be naughty. She was in a good mood for once. It would be better if he was happy for her. The goddess said that Hera had asked her to tell him that she was already fulfilling his request. She also gave him the items sent. The protagonist studied everything and said that he didn't even have to remind her. She is a worthy goddess after all, and not like his other friend, a useless goddess. Victinia asked him about it. He wasn't talking about her. The goddess asked him what she was doing in the lower world. Masaru replied that he had asked her for something, so she had come down. Victinia asked if that meant she was interfering in mortal affairs. The protagonist replied that she shouldn't worry, they had thought of everything. The goddess asked him how it happened, and then asked him to tell her more. To which the guy did not answer that she was a goddess, so she should figure it out herself. The king was angry at that time. The man shouted loudly and told them to wait a minute and generally speak more slowly because he wouldn't have time. Victinia apologized to him and said that she hadn't been down from heaven for a long time, so she was chatting with Masaru. Then she told the king that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, calling him Axion Finlay, king of Gratis. The girl said that he was very young at their last meeting. Time flew by. The king agreed with her, after which he stopped her and said that this was not the issue. He is honored to meet Victinia again, but he has a question. He asked about her relationship with the protagonist. Victinia said that you could say that she is his boss and he is her subordinate. She also said that you could call him her apostle. After which the goddess said that he had been allowing himself a lot lately, to which Masaru said that he did not want to hear anything from the useless goddess, to which the latter replied that she actually came down here for his sake. The protagonist said that he thought she wanted to eat crabs, so she came down here. Victinia said that he could have kept quiet for the sake of decency. Then the king interrupted their conversation and turned to Masaru with the question of whether his messenger was also a god, to which the main character replied that nothing of the sort. He was an ordinary guy, an ordinary person, just like him, a completely ordinary person, after which he asked why he had even come to such a conclusion. Masaru looked at his hands and thought that the result had exceeded his expectations. He couldn't tell him that he was from another world. The king at that moment said that he didn't understand anything. The protagonist thought that it would be hard to give the man a normal explanation, and he was not exactly the goddess's apostle. After that, he called out the latter's name. He asked her if she could explain it to him somehow, without causing unnecessary questions, something that could not be interpreted as meddling in the affairs of mortals. Victinia immediately asked him why she should do it. The goddess blushed sweetly and said that they were friends. The king was surprised that a mortal and a goddess were friends. The protagonist turned to her and said that it was not bad, it would do. Victinia said that it wasn't quite like that. He was her friend and follower, building her a statue. Masaru got angry and thought about why she even thought he was her follower. The goddess suddenly remembered something about the statue. She called out to the king and said that she had business with him, asking him to arrange Masaru Mithril. Everyone was shocked by this request. Victinia said that they needed the best materials. She came down here so conveniently. The king simply agreed. The protagonist asked what she was doing. He thought that no one dares to refuse the goddess. The girl said that it was all for the sake of her beautiful statue. Masaru said that he himself should talk to the king. But the girl did not hear him and said that she relied on the man. At this time, the goddess Hera appeared in the hall through the portal. She told her that she was exceeding her authority. Victinia was frightened by her appearance and asked where she came from. Hera grabbed her by the shoulder and said that she was supposed to preach for 24 hours. The latter was shocked. She asked about how much she really had. Where did she get such strength from? It hurt her. Victinia called out to the protagonist and said that she had fulfilled her part of the deal, so he should prepare the crabs for her next visit. She asked him not to forget about it. Before she finally disappeared, she reminded him not to forget about the crabs. Both the king and Masaru were shocked by her behavior. They did not even know what to say. The man pinched the bridge of his nose from nerves. The protagonist turned to the man and said that he was asking for forgiveness for all this. The king said that he could not believe that a goddess could have a mortal friend. The man told everyone in the room to leave. His assistant asked why they had to do that. He explained that he wanted to be alone with Masaru. The latter was visibly nervous. After this, the king sat on his throne and said that today was a very busy day, after which he asked if he had any more surprises, calling him a friend of the goddess. The protagonist said that she rather uses him. As the goddess said earlier, he builds a statue for her and cooks crabs every time he comes down to earth. The king said that he would like to talk about this statue, and then asked if he could build this statue in his kingdom as well. He was sure that the man's skills were truly amazing, since the goddess trusted him. The protagonist was shocked by his words. He asked if the man really wanted to make a deal. The latter confirmed his words. The king smiled slightly and said that in order to pay tribute to the goddess, he would take part in the negotiations personally. The man said that he had conditions. He hoped that the guy would not refuse him. He asked why Masaru was ready to go so far for the horn of a one-horned beast. After this, the king took out a scepter and said that, they say, it was carved from the horn of a one-horned beast by the king himself, the founder. It was this scepter that he handed over to the main character. The man explained that therefore, one could say that this beast is directly connected to his kingdom. There are traditions in it where each king must make a new scepter for the next king. The king's time is coming soon, so he wants to prepare. The man doesn't know when this beast will appear. His face became sadder. He said that dozens of generations of kings had done their duty and he should not be an exception. The protagonist smiled at him and said that he understood everything, after which he asked if they would continue the negotiations. However, he was a little nervous. The reason was that this white scepter, there was something wrong with it. Masaru asked if he could give him the scepter for a second, to which the man began to resist and said that this scepter belonged to the king, the founder. But he agreed. The protagonist used the appraisal skill, which showed that this scepter was made from the horn of a unicorn that was defeated by the founding king. It can protect against poison. He said that it was not made from the horn of a one-horned beast. The king asked what kind of nonsense this was. How did he know that? To which Masaru explained that he could use the appraisal skill. He was 100% sure that the scepter was not made from a beast's horn. The man immediately began to get nervous. He asked if there really would be no deal, and then cursed. The king looked at the protagonist carefully and asked if he was lying to him. The latter was shocked by the question and his suspicions. He asked why he would lie. The king explained that he knew the value of the beast's horns and was trying to deceive him. Perhaps he no longer wanted to sell them. The protagonist explained that there is nothing like that. In negotiations, both sides should benefit. He will never compromise his partner's trust. Masaru, looking the man straight in the eye, said that he swears by the name of Victinia, the goddess they all believe in. The man closed his eyes. The king said that he understood what kind of person the main character is. In negotiations, it is normal to deceive the other side. But he didn't finish his sentence. He folded his arms across his chest and said that he believed Masaru and would still buy the horn. The protagonist was shocked by his words, but the king said that he still wouldn't mind paying the full price for it. The guy said that he wouldn't mind, but it was a huge amount. Masaru asked if he was sure about it, since it was a fortune, to which the king replied that the materials of the one-horned beast were obviously very valuable. Just owning such material was already prestigious. The king smiled and said that, moreover, if he acquired it from the goddess's friend, his power would be strengthened even more. The protagonist said that if that was the case, the man would definitely be able to make a profit. The latter asked him again if he agreed to sell. Masaru smiled broadly and replied positively, adding that they had reached an agreement, after which he shook the king's hand. And after that, the latter turned around and headed towards his throne. He asked the main character what he would do now. Masaru said that he would like to negotiate more. They probably have a lot of supplies in the capital. He would like to buy some things from them. The king said that they could discuss it, but for now he had other things to do. They would continue the negotiations another day. Then he asked if he wanted to stay in the capital longer. The main character said that it was no problem. He just wanted to walk around the capital. He would live here for a couple of days. The king said that this was great. In that case, he would appoint someone to show the capital to the boy, and it would be easier for him to contact him. Masaru said that he would be grateful to him. The man said that he had just the right candidate, a knight who was different from the others. Sometime later in the library, someone called Zhang by name. He immediately turned around at the call. The boy asked what was going on, explained that he had a lot to do. The assistant said that he would be brief. At that time, Masaru was thinking about whether this knight was really doing the math, whether he was really that good with numbers. The men told Zag to relax. They had a favor to ask of him. They asked him if he was a talented craftsman. He replied that he just knew how to work with his hands. That was how he was raised. The guy explained that his father was an engineer in the army. Now he works in a workshop. He makes building materials and bricks there. The protagonist immediately rushed to him and asked again about the workshop. Zag was a little frightened by this impulse. He answered positively and asked Mr. Fried about who this unknown was. Masaru immediately showed him the scroll and said that everything was decided. He was suitable for the main character. Masaru showed him a letter of introduction from the king and told him what his name was and that he should look after him while he was in the capital. He would also be sleeping in the workshop, so he was relying on Zag. The main character smiled at him sweetly. Zag was shocked by his words. He did not understand what was happening. He also asked about it out loud, asking about what he was talking about. Zag told the main character that he understood the situation, to which the latter corrected him and said that he could just be called by his first name. No need for excessive politeness. The guy said that he didn't mind him being his guide and liaison, but he asked why Masaru would spend the night at his parents' house, to which the protagonist explained that he was interested in the local brick. He hoped that it would help him get a good price. Zag was indignant that he did not even hide that he wanted to use it. Masaru said that the customer is always right, asking if that was true, to which Zag replied that he was glad he decided to save him, then pointed in the direction and said that the store was there. After some time, they approached the house. The protagonist was shocked. He asked what it was, to which his companion replied that he agreed that the house was not in the best shape, more like an abandoned place. Masaru looked at the objects in front of him and thought about whether this meant saving. He should buy it. Zag said that his father made them with sweat and blood. The protagonist looked at the bricks and said that they were not bad. Moreover, they were well fired. They correspond to the correct process of brick production. Masaru also decided to use the skill appraisal. These were high-quality bricks, a building material made by placing clay and slate in a mold and then firing them in a kiln. He was surprised by the high quality. The protagonist realized that nothing was skewed. All the bricks were the same size. It was obvious that the guy's father had golden hands. However, Masaru began to get angry because, apparently, they did not know how to run a business. He made this conclusion based on the surrounding environment. The main character asked the guy to take him to his father. They definitely need to talk. He has a business conversation with him. Zag did not argue. He agreed and said that the man should be there burning bricks and called him to follow him. They came to the backyard of the house together. Zag immediately shouted to his father and said that he had brought a client. At that time, the father shouted behind them about why he was shouting so much. If he did not answer, then it meant that he was inside the house. Hearing him, the boys headed for the door. When they opened it, they saw a man sitting near the table, his face showing signs of despair. Masaru thought that this was the first time he had met a craftsman since he came to this world. Zag asked his father what had happened, since he was going to bake bricks today. Was he really not feeling well? The father emotionally shouted that there was no money at all. He had no money to make bricks, and he didn't even have money for food. The protagonist realized that this man was a typical bad father. He was not interested in anything except his business. Zag was shocked by what he learned. The guy started asking his father where all the workers were, where the students were, and also added that he had sent him money. The man said that everyone had run away a month ago, which was not surprising. He had not paid them their salaries for 3 months. Zag suddenly thought of something and asked where his sister was and why she hadn't told him anything. Father's face became sad. The man said that he kicked her out because she had to earn money somehow. Zag asked if he really sent her to do obscenities. The father said that she worked in a competitor's workshop and asked her not to make a monster out of him. The guy smiled and said that everything was fine then. However, immediately after that, the guy swung at him and said that he had ruined everything, calling him a bad father. The latter did not expect this. The main character asked Zag not to kill his father. He also asked how much the bricks they already had ready cost. The father replied that he had no idea about the price of these items, since Dina was responsible for the finances. At the same time, he said that it hurt him. Masaru asked him again who Dina was, to which Zag explained that she was his sister, and then turned to his father and asked how he was doing business without knowing the price. The main character listened to them, looked around, and said that everything was clear to him. Even if there were workers here, he doubted that it would be possible to increase sales. Father said that people are simply blind. They do not understand that he has the best bricks in the capital. To which Masaru said that the first impression of the workshop was simply terrible. The first impression is very important to build customer trust. No doubt, a quality product is an important part of a successful business. But the store also has to match the quality of the product. After all, they are a building materials store. Masaru said that, firstly, they should place the product so that it can be seen. If everything is organized correctly, then the first impression will be better. The father turned to his son and asked if he was sure that the main character was a client. The boy doubted it and said that he probably was. Masaru said that he would give them time to think, and that he would spend the night at the hotel. They should count their goods and bring them to Dina. Zag agreed. And the main character also said that they would meet at the castle tomorrow at noon. Zag again agreed, but specified why exactly at the castle. Masaru said that first thing tomorrow morning he had to get information about the sale of magical beasts and also had to make a couple of small business deals. A new day had come. The protagonist and the others met in the castle. He was handed a paper on which the price for selling the magical beasts and the reward for defeating them were indicated. Masaru said that he had not waited in vain. The amount was large, after which he asked if he could receive a reward. The king's assistant said that he had done a lot for the people of their country, so he could receive everything. He should not be shy. The protagonist said that everything was fine. They should move on to the next part of the negotiations. He was asked about what he wanted to buy surplus stock. Masaru responded positively and said that he wanted to buy wheat and barley, and then he was asked if about 20% from last year would be okay for him, to which he replied that everything was fine for him. The king said that as soon as the final amount was determined, they would agree on it with him. His assistant said that they could also offer him soybeans. The man agreed with him. The protagonist asked for more details. Masaru said that soybeans are not as important to him as wheat and barley, but if they have them, that would be great. The protagonist asked how much he could offer, because he was ready to buy everything, to which he was told that most of them had not yet been processed. They were storing them in barns. He agreed to buy everything. When he asked about the price, and they told him, he said that everything was fine, so they agreed, and the deal was concluded between them. The king's assistant said that the latter is not usually present at the conclusion of a deal. Thanks to such an occasion, they, ordinary services, become closer to His Majesty. They can help him more effectively. The protagonist said that it was important for the king to know about such things, and asked their opinion, to which he was told that perhaps it was so. In any case, he could not decide. The king's servant said that he would take his advice. When they had the goods, they would contact him. Masaru immediately asked them where they got so much extra goods from. The king explained that some of this was supplies for disaster, but most was supplies for military campaigns and army expeditions. The protagonist immediately tensed up at his words. His face became serious, even a little aggressive. He thought about the invasions. If you remember about those rabbits, then he thinks he is right. Masaru said out loud that it was such a waste of resources. The expeditions were completely useless. The king was surprised by his words. The man said that only those who do not know how to rule think like that. There is no way without expeditions. They are important for the prosperity of the state. Masaru said that he understood that the man wanted to expand his territory, but it was also important to maintain stability within the state, and at this rate, who knows, a new rebellion could break out. The king asked why he should get into these subtleties. He shouldn't think about it at all. And also, their points of view on this matter are too different. The protagonist said that he was right. They were too different, but even so, he wanted to give him advice. The man asked what kind of advice. Masaru said that as a king, he believes that he should bring prosperity to his own territory. Cities can develop without expeditions and invasions of foreign territory. He offered to look at the Beastman city he is currently building. It is an excellent proof of his words. And then he offered the king to visit him, and he can also visit the coastal city. Then he will understand him. The protagonist said with a smile that there is always a possibility of coexistence. He hopes that the man will think carefully about this idea. The gods love everyone equally, so it is better to cooperate and put aside contradictions. The king said that these were interesting thoughts, but their points of view were completely different. Masaru said that he would still warn him that if he underestimated or considered the beastmen an inferior race, they could suffer. The king and his servants were very frightened by his words. However, the main character did not react at all. He simply closed his eyes. Masaru waved his hand and said that that was all for today. He would come to say goodbye when he was ready to leave. He also asked them not to forget to pay him in gold coins, after which he said goodbye and left. The king was shocked by what was happening. He even leaned back in his chair from fatigue. Then he turned to his servant and asked if he too believed that his decisions were wrong. The latter replied that he made decisions that were best for their kingdom and people. It prospers thanks to him. But he thinks there is some truth in Masaru's words. The king said that perhaps his coming was an act of God. But if he was right, then perhaps his advice should be heeded. The man asked about what he had said about the coastal city, probably Lancelot. He also asked to prepare everything for his departure to the city of Beastmen. The servant said that he would do as he was ordered, and then asked whether it was worth warning the guards, to which the king asked whether the answer was not obvious. The man said that this time there was no need for shields or swords. This time they would come in peace. A new day had come. It was happening in the castle. The protagonist thanked Zag for meeting him, to which the latter replied that he looked confused. It was lucky that he was nearby. The guy asked Masaru if the negotiations were successful, since he was in a good mood, to which the latter replied that it was true. He bought what he needed and said what had been on his mind for a long time. Zag was frightened by his words and said that he was too fearless, to which Masaru replied that perhaps it was so, after which he asked if he had brought his sister, to which the guy replied that she had taken up finances again. Zag turned to the main character and said that he wanted to warn him that he should not act rashly in front of his sister. Masaru asked why everyone always tells him that, since he is the most logical person, to which he was told that he was only worried about his talkativeness. The protagonist said that he was his guest, he had nothing to worry about. After some time, Zag opened the door to the room and told his sister that they were here, to which the girl told them to come in. The girl smiled sweetly at the main character and said that she was glad to meet him, after which she introduced herself and said that her name was Dinana. The protagonist apologized for the intrusion, to which the girl replied that he shouldn't worry, she was glad he came. Masaru asked if she was counting, since there was so much stuff. She replied that it was the barn her father had bought and she was counting all the stuff, which was taking longer than she expected. Dina said that she would finish soon, after which she offered to sit down, to which the main character asked if he could inspect the barn. She replied that he could do it without any problems. Masaru went to look around the room. There are so many goods here, he can't sit still. Lots of raw materials and handmade materials. He can use everything here. He picked up the plate and asked if it was steel. Then he corrected himself and asked if it was ceramic. He asked the girl what kind of plate it was, to which she replied that it was special. Her father invented it when he was still a soldier. It is light and strong, but it was rejected because the production cost was too high. The materials are rare, difficult to produce in large quantities, to which he asked if they were sure about this. The protagonist pointed to the side and asked how they would explain these plates. Dina replied that she had already kicked him out of the house yesterday because he had tried to mortgage the house. Masaru said that they were having a hard time, to which the girl replied that that was not the right word. Something had to be done about his debts. Zag said that if they had just one big client, they could probably pay off all their debts. The protagonist immediately thought about his words about them wanting to get a big client to pay off their debts. In general, he can afford to buy everything. Dina asked his opinion about the purchase. Masaru thought about what had happened again and made a decision for himself. He said out loud that he wanted to tell them something. The protagonist pointed to the goods behind him and asked if he would get a discount if he bought all of them. Zag immediately said that there would be no problem with this and asked his sister again. She confirmed his words. The guy said that they would pay off the debts if they sold everything, so Masaru would be their savior. The main character also said that he had some ideas and then asked them if they would listen to his proposal. Zag immediately asked him about the proposal. Dina said that she was a little embarrassed to say this, but she did not have a very good feeling. Then the main character, with a smile on his face, asked why they and their father didn't move to his city. Zag said that he knew this proposal would be ridiculous. Was he really suggesting that they move away from their home, the capital? He didn't know about himself and his father, but it was unlikely with his sister. But Dina didn't let him finish. She asked Masaru if the city he was referring to was the Beastman city he was building, to which he replied positively and said that he would like them to help with the construction. The main character also said that they would be guaranteed 3 meals a day, and there would be no limit to the work. In addition, their father would have his own workshop and assistants who would help him make bricks. Zag asked if he was serious, if he thought these conditions were too favorable for them, to which Dina replied that this was a city of beastmen, he shouldn't forget that. The girl said that she does not discriminate, but it is not only an unfamiliar place, but also a city with few people. To which Masaru replied that the only person living in the city is a girl named Adelina, but that will change over time. The protagonist also asked if they knew any craftsmen who were experiencing financial problems. He received permission from the king himself to hire them. Masaru said with a smile on his face that the more manpower there was, the more useful it would be for the city's development. He asked if they weren't excited just thinking about it. Their faces were very skeptical. He said that if they did not have the necessary skills and knowledge, it would be very difficult for them to learn new techniques and theories in the city. However, he would advise them to think about his proposal. Dina agreed. Masaru said that they would get back to the main thing, regarding supplies. If they gave him a 10% discount, then they had a deal. The guys agreed. The protagonist asked them if he could pay for everything with gold coins. If he could pay their debts and the remaining amount with gold coins, he wouldn't have to carry so much gold on the way back. Dinah said that it would be great if he agreed, then they could do it right now. Zag also said that he agreed with his sister. Masaru said that he was not against it, but were they really in a hurry? The girls said that before Dad causes any more trouble, it's better to pay off the debt as soon as possible. Zag said that they were afraid that he would do something like buy a warehouse again. Masaru said that he had a bad feeling about this. After some time, they reached the shop and started knocking on it. The unknown man asked how long they could knock on his door, since they were already closed. The man recognized Dina and asked if this was the girl from the brick store. He said that it looked like she was in a hurry, did she really need money again, and added that they could no longer lend them money. The protagonist immediately interrupted him and said that they had come here only to pay the debt. Zag told the man that if he even touched his sister, he would not let him go alive. Masaru placed gold coins on the counter in front of the man. The man was surprised by this. He did not expect that this brick-and-mortar store could make so much money. Dina asked if it was enough to pay off their debts and interest. Zag said they would finally be able to break out of the debt spiral. The man said they had done a good job, but it was still not enough. Dina asked if her father had borrowed even more money. They asked how much they still owed. The man immediately reassured them and said that it was not about the debt, but it was still connected to their father. He asked them if they remembered the warehouse they rented. The girl asked about the one where they kept the plates. Zag said that there shouldn't be any problems with it since they paid for it. To which the man explained that the father had rebuilt the warehouse without permission. For example, he had used a ladder and made a shelf on the wall, also a hole in the floor, and made himself a place to sleep. The amount here would not be enough to compensate for this. Everyone was upset. After some time, they left the shop. The main character said that he was morally exhausted because he had been cleaning up the old man's mess all day. Dina said that she was very sorry. In fact, their father was not a bad person. Masaru calmed down and said that everything was fine. He just came up with an idea to relieve stress. The guys were surprised by his words. Zag immediately asked him not to create problems in the capital. Did he really want to involve the king's guard? To which the guy replied that it sounded like a great idea, but there was an even more terrible one. The main character smiled and said that he meant shopping. He would do as much as he wanted in this city. Masaru asked them if they didn't feel rested when they went shopping. Dina immediately asked if it was for the Beastman city. He replied that it was half for himself and half for the city. Zag immediately asked if this was related to the day they talked about recruiting artisans, to which the guy replied that it was true, he was looking forward to it. He explained that this city is only being built, it doesn't even have a name yet, but if they want to move and settle there, it will greatly help the development of the city. Over time, the city can turn into a megalopolis that will even surpass the capital. Masaru also suggested thinking about the possibility. He can't wait to continue building the city. Dina said that this task is clearly not an easy one. Compared to their father's business, the scale is simply huge. The main character said that it was a lot of fun to take part in the construction. Dina immediately remembered her father's words about him needing a rest, that he was content with just making bricks. The girl suddenly froze in place. Zag asked her if something was wrong, to which she turned to him with a smile and said that everything was fine. Dinah asked the protagonist if he was going to do some shopping tomorrow. He answered yes and said that he would go in the morning, after which he asked her why she was asking. The girl asked them to stop by on the way. She and Zag would take him around the local shops. She smiled sweetly as she did so. She also said that she would introduce him to some of her artisan friends who were masters of their craft. Masaru said that it was great, so he could meet them in person. Zag said that his sister should think about it, because the main character is even more eccentric than their father. He himself will take responsibility for it. Tina said that everything is fine. She wants to take a break from worrying about bills. She is sure that it will be fun to wander around the market with Masaru. Zag said that his sister had a point. He thought that tomorrow would be another busy day. A new day had arrived. As they had agreed, they went together to various shops in the city. The protagonist acquired several animals from the Adventurers Guild. Zag said that they were all mutated animals and then asked what he would do with them. He replied that he would breed them. Quail windcutters can lay 5 eggs every 3 days, and a horned rabbit can give birth to 14 rabbits per year. Their meat is very tasty. In addition, widow's goats can give milk. Sometime later, in the castle, Zag asked him to refrain from dangerous actions. Probably, Dina will move to his city after all. He is still worried, since he cannot go with them. Masaru asked him what he means. The main character asked with surprise in his voice that he would not go with them. The latter was surprised by his words. Zag asked why he had to do this, to which Masaru replied that he had received permission from the king to hire some craftsmen here, and as a condition, a detachment from Gratis would be in the Beastman City. He also added that the captain of this detachment would act as ambassador, and Zag had been nominated for the position. The guy hesitated and said that this was all at the wrong time, since he had just recently gotten a girlfriend. The main character said that he didn't know how to express himself correctly, but he definitely wouldn't have problems finding a new girlfriend. Then Dina called out his name. Masaru asked her name questioningly. Zag was also surprised by this and said that she was rarely seen in the castle. They asked her about the rush. Dina said that it was about the main character's proposal to move to the city of Beastmen. She agreed to it. The latter was pleased with her decision. Zag asked if she really came here for this. The girl explained that it was not only for this, but to sell the store and land for moving. She went to the merchant guild inside the castle. Masaru immediately asked what the problem was. She handed him a scroll and told him to read it. The guild thanked them for their common contribution to the development. They received the necessary information about their home and land. In light of the poor location and the poor condition of the house, they would be forced to charge them for demolition. The boys were surprised by this. Dina asked her brother if everything would be okay with Masaru, if there would be any problems with filing a complaint against the tyranny. To which the guy replied that he had been there for a long time, but everything would be okay. He had negotiated with the king himself. After some time, the main character returned to them, and he looked very tired. Zag said that he did not look very well and asked what happened. He managed to raise the price of the land and the house a little, but they had reasoned well, he couldn't win the argument. Dina said that she thought it would help them move, but it ended up adding even more expenses. After that, they returned to the house. Zag, seeing Masaru with a dangerous object, asked him what he was thinking, to which he replied that he had not been so angry for a long time. Zag told his sister that when the main character took out Morgenstern, he began to worry that he would destroy the trade guild. The latter understood why he did it. Neither of them thought that Masaru had decided not to pay for the demolition, and that he would end up taking on the task himself. He continued to destroy the house. The protagonist looked at his weapon and said that he finally had a chance to use it after creating it in the coastal city. He asked Zag and Dina why it was so noisy, to which they replied that it was because he was smashing everything. Zag said that it was too much, because he was using a dangerous weapon to demolish a house, to which Masaru said with a smile that everything was fine, he thought of everything. At first glance, it may seem ridiculous, but he uses this thing as a substitute for a hammer to break down walls, and the rubble can later be used as gravel. The demolition would make a lot of noise and would disturb everyone, so they should go around and remind the neighbors. He even took the trouble to use his construction skills to create a barrier to prevent other debris from flying up while he worked. As long as they stick to the plan, the demolition will go smoothly, and he uses his skills to recycle the scrap materials. He thinks he can finish it by morning, they should just leave it to him. Zag was shocked. The guy will be going with Masaru as an ambassador, so asking him to help with things like that would be a great idea, and he himself seems interested. Then his name is called. Their father said that he had cut the tree to the size he asked for, so he should take a look. Zag and Dina were shocked that he was there. The protagonist said that he wanted to get the demolition done quickly and work on something else, so he hired their father to help. Masaru said that it was excellent, as expected. From a craftsman, he is very experienced in this, to which the man replied that then he will start mass production. Zag shocked that he had said that he was working on something, and then asked him what he had in mind. The protagonist said that he was irritated by the mere demolition of the building, as if the merchant guild was using them. So he would build a new forge here and demand a huge price from them. Zag said that he shouldn't be praised for his commercial spirit, because he's just like a kid who doesn't like to lose. Dina said that she didn't think her father would agree to the job. The man said that not only would he be able to get a lot of money from the guild, but he would also make good money from it, so he agreed. Zag said that he was glad that his father was the same as before. Masaru asked the boy if he could help his father. After that, they would have no more business. The main character said that after finishing the work on the house, it would be time to return to the city of Beastmen. Zag agreed with his words and said that he had already gotten used to how unreasonable he sometimes becomes. It is exciting, but at the same time, scary. Masaru said that after collecting all the materials, he would use his skill to build a building. He would leave the city in a week. They should also prepare, especially the guy. The protagonist asked to break up with his girlfriend. Dina also said that she had to say goodbye to her neighbors and friends who cared about her. The father said that he would chat a little with his drinking buddies. Dina asked if the other artisans weren't going with them and if he was just looking for an excuse to drink. The protagonist negotiated with the king in the capital of Grada-Sao. He made purchases in the capital and was able to get his hands on many useful things, but the most valuable thing was the workforce. 6 blacksmiths, 2 tanners, 8 carpenters, 4 tailors, and 4 cooks. And also companions he can trust. Zag said that he was already getting into it. His father suggested that he take up woodworking, after which he asked if he remembered how to use tools. He answered positively. The main character came to the king. He said that he was leaving much earlier than he thought. The guy said that this time the goal was negotiations and purchasing everything necessary. If anything was needed, he would come to the capital again. The king said that he would miss the various complaints from the merchant guild. It turned out that the guy had overdone his shopping. The man said that he was glad that he had not suddenly invited the castle goddess like he had during his last visit. Masaru thought that he had been traumatized by the incident. The king asked him if he was still doing something grand, whether he was really going to build a forge and a weapons shop to sell to the merchant guild. The main character said that he had apparently heard everything, to which the man replied that it would be the best store in the capital with many shelves and display cases that no one had seen before. The king asked if this was a possible favor, to which the boy replied that he could see right through him. He said there that the man had helped them a lot here, so he had prepared a parting gift for him. This is a store that has never been seen in this world. A 3-story building made of stone. High-quality goods will be displayed on the wall behind the counter. And the most important thing is that there will be a system against thieves. You will only need to lower the lever, and the iron cage will be lowered in front of the door and the counter. Masaru also explained that when the store opens, people working in the profession will notice the innovations. As trade develops, civilization as a whole will also progress. It will be a big step for development. The king said that it was just his opinion, but it seemed that he had fully utilized his high status and skills to solve many problems on his own. If he had manpower, he should use it to the fullest. Masaru thought that he had hit the nail on the head. That was the biggest problem with building a city. There was little they could do without him around, just like it was impossible to run an entire city on your own. The protagonist thanked King Axion and said that he would remember these words and continue to dedicate himself to this cause, to which the man replied that he was simply talking to himself. Masaru told him that he could send people to the city to exchange magic and technology, but he hoped that the people he sent would not have prejudices against the beastmen. He also asked to choose energetic and strong people who would not be easily broken. The king said that he understood everything. His mouth does not shut up when it comes to requests. The man extended his hand and offered to shake hands one last time. He was looking forward to seeing the wonderful city that his hands had built. Masaru told him that next time they would just drink, and he would also invite Bactinia and the others. The king asked to spare him because the gods cannot be invited so easily. Zag told him that he was late, to which he replied that it was his fault since he was talking to the king. He reported to the protagonist that they were almost done with loading, and there was also a group standing there and chatting for a while. They were adventurers. They said that they had never seen such cheerful groups, and they also said that they had received permission to leave, so they said that he could not worry. Masaru thought about how, just before leaving the capital, they had more companions, a group of 8 people, consisting of adventurers and an elf. They wished to retire as adventurers and settle in the city. Friendly, cheerful, and a little carefree. They will play an important role in training the city guard. Then the main character was called out. The adventurer asked him if he would make a proud speech. The others supported him. Masaru thought that he had changed his mind. This was a very carefree company. The main character jumped into the carriage and said that he thanked everyone for accepting the invitation and making the decision to move and settle in a new land and a new city. With the skills and knowledge developed here, they will be able to take part not only in the construction of the city, but also lay the foundation for an exchange for all of them and their friends who are waiting for them in their new home. The protagonist promised that although the days spent there may be stressful and difficult, they will also be fun and joyful for them, so they should make an effort to make something grandiose come true. Masaru turned towards the city and thanked Gratis, after which he said goodbye to him and said that they were on their way to their new home. A few days after leaving the kingdom, the entire caravan was talking to each other on various topics. Someone was talking about swords, someone about the forest. The men were saying that the boar from yesterday was delicious. It was like a gourmet trip. The protagonist was happy that everyone seemed to be in high spirits. Masaru turned to Zag and asked if he had chatted with his elf sister and her friends, to which the guy replied that he was simply asking about her life as an elf. In general, he would have definitely found out if he had a new traveling companion. The elf pulled back the curtain in the cart and asked if she wasn't good enough for him. Zag got nervous and said that wasn't what he meant. One of the men said he could see the river they had talked about at lunch. They decided to make a stop near it. The adventurer asked Masaru when they would arrive. The latter replied that he needed to look at the map. He explained that they were now at the intersection of a river and roads. They were halfway to the Beastman city. They were right on schedule. It would take a few more days. The adventurer and the elf were surprised by his skills. They explained that they were a little shocked that he had a storage skill and a map skill. The girl had never seen such a thing before. Even experienced adventurers had simpler skills. The man said that such a person builds a city of beastmen. But considering the conflict between beastmen and humans, it is surprising that he is so popular there. To which Masaru said that they are nice guys, they helped at the right time. The adventurer smiled and said that he understood everything. He was even more impatient to arrive in the city. The elf said that it was noticeable on him. The protagonist went to the other crew members and asked if the chefs had enough ingredients. They told him that there was some left over from lunch, but they would like to replenish their supplies. Then one of the cooks offered him wild birds. He wanted to try comparing them with other meat. If Masaru refused, they would make do with wild herbs. But he agreed, adding that their experienced hunter could handle it. After some time, the protagonist, the elf, and Zag went hunting. Masaru said that her technique leaves him speechless every time he sees it. Zag said that he doesn't understand the difference between a human bow and hers. Zag also said that if they meant the characteristics and flight paths of birds, then he would have no problem hitting them. But should they really understand the birds they hunt? The elf told about some types of birds. There are annoying birds that steal and fly away with the belongings of travelers and adventurers. One of them stole her water bottle. They do everything for fun. The protagonist asked her what they tasted like, to which the girl winked and said that they were incredibly tasty. He raised his hand and said that they would hunt these annoying birds again. Zag said sadly that he was a herder. He was useful in hunting boars, but birds are heavier. The elf told him that he had a good sense. It was too early to give up. She handed him her bow and offered to try it. It might help to hit the bird before it took off. Masaru asked him to be careful, because this bow is quite dangerous. The elf immediately asked him if he knew anything about the bow, to which he replied that he had misspoke, and then added that he had made a bow from the same material and offered to show it. She agreed. The girl took his bow in her hands and began to wonder. She asked if it was really made of the same materials because she could not string it. Masaru then explained to her that he was reinforced with mithril to match his strength. The elf then asked him about how he was lying, and then asked him to demonstrate. He hesitated, and then she cried out triumphantly that she had thought so, that he was just bluffing. He must have just pulled the bowstring too tight. Masaru thought to himself that he had learned his lesson, but he shouldn't tell her that. The main character said that he would shoot once, try to hit a tree nearby. The elf asked if he could really fool her. to which he replied that he simply had unpleasant memories of it, after which he suggested that he could hit someone, like a bear, to which she said that these were all just words, he should already be using a bow. Then Masaru pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow. The girl was shocked. She said that he really succeeded. Zag said that it was strong. The shot went through the trees. At that moment, they heard a loud scream. The main character started crying and said that he had hit someone again, to which the elf said that the cry was from the other side. She called him to follow her, and they saw that a large group of people were attacked by wolves. They were surprised that a whole group of wolves were doing on the plain. Suddenly, one of the wolves stood over the stranger and wanted to attack her. Zag said that it was somehow not the right time. The elf said that she would not have time to shoot. At that moment, the main character decided to help her. He jumped out into the clearing and chased the wolves away from the stranger, after which he told her to leave quickly. She tried to find out who he was, but he asked his friends to take her away from here. The protagonist thought to himself about what kind of resistance this was when he swung at the Volkovs once again. It turned out that he really did break through the stone with his blow. The elf told him to move aside because it was a golem. She then used her fire support skills and attacked the wolves. Several arrows flew at the monsters, but as it turned out, arrows and swords were ineffective against them. At that moment, the stranger stood next to them and said that they should allow her to help. If possible, they should retreat immediately. Masaru asked her if she didn't see that swords were useless here. The girl said that she was a knight. She couldn't allow herself to turn her back on the enemy. And when the stranger attacked the wolves with a sword, she realized that her strength was not enough to cut them. She wondered how strong this man was. At that moment, several wolves appeared behind the main character, preparing to attack him. Everyone around was shocked by what was happening. The monsters started to bite Masaru's body. The latter said that it hurt, asked to get off him and not to bite his neck. The stranger in shock asked him if everything was okay. The main character at that moment got rid of one of the wolves. It hurt him. He also told the wolf that it was one of the many valuable items that he had when he was reborn. Zag told her that he was no longer surprised by anything. Masaru said that as they could see he could take care of the wolves himself, so the girl could return to her companions. She agreed with him. The protagonist was very angry. He asked the monsters how they dared to do this to a synthetic fiber that does not even exist in this world. He made them regret it, and then used his power to throw them aside. He took out his weapon and began to strike randomly, saying that this was their punishment for damaging their clothes. After some time, they returned to the camp. Masaru said that it was good that there were no casualties. Zag said that the man who should be suffering from injuries was instead full of spirit. He should work on his skills too. The protagonist thought that he was a little surprised. Regarding that battle, he used all his magic power to use strengthening magic, so there were no problems. But by the time he was bitten by the wolves, he had already recovered 1/3 of his magic power. Thanks to this, he was able to survive it without injury, strengthening his entire body. Then Masaru was called and told that the leader of the group and his servant were waiting for him. He asked the elf why she was standing there, to which she replied that she had simply come to visit the members of her race. When the main character entered the tent, he saw that there were 2 girls, elves. One of them was literally sitting on the floor and smiling sweetly at him. The elf sitting on the floor said that they were dark elves and were very grateful for their help. The elf from the team said that, as she said, they were of the same race. The protagonist said that he was glad that they were okay, and then asked why the golems attacked them. If they didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force them. The elves actually ignored his question and said that what they were not going to say might seem shameless, but they were currently facing great difficulties in finding a place to settle. The girl asked if they could let them join the group, to which Masaru easily agreed. Then the girl said that they understood that their request would put them in a difficult situation, but they really had nowhere to go. Then it dawned on her that they had already agreed. The girl asked if they really didn't mind, to which the main character said that he had already agreed. The elf on his team said that she should know if they were lucky or not. Zag said that they better start getting used to Masaru's antics, and the latter said that they were a tough group. After some time, the whole group finally reached the city of Beastmen. May threw herself on the protagonist's neck and greeted him, and the latter asked her how she was doing. Adelina also greeted him, but he replied that he was glad to see that she was doing well. He asked where the chief was, to which the girl replied that he was in the middle of work in a residential area. After some time, they met him. The man said that he had brought many people with him again, to which Masaru replied that they were all artisans, their new comrades, who would build the city with them. He also said that on the way they met a group of dark elves. They will stay here for some time. The dark elves stood and looked at the mountains. The girl said that it was amazing. The leader said that this city was built with the help of people. She was filled with admiration. The tall girl started talking about how this man with black hair was hiding something, to which the leader told her to look at the people. They were smiling at him kindly. The main character ran to the elves and said that they were friends. The leader said that he wanted to throw a welcoming party. He also added that this applies to both the leader and her service, to which the girl responded that they never introduced themselves. The leader of the Dark Elves is named Emeralda, and her assistant is Irena. The protagonist also gave his name and said that they should feel at home. The evening came. A large number of people gathered near the fountain. Many tables with food were set up. Everyone was chatting. Here the main character saw the goddess Isla Saphira. She greeted them and said that she apologized for being so late. The children did not give them a minute of rest. Masaru asked her if she was used to being a teacher. It seemed she taught them magic as she promised. She responded in the affirmative and said that the gods always keep their word. The girl said that she rarely gets a chance to directly touch the lives of people in the lower world. She didn't think it would be so much fun. That's why she's sad about leaving. The guy asked her what she meant. The goddess explained that she had nothing more to teach, and besides, he had returned, so this was the end of her role as a teacher. The protagonist asked her if she wasn't the goddess of magic, so she couldn't possibly have something else to teach. Isla asked him if he remembered the crab case. In accordance with the god's code, to avoid excessive interference, he asked her to teach magic to the city's residents on his behalf. In other words, she can only teach magic that he can use. The goddess said that she had nothing more to teach people. Her work here was finished. He saw how sad she was, and then an idea came to his mind. The protagonist turned to her and said that, starting tomorrow, she should give him exclusive individual lessons in magic. He had to give instructions to the masters, so he offered to conduct them every day for about an hour. And the goddess asked him what he meant. It would be against the rules. To which he replied that it was perfectly fine to teach him magic, since he had an aptitude for it. She should teach him the magic he didn't know yet. Since he also lives in this city, he has everything he needs to receive her teachings. If he can learn new magic, she can also continue to be a teacher for others. She said that he was right. After which she asked why he didn't start building the city with the help of hired craftsmen, why he was wasting his time on her. To which Masaru replied that because she was having fun, he would help her enjoy it longer. Isla said that she now fully understood the reason why her sister often descended to the lower world. A new day has come. The protagonist woke up. He did not think that they would start studying right at the first rays of the sun. Isla told him not to get distracted. He asked for it himself, so there should be no complaints. The goddess asked him if he had received a general idea of magic from his sister. He answered positively. Then she said that she would skip the explanation on this matter. She suggested that he learn how he would release the magic inside his body. The protagonist grabbed the branch in his hands. It began to shine. Isla said that he missed a step. She is his teacher, so he must obey, after which she asked to release her into the air. The goddess said that it was easier to release magic power into the air because it had less resistance, to which he said that he would release all the magic power from his body at once. Appeared around the protagonist. Isla said that it was amazing, and then was surprised that his magical power was floating vertically. After that, they decided to try other types of magic. He decided to start with wind magic. The goddess tried to stop him because it was dangerous to use magic with so much magical power. But the guy didn't listen to her, after which a huge whirlwind of wind rushed into the air, which frightened the city's residents. So they studied for a few more days, and one day he waited for her, but she did not show up. It was hard for him to imagine that such a serious goddess would be late. They were supposed to have compression training today, and he and she were looking forward to it. Then a voice came from behind him, saying that Isla had asked her to come today. It turned out to be his old friend Victinia, to whom he told that they had not seen each other for a long time, while he stuttered. The girl said that Isla called her and asked her to help him study magic. Since this is her younger sister's request, she will spare no effort or mercy to give him an education. The goddess said that she was very glad that they were getting along well, after which she told him to get to work. She told him to start working on compressing his magic. The protagonist cursed under his breath and was upset about why she was here instead of her sister today. Apparently, she was in a bad mood. Masaru told Victinia that she had better calm down or else she would get more wrinkles. She replied that she was completely calm, that's why she was telling him to pull himself together. She said that they were starting training. If he failed to master her, it would lead to consequences that would be even worse than a tornado. While he was working at a home center, a cylinder of compressed gas fell off a car. The cap was damaged. He witnessed air gush out from the hole, and the cylinder flew straight into the wall like a rocket. Masaru told her his actions, and then the goddess suggested that he try to gather his magic and release it again. He said that even if she said so, it was all useless. He didn't understand how the compression process was supposed to work, let alone gather magic over a long period of time. The girl then suggested that he imagine the finished form of the vessel. Then all he had to do was store the magic he had collected in it. The more magic he collected, the more he would have to contain and be able to compress it. If she could do it once, she was sure he wouldn't have any problems with it. He was surprised by her words that he was familiar with it, and then used the skill of creating things. A huge magic ball appeared in front of him. He decided to try to imagine a vessel that could hold such a quantity of magic, after which a huge sword appeared in his hands. He was happy that he had succeeded, and realized that magic could be used in this way. He apologized for his words in the past, and said that her advice really helped him. Victinia hesitated, and said that she wanted to talk to him about something. He asked about it, was it really him? To which she began to deny it, and asked out loud why she was even thinking about something like that. He asked her if it was because she was so gloomy today. She told him to stay focused when he controlled his magic. He said the wind wasn't as strong this time. And then the unexpected happened, and he said that he was taking back his words. Victinia asked if he should turn away at such moments. As a result, he fell to the ground, after which he thought about what she wanted to talk to him about. He assumed it was related to the city. He remembered teaching the craftsmen how to make knives. The men told him that they had done everything. They had created multi-purpose knives. He explained that they were making these knives to put up for sale. They didn't understand what was wrong, to which Masaru said that this time he would say it loud and clear. When he said make them the same, he meant it literally. He held the knife up and said that the thickness and length of the knives may look the same, but the same cannot be said about the smoothness of the surface and other aspects. He also would not tolerate hammer marks left on the blade. As a product that would be sold on the market, these knives were not up to standard. They tried to argue with him, then he suggested comparing them. He took out a ruler from his storage and said that it was a tool used in his hometown to measure objects. Then he told them to carry knives. Masaru said that they should take the knife they made and then put it next to the finished sample. Then he put a ruler on top and said that if the thickness was the same, there would be no gap. He also told about his past when he went to school. When they made things with prescribed sizes, they were assigned an error of 120 millimeters. The men said that it sounded quite cruel. After graduating from vocational school, the assistant master, when he worked in a country home center, could even determine the error level of 150 millimeters just with the naked eye or by touching with a finger. The protagonist handed one of the knives to the man and said that he made this knife by hand without using any skills, and then asked him to measure it. The master suggested looking at the thickness. It was clear that there were no gaps at all. Masaru said that he was not entirely precise since he did not have the necessary equipment, but even he could do it. He said that since they were of the same race, they could study not only these techniques but also everything else that he could offer. The man said that he liked it. He had not been so interested in his work for a long time. The others said that they were ready to learn from him to reach such a level. It turned out that the main character was telling everything to Victinia. Perhaps in 3 years he will have nothing to teach them. He saw the girl's reaction and thought that his assumptions about the topic of conversation were wrong. He told her that he had also started to engage in livestock farming and also told her some other news from the life of the city. But the girl did not engage in the conversation. He also raised the topic of the sanctuary, to which she replied that it was high time to start, and the girl also asked about the fact that this was her city, both by name and in fact, to which he responded positively. Then she remembered her sister's letter and asked if he shouldn't tell her something first. That is, when you return to the city, if you are its inhabitants, then first of all there is something that needs to be done. The protagonist thought about her words. He thought about whether it was true because of this, after which he said that he had returned, calling the girl by name, to which Victinia smiled broadly and greeted him. He asked her if she was upset about something like that. Then he looked at her embarrassed face and thought that he would be pleased to see how she would accept and greet him with a warm smile. The goddess immediately asked him what he was thinking about. He replied that she might get carried away if he told her, so he would keep the thought to himself. She tried to find out his thoughts, to which he began to run away and said that he would never do this. It was time for him to go to the artisans. At this time, Isla was watching them. She thought that her sister wanted to tell him something important, but in any case, she is so cute when she is next to the main character. She thought about important things. The group of dark elves that Masaru had saved recently, she could easily verify some data if she looked at the recent course of events, but no errors were found. The goddess thought that she would have to look deeper into this matter, but she did not think that there could be something unknown in this world that was outside the control of the gods. Isla wondered what was going on, why the dark elves were under attack. It was obvious how nervous she was. After some time, Irina returned to the city. Emeralda said that she was waiting for her return. The girl asked the chief how the rest of the dark elves were doing, to which she replied that everyone was fine, everyone was kind to them. Irina said that accepting their offer seemed like a good idea. The leader agreed with her, but they had to do something no matter what. The two of them came to the main character and decided to ask for a favor. In the end, they agreed to talk after dinner. The protagonist apologized to them for the wait and said that he had brought one more person with him. The leader said that they would get straight to the point, but first she would like to introduce herself again. Emeralda said that she was the queen of the Dark Elves. She wanted to express her gratitude to them for giving shelter to the members of their clan. The boys were surprised at who she was. The girl told them that they were from the kingdom of Stenzen. It is a kingdom along a mountain range, located 10 days' drive west of the city. One day, they were attacked by golems, which they had seen before. They tried to resist. When the protagonist group met them on the plains, were they really running away from the golems? To which Emeralda said that there could have been survivors, but she hardly believes it. Masaru said that it meant that an entire country had been wiped off the face of the earth. Were the golems really that strong? Zag asked why they suddenly decided to tell them about it. The leader said that several months had passed since their stay in the city. They needed some time to collect their thoughts. Emeralda said that she had to find out what had happened to her homeland, no matter what it took. She asked for help getting to Stenzen. The protagonist said that he understood what she was getting at, and then asked why they had attacked them in the first place. She replied that they didn't know, it was too sudden. He asked if it was because of some kind of grudge. Zag said that it was unlikely because the Dark Elf is a subrace of gentle elves who live in harmony with nature. He had never heard a single rumor about them, let alone a bad one. The guy said that he couldn't believe his ears when he heard that their kingdom was attacked. Then the main character asked them to tell him about what happened in detail. Irina said that she was on duty at the city gate. When she returned, the enemy had already crossed the moat and entered through the back of the castle. It seemed that they were attacked from the inside, but a small part of the citizens managed to escape. Masaru asked her to tell him more about the golems, if she could remember any characteristics, to which she replied that her eyes were caught by different types. There were wolves, bears, monkeys, and other animals. Also among these species were spiders. The main character immediately stood up sharply. His face became very tense. Zag asked if he really understood something. Masaru began to stutter and said that he would leave the rest to the guy, after which he said that he didn't really like talking about spiders, so he would go to his room. Zag realized that he was afraid of them. It was difficult for the protagonist to admit his weakness, so he began to talk about his allergies. Here he understood the message of Victinia, who told him not to go to the city. Zag put a smirk on his face and said that he was using the name goddess as an excuse, then asked if he was really that afraid of spiders. The protagonist answered positively and said that he is an ordinary person. There are things that disgust him. Usually he doesn't mind going into the forest, but he gets goosebumps from the thought of these creatures getting into his field of vision. Masaru thought about it. He was afraid that the situation was too one-sided, and they still didn't know much. And the city's development was entering an important stage. It would be awkward to leave the city now. Then they heard a sound. It was a message from the goddesses. He opened it and thought it was a message from Victinia. It was Isla who said that the monsters they were discussing now were something even gods couldn't verify. She asked him to investigate the matter, and if he agreed, he would receive a skill coupon. The protagonist said that he would take responsibility and offer them his utmost support to deal with this incident. He'd overcome his fear of those damned spiders right now. He would escort Emeralda safely to Stenzen. No matter what happened, he would protect and help. The girls were immediately happy with his words. Zag thought that something was wrong here, and he also asked them all to help him take the car for a test drive. He told us that he had invented a means of transportation. It was a special human-powered Masaru carriage. It was a high-speed tricycle powered not by horses, but by humans. finally able to make leaf springs to soften the shaking and absorb shock. The outer parts will also be reinforced once he has collected data. Zag asked if he would mind showing the diagram. He said yes, but now he needed to gather data. After that, he helped the boy climb into the carriage. He was scared. The main character told Emeralda that he was going to climb to the top of the hill and come back. Almost immediately, Masaru and Zag set off on the journey in this carriage. He sat behind the wheel while the boy sat in the carriage itself. On the way, they saw a bunch of goblins. Zag started shouting that they would crash, but the main character just knocked down these monsters. After some time, they came back. Zag fell to the ground. He was in shock. The main character said that it was quite good, but there was room for improvement. Zag shared his impressions and added that Masaru's magical support plays a huge role. You can't tell by him, but when it comes to security, he's the best at it. He asked to give him a few days. While the main character was figuring out his invention, Victinia came to him. He told her to wait a minute. He was almost finished. It was obvious that the girl was very upset. He asked what had happened, to which she replied that she could not give details, but she had a request for him. She said that she wanted him to eliminate all remaining creatures in Stengen. He was shocked by her words. The day came when they would go to the city. Zag said that as his test subject, he was curious about what changes he had made to the crew. Masaru was very sad. The guy asked him if something was bothering him. He replied that it was because of his conversation with the goddess. Then Zag said that he thought it was because of his lack of confidence in his invention. Arena asked them if they would be satisfied with such a volume of things. Their journey would take about 10 days, to which Masaru replied that he had prepared enough for the meal, and he also had a lot stored in the spatial storage. She said that she understood everything. The main character turned to Zag and asked him to help put the girls' things there. At that time, Emeralda watched them. Her face was very sad. The protagonist responded with the same sad face. She asked Arena to take care of herself, to which the latter asked if she really didn't want to go with them, to which the leader replied that she had already decided on everything. Emeralda asked the girl to see the situation with her own eyes. They must accept reality as it is and pass on beautiful memories of their country to future generations. Arena agreed with her and said that it was a great honor for her to serve her. She would keep her promise and complete the mission. Emeralda said that she would like to go with them. Arena asked Adelina if she wanted to go with them, to which she replied that she did. But the main character asked her for a favor. While he was not in the city, Emeralda would accompany her and teach her everything necessary to manage the affairs of the city. The protagonist confirmed these words and said that she should start studying right now. She really doesn't want to be with a muscular head like Lancelot. Besides, if more people come to the city, she and the head of the city alone won't be able to handle such a flow. So this is a good opportunity for Adelina. The girl agreed with him and said that in return he should take her with him next time. Zag asked what she was really going to learn about the Kingdom of Elves. He said that he was also interested, and then asked if she would mind telling him when she returned, to which Adelina replied that he didn't quite look like a knight after all. Masaru asked them when they had become so close, to which Zag replied that it was just normal communication between city dwellers. The boy said that he had already written a letter about the attack on Stensen and sent it by messenger to Gratis. He should arrive in the capital while they were on the way. Zag said that he thought he was attaching too much importance to it. Masaru replied, "If the kingdom really has fallen, it would be better to inform the others as soon as possible." The main character said that he wants to end this as soon as possible and go home. The three of them are more than enough for this. They boarded his invention and then headed at full speed to their destination, the kingdom of Stensen. At this time, Isla asked Victinia if she was okay, to which she replied that everything was fine. The girl said that her heart ached. She couldn't forgive herself for what had happened if it really came to that, after which she began to cry. At this time, Arena said that they were almost there, to which Masaru said that it was a magnificent city, but she should remember what her leader said. They came to confirm the situation in the kingdom. The capital was under attack by golems. It must accept reality. Zag said that it was the first time he saw a capital without living people. The girl got out and wanted to run to check on the residents. Masaru said that it was dangerous to go to the city now, to which she replied that she could just stand there, having witnessed this tragedy. The protagonist said that there was no need for this. He could assure her that there were no survivors in the capital. Arena angrily asked him if he really wanted her to believe that there were no survivors without even checking. Zag said that he had never lied before, so they should listen to him. The protagonist told about the conversation with the goddess. Arena asked him if it was true that she asked him to destroy his remaining living beings. She realized that the reason he was saying there were no survivors was because he knew the state of the city beforehand. She asked him if he really thought she would believe that nonsense. Masaru thought about how when he told the beastmen in Adelina about the gods, they didn't have such a strong reaction. Arena said that she was going to search for survivors. Zag said that he now understood why the protagonist had been depressed lately. It was all because he knew about it beforehand. Arena asked him if he really believed it. The guy said that it was because the king himself recognized him as an apostle of the gods and also ordered him to obey. The protagonist said that the apostle was too much. The king had to explain that the relationship between him and the goddess was on the level of friends. Zag said that he had never heard of such a thing before, but if so, his personality was even higher than that of an apostle, to which the latter replied that he thought it was quite normal to be frank with the gods. The protagonist turned to the others and said that he wanted them to watch the last moments of the capital from here, and also to let him deal with the golems that remained there. Arena asked him if they should come with him. Zag asked what the last moments of the capital meant. Masaru replied that he was going to do something a little cruel today. The main character's face became sad, and he said that today he was going to blow up the golems and the capital. Arena asked him in shock if he was really going to destroy the kingdom, to which he replied that it was the best they could do to fix it. The girl asked why they had to do something so drastic, why they couldn't just destroy the golems. Zag agreed with her and said that it was too much. Arena said that Emeralda would definitely not allow such a thing, to which the protagonist said that he had already spoken to her, he had received permission. Before coming here, almost immediately after receiving this task, he talked about it with the queen and the goddess. Emeralda was very upset by the conversation. She was outraged that she was being asked for permission to destroy the earth. Victinia said that there was no one left alive in their kingdom. The only thing left were the golems. They stayed there and are not going anywhere. Emeralda, with tears in her eyes, said that they were attacked by monsters, lost their relatives in the castle, and then they wanted to take their last home. She asked if they really thought they had the right to do this. Victinia said that she was very sorry. Emeralda looked at her and said that it was not enough, then asked what they should do and fell to the floor. The queen asked if God was not going to help them at such a moment. The protagonist was shocked. He walked up to the girl sitting on the floor and said that he thought he was sent there because God wanted to save them. Stenzin's fate cannot be changed. He will give her all his power to help her recover. Until then, they can stay here. If they just ask, he will create everything they want. The protagonist said that he knows that this is all unexpected, but she must not forget that Victinia is a goddess. It cannot be that she does not love the world that she created herself. She loves it more than any of them. Masaru told the queen that she didn't have to forgive her right now. But when all of this was over, when they rebuilt their capital, he hoped that she would be able to forgive Victinia. The protagonist said that he didn't want his friend to make that face. The goddess sat, her face red, tears streaming down her face. Emeralda said that she didn't know if she could forgive her. But maybe sometime in the future they should try to survive and get there. Victinia was shocked by her words. The leader asked them for a small favor. The protagonist finished the story and said that Arena, as the queen's representative, should see the end of the kingdom with her own eyes. These were the queen's words. Zag said that it meant Masaru would do what he had planned, and the girl would watch. At that moment, Arena realized that she had been entrusted with the task of remembering Stenzin's past. The girl asked if he was sure that there really was no one left alive, to which the main character answered positively and said that he could call the goddess now. Arena said that she understood everything. She trusts him with the last moment of the kingdom. Until the dark elves return to the forest, they will be on his side. The main character had to work with beastmen, fight with knights and kings, to be honest. All this was very tiring. But he never thought he would do something like this. He came to the place and saw those same golems who attacked this city. There is something strange and sinister about the magical power of these monsters and their remnants that settle throughout the region. This is the reason he must destroy everything with an explosion. This is the reason he does not want to see Victinia's face so sad again. He will end it. The main character decided that it was time to wipe this place off the face of the earth. When he was on Earth, he read about one method in a novel. He's going to try it right now. He decided that he would succeed thanks to his magic and skill. With this spell, learned in special training, he would cover the entire capital with an atmospheric bubble and increase the oxygen level in it. First, the protagonist used air control, then he used the storage skill, then he used the air control skill again. He will sprinkle the flour bought in gratis like rain and spread it throughout the air with the help of air control over the capital, until everything turns white. Finally, he will use the skill arson. He will also put his magic into this flame. The oxygen and flour will combine with his magic and burn everything, including the remaining magic power around. The protagonist said goodbye to the city and said that he was sorry that he had not been here in more peaceful times. But this will definitely happen in the future. He will do everything to make it happen, he promises. After he had made all the preparations, he used his dust explosion skill, causing a huge column of fire to shoot out into the air. The fashionable man and the elf girl stood on the edge of the hill and looked at the ruins. The young man turned away from the picture that opened up before them. Masaru was showing himself from an incredible side again. The man thought to himself. He was surprised by what he saw down there. The elf stood motionless. The young man came closer to her. He began to get nervous about why the girl froze like that. Zack asked if everything was okay with her. Her appearance was alarming. The girl turned to him with slight sadness. She was worried about the question of whether they would be able to restore the capital and their home after all this. The guy looked at her and hastened to reassure her. He was sure that they would be able to. The culprit of the destruction himself appeared near them. Everyone felt awkward from the surprise. Zack hastened to defuse the situation, saying that it seemed he was worried in vain. The hero, with a smart look, said, "Strong worries will not lead to anything good." The awkwardness continued to mount. Masaru let out a breath, but his two comrades remained silent. Zack was the first to break the silence. Shouldn't his friend be happy now? But the young man didn't get his hint. The guide proudly stated that, for Zack's information, he himself had a hard time. The explosion was stronger than expected, so he had to use all his magic to increase heat resistance. The hero continued to complain that because of this, he flew into a rock and ended up damaging the protection on his shoulder. Zack turned to the elf and started to joke with her about his friend. This was the biggest danger Masaru had faced. He didn't expect anything less from him. He was sure that this guy could handle anything. The girl was also surprised because he jumped off the cliff so easily. Meanwhile, the hero was cursing at his suit, trying to remove the damaged parts. Suddenly, a window with a message appeared. Everyone stared at it. Zack asked if it was from the gods. Indeed, the message came from Isla. The hero was sure that she just wanted him to come back quickly, because she is so strict. But as soon as he read the message, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, and his two comrades looked at him questioningly. The boy ran at high speed with a worried expression on his face. He remembered something about a certain incident, so it was decided to change the plan. Saphira's message thanked him for his help, and she was also concerned about how the golem investigation was going. Masaru reminded himself once again that he still had work to do. Having arrived at the right place, the young man got down to business. He had to check the fragments with his magic. Seeing these fragments, his face reflected disgust. There was a transformed corpse of a monster. These monsters stayed in one place until there was nothing left of them. They also fed on the souls and magical power of the living, turning them into stone. But there was another detail noticeable here. Some details were missing in the name and description. The message window appeared again, distracting the young man from his thoughts. Another message from Isla. In it, she wrote that she had received the research and would ask other gods to do it, but she needed more fragments. Later, she would compensate for everything and give out all the information she knew. The young man did not expect that the girl would do it herself. He had a strange confidence. Something was being hidden from him. The guy thought about how, when the golems and the earth were struck by that strange magic, they had to clean everything there. He began to doubt whether they really had no other choice but to act, but then he decided that his task was complete. Paying attention to the message, he saw a slider down. Could it be that the message was not finished yet? Further in the message, the goddess asked for help from our hero in preparing that crab for the dinner to which she invited her sister, but she cannot provide a ticket for the skill, because this is a personal request. Masaru remembered the girl's tear-stained face and thought that Victinia's still couldn't get over what happened. He couldn't leave her like that, but then something else caught his attention. It turned out that the message had a continuation. He was even more surprised because Ila was ready to do anything, depending on her capabilities. Different thoughts began to come to the guy's head. He imagined girls in bunny costumes, one of whom dropped a tray with liquid. The young man felt ashamed of such thoughts. His cheeks turned red just in case. He began to justify himself, because it was just his imagination and he had no indecent feelings, none at all. Having calmed down, he coldly noted that one problem would still remain. Standing on the ruins, the young man thought that this place did not at all look like a source of light. The guy swallowed nervously and decided to climb the hill. He wanted to look around Stenson a little for his own peace of mind. The hero was called by name from behind. It was Zack. He asked Masaru if he had finished his business yet. The guy told his friend that he had already finished, but something was still bothering him. His friend became curious and asked what exactly it could be. Suddenly, he exclaimed, deciding that he had already understood the reason and had come precisely for this reason. Masaru was surprised. Could it really be true? Perhaps he was thinking about it too loudly out loud. But Zack started talking about something completely different. Knights would be sent from Gratis to confirm what had happened here. Then he asked if the hero had thought about how he would explain everything to them. The young man had already sent a report before leaving the city. There shouldn't be any problems. There was an awkward pause between them. Zack looked at his friend with incomprehension, and he, in turn, was ashamed of his past thoughts. Soon both were overcome with incomprehension. Masaru looked away and hurried to assure his companion that everything was correct. He had literally read his thoughts, after which he breathed a sigh of relief. The conversation continued. The hero asked if it was true that knights would come to them, to which he affirmatively agreed. He thought that they could help if asked. The guy objected with displeasure. He didn't need any help right now. The young man suddenly changed his mind. Since Zack mentioned it, perhaps they really might need help in cleaning up all this garbage, although they had just arrived here. But maybe his friend was already ready to go back. The hero began to get nervous. He didn't want the knights to start asking them questions about what they were doing here, but Zack didn't support him at all in this, because he hadn't said anything about it beforehand, so he had to figure it out himself. Masaru believed that if they stayed there to clean up, then there was no talk of the beastmen returning to the city soon, and also the situation had to be explained, his comrade added. The guy frowned. He didn't particularly like the idea of having to stay there for some time. He had already told everyone who was waiting for him that it wouldn't be long. A thought came into his head, which made the blood rush to his face. It meant that May would be angry with him again. He imagined May, a girl in a dress and bunny ears, angry at him because he promised to come back quickly. She was waiting for him. Lately, he had been thinking about how it would be nice to make her angry. The friends were still standing in the ruins. The hero decided that they still had something to do. They couldn't stay here, but they couldn't leave either. Zack asked his companion. It was because of the knights being sent to them. The hero completely confirmed his opinion. His comrade wanted to leave, but they couldn't return to the Beastman's city yet. That was true, but then what was the difficulty? He didn't understand that. Our hero's friend unexpectedly stunned him with his casualness. Why couldn't they just take and leave? Masaru didn't expect to hear this at all. He opened his mouth in surprise. Zack gave excellent advice, so it was decided to meet with Arena and set out. 2 days later, the knights arrived. Their commander announced their arrival, and everyone was ordered to stand. He was surprised by what happened there, but first he had to find Zack and Masaru. They had to be somewhere there. Another knight approached Captain Frida. There was some kind of sign and something was written on it. There was an inscription on the sign, announcing, "This is a treat for the Knights of Gratis. Masaru destroyed all the monsters in this city. As a result, he wanted to talk about what happened there and suggested meeting in a coastal city not far from there." The map of the area showed the location of the Beast City, the capital of Stenson, and the location of our hero with friends. The young man's head was already tired of thinking whether they should return to the Beastmen or not. Fortunately, there was another city where they could wait for the knights. The young man excitedly announced that they had reached the port of Harem, then suggested that why not ask for help in restoring Stenson while they are there. The three of them were riding in a carriage. Zack asked how exactly his friend was going to convince the villagers to help them. Masaru reminded him about using his brain muscles. Zack repeated the words he had said and realized that he had blurted out some kind of nonsense. Arena looked at her fellow travelers with curiosity. Then the hero calmed them down by asking them to leave all of this to him. And here they were. 2 men were walking down the street when suddenly a cart rushed past them. One of them screamed in fear and bewilderment. He couldn't understand what kind of cart with a horse could rush past like that. At the entrance to the city, there was a wide street along which residents walked and various carts drove, but one of them stood out very much, which Masaru and his comrades were riding. The 2 women stared at a newfangled carriage that passed them, the first they had ever seen. It had no horses. The elf noticed that they were attracting a lot of attention. Zack suggested that maybe they should have walked into the city. but the hero cheerfully noted that attracting attention also has its advantages, and he clearly liked it. The men were walking along the road and carrying boards when a cart rushed past. One of them recognized the travelers, and the second hastened to bring his fellow traveler to his senses so that he would not drop the board. Masaru, who was already in a good mood, was even more pleased to be noticed by old acquaintances. Here the second man realized who his comrade had paid attention to. The first man raised his hand to his mouth and called our hero loudly by name. The second man looked at him good-naturedly. These were Captain Cook and Erdem. The carriage stopped and the travelers got out, greeting old acquaintances since they had not seen each other for a long time. Captain Cook and Erdem asked to warn about their arrival in future. Zack acknowledged with a gesture and apologized to the men for what had happened. As a representative of Masaru, he would do everything to make up for his rudeness. The guy at that moment looked askance at his friend. The first man waved his hand at Zack. He was a knight of Gratis, so there was no need to apologize to him. He was simply doing what he was ordered to do. Arena came out of the carriage. She was immediately noticed. Cook and Erdem did not expect to see anyone else. They were even more surprised when they saw that it was a dark elf with a strange skin color. Suddenly, Cook turned to Masaru with sarcasm and anxiety. He was very worried about one thing. The guy had come there again not to ruin everything like last time. The young man did not calm him down too much, joking that maybe just a little bit. Something caught the young man's attention, and he turned his head to the side. Looking around the street, he noticed a lot of workers. He became interested in what kind of construction work was going on all over the city, and the acquaintances they met were also participating in this. Cook assured with a smile that they were just trying to build something, and his friend added that a lot had happened there thanks to Masaru. The guy asked again, looking at how some boys were working. Whether it was really thanks to him that everything happened, they agreed because he once made a shovel and a pump for them. The men continued to assure that their friends' new toys had revived the local people. Everyone was now trying to do all possible things, and Erdem himself was enjoying this business. He continued to tell his story, also remembering the help of one night, but then Zack interrupted him with a question about where Masaru had gone. Cook pointed him in the direction. The young man was talking to the boys, waving his hand. He liked their idea of laying out a garden path with bricks, and he decided to give advice, because they couldn't just lay bricks like that. They needed to think about what to do when it rains and make a drain for the water. The boys listened to him with interest. Suddenly, Masaru came to his senses and began to explain. He was just carried away by such conversations. When he saw someone doing construction, his body began to move on its own. Such is his curse. One of the boys began to get nervous at the word curse. Masaru turned around and wanted to leave, but the same guys called out to him. They wanted him to tell them what else he knew and help. The young man stopped next to his friends, all of whom were surprised when they heard such a request. And then one of them, the one with the blonde hair, closed one eye and noticed something. The two men took their boards to return to their business, and our hero was given time to deal with his so-called curse. This made the guy very happy. Thanking them for their attention, he promised to return to them soon. He walked forward from the cart, and his companions remained standing, looking after him with good-natured expressions on their faces, all except the elf. Zack turned his attention to Erin. She was standing there again with a sad expression on her face. He asked her what could have happened, but the girl began to deny it, still continuing to look at our hero. Masaru returned to the boys, who asked him to help and tell them a little more. The elf already knew that Mr. Hero had helped the city of Beastmen when he created all sorts of things, but she had never seen him so excited about the idea before. Zack understood what was going on and smiled. It turned out Masaru had once helped her too. The hero helped with a satisfied look, and Arena at that moment said that in her mind he would always remain in the image of a strong warrior who was ready to help in times of need. The girl imagined his face, full of inspiration and with a smile, and thought that when she looked at him, she began to feel unworthy of him. The young man was called from all sides. Everyone needed help, someone to fix a table, and someone with something else. Everyone wanted to have time to help. As soon as he finished, he would approach everyone. Sitting with a hammer in his hand, he examined the steps. Another young man called him to him. He also needed help. Another man came up. He recognized the hero. He was the one who once made a pump for him. This man also asked for help with the ladder. Masaru did everything as he was asked. Fixed the hanger. The woman was delighted. Now she will be able to hang her clothes there. A whole crowd had already gathered around him. Everyone was calling him to come to them, but he liked it, and finally he finished his last task. Suddenly, walls appeared around him. He turned his head from side to side. He found himself in the center of the arena, but he didn't understand where she came from. A man with a sword was approaching him from the side. He was clearly hostile. With an evil grin, he said that Masaru had come there again to bargain. The young man began to feel anxious, and the man with the sword was displeased, because the hero must know that in such a case he cannot be disrespected. These were his words. This man turned out to be a knight in armor, with a long and wide sword, light hair, and an unkind expression on his face. He offered to fight our hero. It was Commander Lancelot. He was looking at the young man, waiting to see if he was ready, but the guy decided to play a joke on the commander, saying that the commander had forgotten to polish his brain muscles all this time. They both stood in the middle of the arena. The hero continued his line, confusing the commander, because he probably did not think that the guy would say something like that. It seemed that when he saw the guy, the only thought that appeared in the man's head was the thought of fighting. He ignored all other work and constantly practiced fighting. A voice responded from behind. It turned out that Zack and the rest of the company also appeared in the arena, and a friend answered for the commander, who was then like a different person. Obviously, he wanted to be prepared for their meeting. This was Zack's opinion. The young man looked at his opponent with apprehension. Everything was exactly like that. The commander threw the huge sword over his shoulder in a relaxed and defiant manner and looked straight at the boy, expecting a battle. His gaze was still expectant, the hero thought, raising his hand to his chin, because the commander of the port, Harem, is a mad berserker who loves battles. On top of everything else, he was also a man who kept his word no matter what, and lately the commander had been serious, so it turns out that he was not a bad person in fact. In the end, Masaru decided to fight. But before that, he decided to clarify whether they would be able to talk after they fought, and whether he would be able to ask the commander for help. He agreed. The young man asked for another minute to prepare. At first, he wanted to check his status. He opened the menu with his level. It was indicated in numbers how many points he received for his characteristics and skills. Reading this, the hero began to get nervous and then paused. He was very surprised by how much experience he received after blowing up Stenzen. Last time, in the battle with the commander, he was level 16. Even then, they were almost equal. This time, he needs to be more careful not to kill his opponent. The young man glanced sideways at his opponent, who stood with his sword slung over his shoulder. The boy remembered how Lancelot had said that battles were the meaning of life for him, so it would be rude to fight at less than full strength against such a man, the hero concluded with a satisfied look. He promised the man not to hold back his strength in order to defeat him. He only confirmed his words, so everything was clear. And then the commander added that he wanted to fight the guy without any restrictions. He was pleased. The fight promised to be interesting. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Now they could fully enjoy it. The guy also agreed with the same pleasure. It would definitely be like that. The hero had already opened the system window to get his weapon, but suddenly remembered that his opponent spoke just like his niece, Adelina. The man dismissively brushed aside the mention of this girl, only asking how she was doing and if everything was okay with her. But it turned out that things were indeed going well, and she even saved our hero's life. Masaru stuck his hand into the portal, preparing to take out his weapon, but stopped at the last moment. He turned to the podium where his friends were sitting, adding that Adelina had also done a lot of work for him, like helping build the city and all that stuff. Maybe she would stay there forever, Masaru, and she could even get married. Commander Lancelot stood in bewilderment, and the young man reassured himself in his head that the latter no longer depended on him, but on the girl. A male voice pulled our hero out of his dreams. The commander wanted to add one more condition. Squinting one eye, he voiced his condition. If he won, the young man would have to come up with a reason to send Adelina there. The man wanted to know what she herself thought about it. The guy laughed, and the commander didn't understand what was funny about what he said, but the hero only added that he really was a real uncle. The fun ended, and the young man pulled out a small portion of his weapon. He pulled out a long sword, but set his condition. If he won, he would borrow several carpenters from his opponent. The commander agreed with him. The rules remained the same. They would fight until one of them surrendered. The arena had a good view of the battlefield. Zack was worried about his friend, whether everything would be okay with him. The commander did not inspire confidence in him. But Cook, who was standing next to him, calmed him down. He should worry about the commander himself, because he gets excited when Masaru is involved. The opponents looked at each other with obvious anticipation of the fight. but the excitement in the stands was growing. Arena suggested stopping the fight, but those standing nearby only replied that they were not brave enough to compete with the commander. For the man himself, battles were an important part of life. It was a kind of form of his communication with people. The battle began. Both opponents left dents in the ground from their boots. Their faces, meanwhile, expressed the tension of the battle. The air around them, from the force of their blows, was blown around at high speed and raised clouds of dust. The elf was amazed that the power of the swords reached the place where they were sitting. Zack also nervously screamed that this was not just a fight, it was more like a desire to kill each other. Masaru was attacking, and Lancelot was defending. The young man chuckled as he thought, the man couldn't win. The guy continued to egg his opponent on and get him mad, because last time he wasn't awarded the win, but this time everything would be different. The commander did not let him dream, and swung his sword with force, pushing his opponent away. He knocked the sword out of the hero's hands. This time he had a strategy. But the young man did not expect this at all. He could only be surprised. The man tried to kick his opponent in the stomach, but the guy managed to dodge. He didn't expect such a blow at all. But the opponent managed to quickly regroup, and he delivered another sweeping kick from the side, almost hitting the young man, but he dodged the blow again, but with difficulty. Nervously thinking that it was close enough, the hero decided that the knight's back was now open to his attack. He didn't have time to think about it properly before another blow came. This time he was hit so hard that he flew into the air, only just managing to open his mouth in amazement. The commander did not waste time and swung again. First he had to pay the debt to that fighter. Masaru began to get seriously worried. The opponent changed his stance. Things were bad. The commander's pose consisted of a leg forward and a hip twist to swing the sword well. The hero shuddered at what he saw and dropped to one knee. Swinging his sword hard, the man struck and split the sword of the opponent standing opposite him. Everyone in the stands opened their mouths, and the hero himself was confused. A stone block fell from somewhere above, probably from the force of Lancelot's blow. He pointed the weapon towards the boy again, ready to continue the fight, challenging him to show his next trophy. He was eager to show how strong he had become. The young hero couldn't believe it, because his sword was enchanted with magic. The knight made several more swings with his sword, and the boy only managed to defend himself with the stump of his broken sword. The elf turned into a friend. Such a competition seemed quite frightening to her. Zack agreed with her. He also felt uneasy. He did not think that everything would turn out like this. Cook intervened in their conversation. He thought that Masaru was doing a good job with the commander. They couldn't even see his sword movements. Erdem also agreed that was how their comrade was. The young man's legs were already giving way from another lunge with the sword, and the commander immediately snapped at him, inserting a joke that he was already losing his balance. But the opponent was in no mood for jokes. He did not understand how this happened. A portal appeared behind his hand, and he pulled out a long weapon from it, nervously exclaiming that he should have more strength and speed. The guy put his long weapon forward, and many more similar beams appeared around it, creating protection around it. The commander grimaced when he saw this. It seemed the guy had learned this from the beastman. It turned out well. Masaru couldn't understand what was going on, because his stats were higher. But the commander had more techniques, feelings, and experience. The hero could not cope with his great skill in battle and smooth movements of the sword, despite his temperament. Meanwhile, Lancelot himself took another stance for an attack. The young man stood there holding his ancient weapon in front of him and thought about the commander's unique style. He really wanted to see his status, whether he had a sword technique or something similar. According to the rules of their fight, so the commander said, he was already halfway to victory. If the guy was not prudent and did not give up, he would soon lose his head. Lancelot held his sword to the side, ready to attack at any moment, but the enemy was completely unarmed. His high stats were useful in battles with monsters, but not with people, while the commander had been training hard for months to fight them. The man asked Masaru if he realized his situation, but he only closed his eyes and smiled. The boy took out his weapon again, which looked like a stick. Apparently, the knight thought that learning strengthening magic would help him grow in battle. The young man did not think that he would go this far, so he decided to take measures. The young warrior raised his hand, summoning a teleporter from which he had previously taken out weapons. He decided to use everything he had. And his opponent was waiting for this with a satisfied look. The commander raised his sword, while thoughts about the skill's storage flashed through his head, which Masaru possessed. With its help, he could create objects, limit the enemy's movements, and push him to fight. The guy disappeared from the place where he was standing, but the commander did not immediately understand this. At first, he thought that the hero would use his production skill, but then everything that was happening dawned on him. In his confusion, the man realized that his opponent had moved away from him, but he didn't care much. He could easily get closer again. The young man sat in a fraud pose on the wall of the observation deck. In the world where he came from, there were things like anime, manga, and games, and everywhere there was one character who had an interesting technique. Meanwhile, his comrades were watching him. He continued to talk about the character who also created a weapon in the air and fired it. He could do it at a distance, as if he was using a bow. The opponent felt the threat coming. Visibly agitated, he began to wonder what the boy could have planned. Masaru raised his clenched fist up. He was able to choose the location and size of one item and bring it out of storage. Then the guy opened his hand. He could not use the skill for anything else except storing things. Masaru's mind flashed to Isla's image, and he tried to remember her words to figure out how to do this. Then he frowned and assured that his storage was full of materials to create anything he wanted. For example, a home center. There were many portals in the arena. All of them were above the commander's head. There, the hero had all the knowledge he had gained from the stubborn workers and from working in the store, and also the skill he had received from God, so he could handle it easily. The young man was going to create everything in the vault and reveal it on the battlefield. He lowered his hand. He always wanted to, so to speak. Lancelot's face was distorted with tension. Was he now ready to confront his opponent? Many crossbows appeared. The captain realized that the youth had not prepared them in advance, but built them right then. Masaru pointed his hand forward, giving a sign of readiness to shoot. The knight only grinned, looking at everything that was happening from his vision. It really looked like the hero was creating those things, he continued, standing surrounded by loaded crossbows. The four friends in the stands looked at the arena stage with fear. Everyone was in shock, and there were no words, only open mouths. And the captain stretched out his hand forward, comparing the opponent in his creation with God. He, as always, surprised him. But the hero himself did not think so. For him, those words sounded too strong. God, in his understanding, did not seem so good. The arrow was aimed right at the target. The young man also clarified that he did not create something out of nothing, like stones into gold. He bent his arm at the elbow in apology, and added that he was just a simple worker at the home center. The commander cursed at him. Gritting his teeth, Masaru began to worry that the enemy, despite everything, still wanted to fight. But he suddenly decided to tell his story about what happened before he became the commander of the port of Harem. When he was on a campaign, he found himself surrounded by 100 archers and the same number of spearmen. Judging by his proud appearance, it was obvious what had happened to them, and he had gotten out alive. The hero understood everything by the fact that the commander was standing in front of him. This was the answer. Again, he directed his palm forward, but already having released the bowstring, sending the first volley of arrows. The arrows quickly covered the distance to their target, increasingly surrounding the knight. Cook and Erdem began to worry about the commander's safety and called on him to run, otherwise he might die. Lancelot tried to block all the arrows with his trusty weapon. One arrow flew right at his ear level, barely touching him. Not having time to properly fight off the attacks, the man frantically thought about how one person could be more terrible than 100 soldiers, because on the battlefield it was he himself who inspired fear. Having somehow repelled all the attacks, he heard Masaru again command fire for his second shot. A whole dozen arrows flew towards the center again to hit their target. In the middle of the arena, clouds of dust rose again, obscuring what was happening. The hero stood with a satisfied look. He was sure that this time victory was his. But then the dust cleared, and the guy opened his eyes wide. What he saw was amazing. The spectators from the stands, Cook and his friend, were also perplexed. They found it hard to believe their eyes. The commander stood in the same place. He managed to block all the arrows again. His strength was much greater than any of them could imagine. The young man could not contain his emotions and nervously ordered another volley. The arrows were aimed at the opponent again. At that moment, Lancelot had time to think that their fight did not quite resemble a sword fight. A smile appeared on his face. He closed his eyes. For him, this seemed like something new. The man didn't even need to watch the direction of each attack. The arrows flew past him, barely touching him. If he knows the number of ballistae in this arena and their location, that will be enough. The knight dodged the arrows deftly, pressing himself to the ground. The bolts tightened, the arrows were released. Arena was amazed by his agility. Another row of arrows was approaching from the side. The commander literally danced on the stage, easily avoiding all the arrows. All he needed was to listen to the sound, and his body moved by itself. Zack and his comrades stared at the spectacle below. Masaru stood in shock, but suddenly heard the commander's laughter. He was beaming with pleasure, pointing his finger at himself, asking the young man to give him more attacks. He didn't want to forget that feeling. The man screamed so loudly that his voice rose higher and higher, demanding more and more. But the guy himself was no longer laughing. Things were bad. It was decided to change tactics. Masaru came down from the wall, and his opponent asked about the change of tactics. And the young man expected to finish with what was already there, but it looks like he will have to use his main trump card. He put his hand on the ground. To win the fight, he will have to take risks. A huge stream of air rose up, like a hurricane, covering the entire area of the arena. Zack covered his face with the wind. Apparently, it was Masaru's magic, similar to what he used in Stenzen, but there was no certainty about it. The young man summoned another teleporter and began to pull out a new item from it. The commander watched him with bated breath. The object looked like a stick. The hero made his swing, preparing to attack. Lancelot didn't understand what he was going to do with this thing. He swung and struck with his huge sword, but the enemy easily met his blow. The sword strangely appeared on the other side of the stick, as if it had passed through it. The knight was confused. Perhaps he began to guess what it could be. The hero, looking smart, said that it was a prototype of a shaft for a tricycle. In case of an accident, he used the metal for strengthening magic, and so it turned out that the object could withstand the blows of the commander. The knight again assumed a pose for a blow, predicting the end for his enemy. Sending a hail of blows at Masaru, he mocked his opponent's main trump card. What he could do with such an object, he could do, because the guy already knew his techniques well enough. The young man had no choice but to move further away. The commander was curious about how he could attack him with his stick-shaped object. The man advanced confidently. He was sure that he had won. Masaru fell to the ground, and the knight threw his sword over his shoulder, rejoicing in his victory. It was only a matter of time for him. If the young man continued to just put up a defense, then he would definitely lose. The commander suddenly thought about something strange. Why the guy was only trying to defend himself from attacks. It seemed strange. The young man was still on the ground, and the captain stood over him. Had the hero already given up, deciding that he had no chance of winning, the knight thought. Although it was unlikely, with the ballistas he had created, he could still win. There was a look of bewilderment on the commander's face. If the young man tried his best, he could win this fight, but he didn't do it. Why was he focused only on defense? Because he could win at any moment. Lancelot keeps wondering if it was really just a matter of time. But suddenly, he saw a sly grin on the guy's face. This made him lose his temper. He roared and began to shower the enemy with even more blows. The spectators were alarmed. They did not understand why the commander suddenly became furious, because he was close to victory. Masaru defended himself from the flood of attacks, while admiring the strength of his opponent. He was like a god with his instinct. The commander began to look around after the words spoken by his battle partner, but it was already too late. The hero clearly had something in mind. He decided to rely on school physics, although it was unreliable. All the crossbows around were again ready for combat. But the hero did not fully take into account air resistance and took it rather high. Lancelot relaxed, letting go of his anger. Masaru surprised him. He thought that he didn't know how to shoot a gun. The young man chuckled. He really couldn't shoot, so he had another plan. A black spot appeared in the sky. Our hero's friends raised their heads and realized with alarm that this spot was flying straight at them. The boy used a portal before he pulled out the ballistas. Then he connected the vault to a hole high in the sky. With this, he dropped a piece of rock that they had cleared from the Beastman city. The rock fell to the ground, sparkling and reflecting the terrain on its surface. It turned out that Masaru had thrown a piece of rock from the very beginning, but he almost missed, so he had to direct it with air control. After that, he didn't have much magic power left. That's why he just strengthened his body and focused on defense. The young man dropped to his knees and leaned on his means of protection, and the commander roared, looking at the approaching rock from above. He hoped that if this was the guy's trump card and he could withstand it, then victory would be his. The rock was very close, and the knight realized that he would not be able to withstand such a blow. Fear was reflected on his face. The stone was huge. the whole area of the arena, convulsively assessing the situation. The man realized that he would not be able to cut through it, too much mass and speed. The entire arena and the area next to it would be destroyed. Zack and the others were in a panic. Not knowing what to do, they stood up from their seats. Something that no one could have expected happened. Masaru summoned the vault and absorbed the rock. The teleporter stretched greatly, and the entire rock fell inside. Masaru's friends were so surprised that they couldn't say a word. The commander acknowledged his opponent's victory. Just as everyone exhaled and began to calm down, the young man declared that he was only joking. He had to do it, otherwise he would not have been able to win. Now even Lancelot was stunned, not only his comrades. But victory is victory. Now the captain will have to listen to the young man. As the hero himself later told, he launched the rock before he pulled out the ballistas when he jumped onto the observation deck. The commander and Masaru stood near the reception desk and discussed the battle that had just taken place. The knight realized that the rock was flying when he was attacked with arrows, but the young man did it for the sake of safety. He did not think that the enemy would be able to dodge the ballistas. They continued to argue among themselves about the victory. Lancelot was pleased that his opponent underestimated him. At this time, Zack sullenly listened to their chatter from behind. The argument did not subside. The captain again flared up, claiming that the hero was cheating, but in his defense he challenged the enemy to first withstand the blow, and then he would admit defeat. Things had already come to a fight. Zack couldn't take it anymore and asked them both to finally calm down. Now he could not stand it any longer and scolded them, because on the way they did the same thing. All the travelers were already standing nearby, and the former opponents continued to point the finger at each other. Cook also couldn't stand it and scolded them, with a displeased expression on his face. The commander, nevertheless, once again acknowledged the victory for Masaru. The young man asked not to be so angry with him. He still decided to help with Adelina. The knight promised to deal with not only the rock, but the whole mountain next time. A comment was issued on this. The scary thing is that it could really become true. Opening the door, the captain entered the hall, in which there was a large table. Next time he would win the better victory, and gave the floor to the young man. He waited for an answer with a satisfied look, wondering what the boy could have screwed up again. Everyone who was there during the battle had already gathered at the table. Masaru did not sit down. He did not know where to start, how to report to the commander about one incident. Cook was very surprised to learn that the neighboring town of Stenson had fallen. After all, the city was the capital of the Dark Elves, the safest place in the entire territory. Of all the nearby forces, only Grottos could have the strength to do such a thing. Lancelot thought about it, resting his chin on his hand. After thinking, the man called out to the hero. He started shouting at him that it was not the time to have a duel and fool around like that. The young man's indignation knew no bounds. It was the commander's own idea, and he was still indignant. Everyone stared at the man in shock. He didn't understand the reason for such a reaction. Folding his hands in front of him, he asked if the guy had agreed to a duel, then he should have already decided that issue. Masaru began to justify himself, because the goddess was already investigating this case, and it was not yet solved, but nevertheless, they had already dealt with all the monsters that lived there. The knight didn't think they could do it themselves, so he asked how they did it. Zack answered for his friend. The captain might not believe it, but the young man blew everything up there. The commander asked why he did this, maybe to hide his actions, but the guy had already said that he had done nothing wrong. It was the best way, but it was difficult. Besides, Masaru then checked the entire area around Stenson before he arrived in the city. The captain asked him if that was the only reason the young man wanted to report, or if there was something else. The boy paused thoughtfully. The hero turned to the commander and told him another reason for his arrival in the neighboring city. He needed help. If the Dark Elves began to restore their lands, he wanted the city's inhabitants to help them, as well as help possible refugees. Cook thought about our request for help, and Lancelot only replied that this is a city of knights, and they, in turn, are ready to protect, but they also have limits. But the young man had a proposal for them. He offered to start trading with the city of Beastmen, and thereby obtain all the necessary materials and tools for the restoration of Stenson. The idea of building a city interested Cook and Commander Lancelot. The hero was glad to hear this. But the commander began to doubt whether those creatures would even trade with ordinary people who enslaved them and treated them like animals. They could probably also figure that people would use their tools against them again later. That thought never occurred to the guy. He was completely sure that this would not happen. They would not think about it. Masaru pointed to his former opponent and asked if the commander himself would arrange skirmishes between humans and beastmen, and if he suddenly wanted to fight, he could turn to our hero for this. Lancelot chuckled. He really didn't need anyone else for this. If there was a mountain nearby that he needed to overcome, then there was no need to look for new challenges. That's what he compared the boy to. Erdem intervened in their conversation. Were they really suitable for this? Wouldn't it be better to pass on the help to Gratus, he thought. But the knight supported him. It is quite possible that the man was right in his opinion. Then he leaned back in his chair and expressed his opinion on the matter. For him, the main thing was the port of Arium, not the kingdom, and trade could well revive the city, so it would have a good effect on the knights here. Cook and Erdem were in complete agreement with him. Lancelot added that a nation is an organization that is meant to help people each other, and so they couldn't just abandon people to their fate. Masaru asked if the man agreed to this. The commander would be glad to accept such a proposal, and it would be a great event for the port and for the people. Zack, Masaru, and Irina looked happy and satisfied with the result. The knight reminded the hero that before the duel, there was talk about favoring the workers. They would discuss the details of this issue later with civilian officials, but if the guy had something else to talk about with the commander, now was the time to do it. The hero wanted to borrow the room they were in for his own personal use for the night, which shocked his friends. The commander agreed easily, since he had already promised his help before the duel began, so there were no problems. But if the young man decided to organize something interesting, the man himself would also like to participate. But the young man hastened to justify himself. He just wanted to have a party with friends. He was also interested in where he could stock up on food for such an occasion. The commander realized that it was precisely the hunting grounds that were needed. The hero wanted to find crabs, he needed a very large number, he became too inspired thinking about them. The city was coastal, they had to catch crabs. Any would do, even freshwater ones, but the three fellow countrymen reacted strangely to this request. With great reluctance, Erdem replied that there really was a good place for crabs, where they fished. The knight interrupted him. He did not want to miss his chance. Erdem also understood his fellow countrymen's idea, and decided that Masaru could be used for this. The hero and his friends visibly tensed up, but it was decided that that was enough for now, and the two men showed the rooms to their friends. Masaru's indignant voice could be heard in the building. He was worried about what important thing they hadn't told him, and another voice only replied that there was nothing to worry about. Tomorrow they would go catching crabs, and before that he would better rest. The young man and his friends arrived at the sea. The guy was delighted. This is where the fishermen went. The other fishermen boys were pulling nets out of the sea. Maybe it would be useful to learn how to tie ropes, use nets, and look for fish, all of which were only known from TV, Masaru thought. The commander approached him with a whole company of knights, but the young man did not understand why they appeared in full gear, as if a battle was about to begin. But the man retorted, pretending not to remember saying anything and pointing to the side. Not far from them, in the water, there was a small island. The currents between it and the shore were special, including crabs. Many kinds of fish also passed through them. It was talked about yesterday, but it was not clear why it was black. The commander replied that at this time of year, killers flew in from the island, which made it difficult to catch fish. Huge insects were flying at them. Masaru was horrified. They were bees. They were the size of a man. It seems that in these hunting grounds they caught the hunters themselves. The man cut down 2 insects that flew too close with one blow. Horror and disgust were reflected on the young man's face. He went up to the corpse and began to examine it. This was what Lancelot had said. At this time of year, the omnivorous, meat-loving queen bee was born on the island. She went out with her children to hunt. This was the former reason why the knights were there. But first, identification was needed. An information window popped up next to the bee. It was a spotted army meat-eating bee. After a year, their offspring could already eat meat. Quite a dangerous monster. Now it was clear why the knights came in armor. The young man's indignation knew no bounds. Lancelot had clearly gone too far, bringing him specifically for the bees to sting him. But the commander assured that they would also fight, but if the guy changed his mind about the crabs, he could just leave. The bees rushed rapidly to the shore. The knight gave the command to everyone to take a defensive position against the enemies of people. The orders continued. The commander carried out his duty of searching and destroying enemies in a coordinated manner. Masaru and his friends were ordered to follow him. The hero leafed through the information and thought about what it could mean for these creatures to collect nectar. But his thoughts were interrupted. The bees were already on dry land. The knights began a fierce battle with the insects. Even Arena was chopping them down left and right. The bees only grew in number. They were approaching from all sides. Another one was cut in half, but another one had already aimed its sting at the elf from behind. She was rather warned of the danger. Zack shot at the insect and hit her in the wing, thus saving the girl. Then he killed another specimen and remarked, praising himself, that his shot was good. Arena asked the gentleman in surprise what it was. He held a one-handed crossbow in front of him. That was the name he had been told. The young man had given it to him before they had come there. In Zack's capable hands, it would certainly be useful. The knight commander was pleased. It seemed the hero had brought interesting people with him. Then he called out to Masaru himself. He needed to deal with all the raiders, but he was nowhere to be seen. Turning back, the man saw a sign that should not have been there. It had something written on it. The young man left a message in which he said that he had gone to the island and asked not to look for him. Lancelot looked towards the island, and there really was someone swimming on the water. He roared in surprise. The girl had a sad face. It expressed sadness and melancholy. She received a message, but she didn't expect it from anyone. She wanted to be alone, and she told everyone about it. But as soon as she saw that the message came from Masaru, she immediately perked up and began to scroll and read the text. It was an invitation to dinner. Her cheeks flushed. The guy finally reached the island, climbed out of the water, and thought that he had sent a message to Isla, and now all that was left was to prepare everything for the dinner itself. He summoned the teleporter and tried hard to get something out of it. However, nothing came out. He must have left it in the bag he came to this world with. After thinking a little more, the young man came to the conclusion that strengthening magic could be used on this. Nothing terrible would happen. The boy put on his beekeeper's costume. The change of clothes was completed. Then, encouraging himself, he promised to cook something tasty for Victinias. Masaru was very surprised by the size of the bee, but he was even more surprised by the size of the nest. Both were incredible. Usually, to collect honey, he had to crush the honeycombs, but here there was no need to do that. It was also fortunate that the smoke he released affected the bees, which allowed him to safely climb into the nest. But then he raised his head and noticed something above. There seemed to be a lot of bees in the opening. Apparently, the young man had angered all the individuals that were outside. Now they were all simply furious. The hero began to calm himself down. It was not the time to be afraid. He urged himself to remember the purpose of his arrival in that place. This had an effect, and he began to act. The next day, a guest arrived at the port of Harem. The message said that she was supposed to come there that day. The girl frowned. She was worried that the young man would die of hunger somewhere. She walked up to the door, but wasn't sure if this was the right room. Victinias entered, where she was greeted with warmth. The table was already set and dishes were being served. Masaru was waiting for her appearance. The girl noticed that the young man was still alive, looking at his face on which the abrasions were covered. A girl approached her and asked if she was with Isla. Victinias did not immediately notice the one who addressed her. Apparently, she had arrived before her. But the goddess herself was looking for her to go to dinner together, as they had promised. But the girl clearly forgot about it after the answer Victinias gave to Gratis, because she was a magic teacher in the city of Beastmen. After this, the one who entered sat down at the table with a proud look, making it clear that the debt was paid. Then she suggested that they quickly finish dinner and return. The hero saw his girlfriend behaving so coldly towards someone for the first time. His second girlfriend called out to him questioningly, but he only smiled back at her. The young man served the first course, jokingly asking if she was confident enough to cook it properly so that she wouldn't have any regrets later. The goddess closed one eye. She was already filled with regret. She descended into the world for only one reason. The reason was the dinner itself. Masaru took out a plate of fresh food from his storage and placed it in front of the guest. This skill turned out to be very useful for him in such moments. He could easily keep freshly prepared food in its original form. It was great, but his friend did not appreciate his ideas. She was surprised by how such a skill was used. The young man offered her to try the food. It was a special dinner. The girl dryly noted that she understood this and it was not worth repeating so often. She popped a piece of the dish into her mouth, and her eyes widened in amazement as soon as she tasted it. After that, she emptied the entire plate in one go, and the cook and his assistant were pleased with the result. The goddess looked very satisfied when she swallowed the last piece. The second girl asked how it tasted. Vicinius justified herself by saying that she was simply checking to see if there was anything strange about the food. But what exactly this food was, she wanted to find out from the cook. She was literally ready to sing with delight. So much did she like the aroma combined with the saltiness surrounding the meat and vegetables, the feeling of all the ingredients dancing on her tongue. But that wasn't the end. Masaru continued to take out other dishes from the storage. There were already a lot of different delicacies on the table. To tell the truth, all the food was prepared with honey. The girl exclaimed. She did not think that honey would go well with everything, but the young man could not be convinced. He found a way to make it more compatible. For example, for meat, he first heated up honey and melted it, and then spread it on the food, so the meat turned out nice and soft. And when mixed with something sour, in a salad, thanks to the honey, the bitterness disappears. The guy kept talking about how he was at his previous job and someone from the village, to whom he delivered materials, cooked something similar. That's how he learned to cook. Honey was also suitable for desserts. The girl chewed without stopping and only nodded to the interlocutor, to which he was indignant. The guest liked the food and suggested that her sister, who was standing nearby the whole time, try it too. Isla refused. She was already helping with the cooking, and besides, she liked watching her sister smile more. Victinius realized that everything on the table was prepared just for her. Her sister was always too fussy, but she invited her to eat together. The girl felt depressed after the incident in Stenson. She already wanted to cheer up and get through this situation. What kind of older sister would she be if she called her sister to worry about herself? Isla was touched by these words. She felt pleased. The conversation was interrupted by Masaru. He demanded praise. Because he had to work hard to make the dinner tasty, his sister fully confirmed his words and said that it would not be bad to say something to the guest about this, but she only chuckled. Is it really necessary? In fact, the young man was happy. His girlfriend looked much better than when she first arrived, and this made him very happy. Victinius felt awkward and apologized for making her friends worry about her. Then the hero invited his assistant to sit at the table, and it was time for the main course. A tray with crab appeared on the table. The girls were simply delighted. Before they started eating, the young man decided to give them a little background. Crabs were a signature dish of the Arium port, and their taste was different from other crabs. The girls did not want to listen to him, they wanted to try it quickly. He was unhappy that he had been interrupted. That was just the way these sisters were. He had nowhere to go. He was still indebted to them, so he decided to quickly fulfill his promise to feed them to their fill. He began to cut up the crab, carefully, piece by piece, and the guests simply waited. He held out the first leg to Victinius so that she could try it first. The girl bit off a piece right from the young man's hands. He was very surprised. This was definitely not something you would expect from his girlfriend. She really liked it. It was fun. When the hero himself fed her, the crab was simply delicious. Masaru snorted to himself in shame. What was that all about? Isla interrupted his thoughts. She was next in line. She opened her mouth in anticipation of her piece of crab. The guy completely lost his temper. One sister repeated after the other. For him, it was a crime of conscience. The goddess again demanded a crab for herself. Then Isla did too. They literally tore the guy apart. In the end, the whole crab was eaten. Until he could satisfy the desires of these two goddesses, they continued to knock on new doors of his heart. The dinner ended. Both sisters thanked the cook in one voice, and the young man began to feel embarrassed by such an outburst of emotion. The older sister ate her fill for the first time. The hero asked about dessert. It's probably better to leave it for later. Isla remembered that she wanted to give something to Masaru. She called her storage. She pulled out a piece of paper. It was a reward for the quest, a ticket for the skill. Stenson's research, and the girl confirmed that he had helped her a lot. Victinius also showed interest in this ticket for the skill. The case with the capital was unusual, so her sister wanted to reward the guys. For the hero, it was downright nostalgic, like a gacha ticket, which meant he would use the gear machine again. The young man was already overjoyed. But his joy was cut short by a refusal, and a glow began to emanate from the ticket. They lined up cards around Isla, and she was going to use them to choose Masaru's fate and grant him his chosen skill. One card of all flew up to him. The goddess asked him to touch it. The hero touched it, and as soon as he did, his whole body lit up with a bright light. Then it all stopped very quickly. Now he had to learn a new skill, the younger sister said. The girls became interested to see what skill their friend had acquired. They began asking him to show them. The young man had no choice but to agree. He opened the stats menu. It must have been the skill Accuracy 6. Victinia's decided it was another boring skill, and it wasn't her sister who asked to see what it meant. However, besides it, many other skills appeared, such as Stick Technique 2, Spear Technique 2, and Iron Technique 2. The girl screamed with delight. 3 new skills were added. She herself didn't understand what kind of ticket she had given. All these skills looked strange. Another goddess said that this was a rare ticket. It was created with a huge amount of divine power. It seemed like Isla put a lot of effort into creating it. The guy should have said something to her in response. Masaru happily thanked his friend for her kindness. He was happy to have any skills, especially if it was a gift from a goddess. The girl answered evasively. Her cheeks blushed. Was it kindness or love? But she was pleased that everything was to her liking. But the older sister was clearly confused. She did not understand what love meant, and since when those two had been in such a relationship. She was overcome with jealousy. She literally attacked the guy. Masaru himself began to be indignant. What kind of sisters are they? Especially since everything was completely different. The goddess behaved like a schoolgirl. But she continued to pry from him what he could not like about her. Victinia stood in a strange pose. Playing with the heart of the goddess was very brave. For this, the young man would suffer divine punishment. In half a month, the judgment of 2 women would fall upon him. Such was her prophecy. His silhouette was reflected in her eyes. The guy laughed, as if he should have understood this. Was she really postponing the punishment for later? But his friend only threateningly warned him that he needed to wait a little, and he would find out everything himself. 2 weeks later, the prophecy came true. The hero was on his knees, and in front of him were 2 women. One of them was from the beast race, and both of them were furious. The women scolded Masaru for not keeping his promise to return early, which meant he was having fun there, and they demanded his answer. In his defense, he said that in addition to the duel with Lancelot and the dinner with the goddesses, he also had to negotiate with the knights in the port of Harem, then participate in a trade meeting. He was very busy all the time. One of the girls asked Zack if it was true, but he did not defend his friend, saying only that he was fishing. Another Beastman girl asked Arena, who only said that the young man was having fun on a small island. He was found guilty and ordered to prepare for punishment, but that was not the most important thing at the time. A crowd of beastmen loaded the carts with sacks and boxes, and later it was announced that all preparations were complete. The beastmen walked along the main street. Everyone was told not to hurry. Everyone would be taken to their home. Voices were heard in the crowd. Many did not believe that they would now have their own home. The girl scolded that there were too many of them. The hero should have warned her in advance. The young man replied that it was the commander's fault. He himself asked the boy to bring the former beastmen slaves there when he found out where the hero was heading. Now they had to build enough houses for everyone, but what to do with jobs and food remained in question. Masaru assured that there would be no problems with these. There was aquaculture, livestock farming, and much more. He would take care of it himself. Everything would be fine. No one will be allowed to remain unemployed or skip meals anymore, the hero added. His girlfriend noticed that the street was becoming more and more lively. Masaru and his companion were approached from the crowd of beastmen. 2 children came up to them. They were curious about who had freed them. Their eyes were shining with gratitude and delight. Now they would have their own home, and they were looking forward to the next day. The hero replied that he was simply paying off his debt and asked them to help others with the construction. The girl answered in the affirmative, but she wanted to know something else. She was interested in the name of the city they arrived in. A few days passed. Masaru and company gathered at the headman's house. Zack told the plan for further development. After repairing the roads, they will start selling fish and other food. The girl stopped the flow of his speech. It was 7-10 days' journey from them to the sea. It seemed to her that by the time they arrived at the port, all the fish would rot. The question was reasonable, but Zack reassured her. Usually it should be like that, but in this case they had the young man's technique, so they could easily solve this problem. The female beastmen understood what the young man was talking about. It was about smoking. And besides that, they would also be able to make pickles and steamed fish patty. Zack still needed to find out more about it from his friend. But at that moment, the guy looked very strange. No one could say anything. The girl exclaimed, "Was he really like that the whole time of their discussions?" But the friend defended the hero by answering that he was just thinking about what to name the city. It was strange for her to dwell on something like that. Instead, it was better to focus on the meeting. Masaru yelled at Adelina, The name of the city was more important than anything else. He continued to prove, jumping up from his seat, that a name can completely change the image of a thing with letters. The fate of a city depends on its name. The young man was already starting to get really hysterical. He cited his experience in an online game as an example. He was not invited to any guilds or groups, and all because the name had daggers in it, and it was not easy to change it. You had to pay for it. Zach realized that his friend was talking about his homeland, and May suggested that they think together about a name for the city. Adelina insisted that their friend be the first to start building this city, which means he should also come up with a name for it. There was no other way. Later, Masaru decided to take a break from his thoughts and move his body. He helped with the construction, carried boards, cleared hay from the goats, loaded stone blocks, checked the sewer. In general, he found enough work until the evening. Another week passed. Zach looked at his friend thoughtfully. He looked exhausted. It seemed like he was only getting worse. There were excavations in the city of Beastmen. The young man called Masaru to pull himself together. Because it was for him that everything started, it was he who wanted to conduct these excavations. The hero made a grand discovery that even Adelina was interested in. The hero came to life and remembered his business at that time. He used his map skill to check the progress of the excavation. The guy had very little time left to reach his goal. He bent down and looked into the depths of the tunnel and called out to Adelina. She held on to the invention that dug the ground itself compared to this shovel. The girl herself seemed to do nothing. It was enough to simply insert the device into the ground and it would start digging itself. However, after touching the object, the friend felt weak and said so. Masaru explained that the tool works with the magical power of the one who uses it, so it can dig through the hardest boulders and rocks and form holes of perfect shape. This was done in order to make further construction easier. Zach asked how he came up with that, but Masaru surprised him with his answer. He was inspired by a worm that the hero hunted. It moved through the mud with the help of magic power and hid from those who were above. They worked with Isla to copy this technique. The young man's friend noted that the tool also did not dig up the earth while working. However, the hero added that the difficulty of the tool is that it requires a rare stone of magical power to move the object. Perhaps it would be cheaper to hire 300 workers than to burn money for such a thing. The guy didn't finish his thought. He interrupted the experiment and called the girl. A long pipe with a valve was lowered down to it from above. The hero explained that the water pressure was too high. It would be better to do it manually. If something happened to the girl and she got burns, the commander would skin the boy. My friend explained what she needed to do. Just stick this thing into the ground as deep as it could go. Then she climbed out of the hole, and the young man apologized for keeping her waiting. Zach and Adelina discussed their search. If they really guessed the location, the result would be very good for the whole city. The young man was turning the valve when he heard their conversation. He was sure that he had chosen the right place because he had checked everything with the help of the map skill. They just had to continue. The valve began to tremble. The young man grabbed it tighter and began to listen, then shouted to the guys that he heard something. Meanwhile, a teleporter appeared from behind. Victinias appeared right from the portal and shouted loudly at the guy that if he heard something, he should answer. The young man let go of his hands. They were still shaking after such force. So it was a goddess. But what did she need this time? And so suddenly, the hero was indignant. The girl got angry in response. She reminded him that he had to make a decision. But the young man did not remember anything like that at all. The name of the city was discussed, and the goddess fiercely reminded the hero. Masaru should have already come up with a name for the city. Because of this, Victinias could not do her job. Several days had passed. Zach and Adelina in the background were surprised by her appearance. The guy remembered his problem with the name. He really had completely forgotten about it. The goddess continued to swear. She was very busy. She had to watch everything through the monitor. Suddenly everything around shook. Zach thought that an earthquake had started. Looking at the valve, Masaru shouted for everyone to be careful and run. A huge stream of water rose into the air at high speed. Adelina was delighted. It was a hot spring. Masaru was burned by hot water, and the girl surrounded herself with divine protection. She wondered what they were looking for, and now she finally found out. The young man tried to heal himself with a special skill called healing, and the girl was eager to try out this source as soon as possible. The guy was still cursing from the pain. Zach promised to make the source as it should be. Adelina thought that if the goddess visited the source, it would become a real attraction. Our hero's friend asked what they should do with the geyser now. His girlfriend suggested leaving it as is. For now, they had traveled quite a long way to find it. Now they would need a few days to level the land. The goddess praised Masaru. Sometimes he could do something good too. The boy was still shaking, his burn had healed, and right then and there a wonderful thought struck him. Maybe a hot spring would be a good name for a town. Our hero's friends, looking at him, had the thought that he was going even more crazy and looked worse than before. His manic fixation was becoming strange. The young man decided that he should rest a little. His friends supported him and asked him to take care of himself. He was lying on the grass, on the slope of a cliff, where his first coming into this world took place. His idyll was interrupted by the appearance of the goddess. He asked her if she needed anything else, but the girl only wanted to know if he was angry with her. The young man waved it off. Everything was fine. He was already used to her manners. Victinias decided that her friend was definitely angry. Everything turned out completely differently. The hero should have chosen a name long ago, which is why the girl had to come to him herself and scold him. The goddess smiled warmly at him. After a short silence, she added that she envied Masaru because he could choose, and he sincerely could not understand this. After all he did was constantly think. Although she was the goddess who created the world, the names were not chosen by her, but by the creatures living in this world. Victinias felt sad. No matter how much she loved her world, she could not leave her mark on it. She turned her gaze to the young man and added that her name would be written about in legends and stories. That was all. The hero frowned after these words. He wondered if she could work the land like her sister Isla, but it seemed impossible. Victinias was the creator and could not interfere. The guy stood up abruptly as soon as he remembered Isla Saphira's name. The girl was surprised by his reaction. He stood up nervously. It dawned on him that now the hero knew the right name. The young man shouted the invented word loudly, introducing the city. From that day on, he decided that the city would be called Vintalia. The goddess asked again. She couldn't pronounce the word properly, but the guy was sure it sounded quite appropriate for this place. The girl confirmed it was pleasant to the ear. Masaru came up with the name using the names of several goddesses from a certain world. In this way, Victinias could leave at least some trace behind her. She was pleased to hear this. But the good man added that this was not the end. Once the temple is completed, it will be easier for her to come to the city. She will be able to enjoy hot water, and from now on, the girl will have many chances to leave a mark after herself. Then he clarified that it was not because he cared about her. The girl reached out to him and tugged at his glove. She held his hand and whispered thanks. The guy pretended not to hear and asked if she said anything. The goddess did not say anything intelligible. She just bowed her head contentedly. She stuck her tongue out at him and said that he was unexpectedly impudent. That's what she whispered then. Then she ran down the slope, and the young man began to be indignant that he still had not forgiven her and should apologize. His friend clearly was not going to do this because she was a useless goddess. That's what she called herself. Somewhere between dimensions, a being was watching them through a special screen. It repeated the names of the two people depicted on it. Masaru stood in the blacksmith's shop, choosing a sword for himself. On the street, the residents were discussing the new name of the city and the imminent completion of construction. Someone said that they had seen a settlement of gnomes nearby. Someone called out to the young man, and he, distracted from choosing a weapon. Zack approached him with a bag on his back. The young man asked him if he had already packed his things. The hero walked next to the carriage, seeing it off. His friend was already sitting in it, preparing to leave for the capital. It was time to report on the matter of Stenson and return the soldiers to the king. This was all very unexpected for Masaru. His fellow investigator had told him about it earlier. Then the young man would have had time to make a statue of the goddess as a gift to the king. The whole situation was very depressing for our hero, but Zack supported him. He was also sad to leave, but he didn't think that his friend would care. The young man hastened to hide his feelings, quickly came up with a reason. He was losing people who worked for food and a roof over their heads, but his friend understood everything. The soldiers liked the place too, so the guy assured our hero that they would return back in about a month. Masaru rattled off, listing what else could happen in a whole month. The city would advance significantly, the temple would be completed, and much more. Literally, the most fun part remained, thinking about creating something new. The knight promised to take care of Commander Lancelot so that he would not have to be worried about, and the young man could concentrate on work. The hero didn't understand why there was any need to worry about him at all, so his friend explained that after the duel he had received a warning from him. From Zack's memories, It became clear that the commander wanted to keep an eye on Masaru, in other words, so that the young man would have to spy on him. Lancelot had already said this during the duel. Compared to ordinary people, the hero's skills were limitless. His ability to create siege weapons and throw rocks from the sky were very similar to the deeds of a god. The commander was afraid that if he suddenly wanted to, he could easily destroy entire kingdoms. It would not be surprising if he also turned out to be involved in the situation in Stenson. Zack listened silently. Later, in defense of his friend, he said that there is a difference between someone who can and someone who will. The hero belonged to the first case. The knight was glad that the boy believed in his comrade. He himself had counted on the fact that his sparring partner would not destroy anything. But if anything happened, he asked to inform him. The young man specified what would happen if his companion did start to act. The man's face darkened, and he briefly replied that in that case he would fulfill his duty as the commander of the Arium port and a knight of the kingdom. Masaru didn't get over such a reaction from the knight. She threw it straight into his mouth after such words. The friend began to doubt that maybe he shouldn't have told him. But he wanted to warn him. They met in a strange way, and in the end, Zack became the bridge between the hero and the king. For him, Masaru was a dear friend, and he asked him not to screw up during his absence. The young man calmed his comrade down and reminded him that he would wait for his gift from the capital. Someone's screams came to them from the direction of the forest. The hero decided that his friend did it because of the handshake, but he replied that it was not him who did it. The young man made fun of him and ran towards the forest. He knew that it couldn't be Zack, so he asked him to wait. If there was nothing serious there, the cart would go on. There was a sign on the wall warning that there was a nest of monsters nearby, and the young man hurried there, remembering this offer. Several people wrapped in robes fled from the advance of the monsters, and the location was unfortunate, so they had to lower their heads. They were attacked by a small bird. It turned out to be a wind-cutting quail, and the man wondered what such monsters were doing in Gratis. The other two told him that in this world even golems rained from the sky, let alone birds. The birds surrounded the travelers from all sides. The female traveler was upset about the long journey she had made there. The bird looked with its black eyes, and the female traveler closed her eyes in fear. However, nothing happened. Masaru whistled and the birds retreated. Then one landed on his hand. The young man praised the bird for its intelligence. The travelers were amazed how he could control these birds, and who this man was anyway. The young man parried their own question. He had deliberately bred monsters here and put up a sign so that no one could go there. It was dangerous. The man didn't believe it. Maybe these monsters could be used for food, but it sounded doubtful. However, they saw the sign. That's why they went there, wanting to find something worthwhile. The guy made his own conclusions. These people came out of curiosity. They didn't look like robbers. Most likely, they were in a difficult situation. The hero was right. The guys told him that they came from Stenson. Golems rained down on their city, so they fled and wandered around the area. They were all former adventurers. The guy didn't know that there were other people nearby who fled with them. They all turned out to be elves. They had heard rumors of a newly built city, which was the reason they were heading there, but the refugees' supplies were already running low. The elf decided that Masaru didn't believe their story, but he assured him that this wasn't true. He was just surprised. Then he thought about it. Apparently, because the city of Beastmen received a name, many heard about it, and now more and more travelers arrived in its vicinity in search of new housing or help. One of the travelers asked a question. He was worried about their future fate. Will they be punished for intruding without permission or not? The young man smiled at them. There was nothing to worry about. This was a free land. Besides, he added, when Esmeralda, Elena, and the others hear that many were saved with them, they will be very happy about it. The elf couldn't believe his ears, but the young man called them to follow him to see for themselves if the rumors were true. They found themselves on the main street of the city, where there was a fountain. The hero promised to show them Vintalia. The travelers were stunned by how big the city turned out to be. It was already a whole capital, and besides, not only beastmen lived there, but also people and even elves. The streets were paved, there was a 3-story commercial district, and other than that, there was no trash to be seen anywhere, and it was curious how the water circulation worked. The adventurer confirmed that the rumors were indeed true, and even more than that, but something still worried him. He didn't understand why everyone around was happy to see the man who brought them. Everyone happily greeted Masaru on the streets. He looked quite young for an elf, but he was most likely the one in charge of the city. Adelina came up to the elf from behind and put her hand on his shoulder. He guessed right. This wonderful man really did create the city, and his name was Masaru, but he still left the responsibility to her. The girl couldn't hold back and slapped him for continuing to bring migrants without asking. The guy joked that he was not that great, there was no need to exaggerate. The girl began to threaten him not to get on her nerves. Besides, these travelers found him themselves. Now they have to understand dozens of the same, the friend agreed, but only with his help. The traveler finally decided to ask the young man who he was, but he hesitated, not knowing what to answer. But then he finally found something to say, pointing to the house with the statue. He said that he lives in this temple and helps to govern the city and is also the one who brings supplies to the city and loves to create different things. The elves were taken aback by the shock because the temple was created for a god. Usually a person could live there if he was a servant or a devotee, but for it to be like this, it really shocked them. The young man thought to himself not to tell them that he lived in the temple for easier communication with Victinias. Instead, he replied that it was normal for people to call him by his first name if necessary. Then he added that Esmeralda, Queen of Stenson, was temporarily living in their city. The travelers could not restrain themselves and live as long as they needed. There they would not have to starve. The elves were very happy to hear this. They stood with contented smiles and talked about something, and Masaru and his girlfriend watched from the side. In the evening, the travelers came to have dinner together and get acquainted, but Adelina was worried about something. She was worried that they were all dirty and in torn clothes, so she wanted to solve this problem before dinner began. She asked them when the last time they washed their clothes or took a bath was, and it turned out to be quite a long time ago, 10 days ago. The girl understood everything. She would take them home and take care of their clothes, and then they could take a bath. Then Adelina asked the hero if he would mind opening the hot spring earlier. He was just about to go there to make a control check, so he called everyone to the spring when the sun went down. The girl wondered why this check was necessary. In fact, there was no check. The young man simply wanted to be the first to test the source. Masaru lay there, relaxing in the hot water, thinking about how brilliantly he had used all his skills to create the spring. The atmosphere was like in Japan. It was very calming. Then he thought that, with the spread of rumors about the city, what happened could happen again, so it was necessary to increase the living space. He could ask for cooperation from the new arrivals, and with their help revive the city. Perhaps then the city will cease to be just him, but will become a whole nation, the hero dreamed so much. Someone's voice sounded in the background. It was Victinia's. She also wanted to relax, despite the fact that it was already occupied by him. A little further from him, the girl herself was in the water. She was the first to come there. The guy was upset that he was not the first to try the water.